In a parallel universe of Dragon Ball, in a city alley, a ragged teenage boy lies in a corner, his chest still as if he has stopped breathing. A gray chi drift from afar enters the boy's body. 3 seconds later he suddenly opens his eyes, muttering, "Long Aotian, 15-year-old orphan beggar beaten to death. How tragic. Since I've taken over your body, I am you. I will send those who killed you to the grave." After digesting the body's memories, Long Aotian rises to leave the alley, but a sharp pain in his leg forces him against the wall. He discovers his left leg is broken. "Damn, how unlucky. I've been reincarnated into a cripple." Long Aotian sighs, looking at his broken leg. In the past he could resurrect even the dead with a word, but now he is an ordinary person with no power at all. Suppressing the pain in his leg, he slowly stands up, leaning against the wall, and walks out of the alley to the main street. Seeing the bustling crowds, Long Aotian feels a glimmer of hope and asks strangers for help. But he is a dirty, smelly beggar, and everyone avoids him. No one lends a hand. Half an hour later, Long Aotian has no strength left to stand. He sits on the ground by the wall, looking hopeless. "I'd rather be killed by that ungrateful Piccolo than suffer like this." Just as he laments, a figure catches his eye. He waves and shouts, "Bulma! Bulma!" Bulma, Yamcha, and Puar appear on the street. Since Tambourine found their home and almost killed Yamcha, they left and are now shopping. Several shouts come. The three look toward the source. Yamcha asks, "Bulma, do you know him?" Bulma, who cares about appearances, frowns at the dirty beggar. "How would I know such a filthy beggar? Let's go." Seeing Bulma ignore him and walk away, Long Aotian panics, stands up to chase, but forgets his leg injury, falls flat on his face. Then an idea strikes and he shouts, "I can help you defeat King Piccolo." Bulma stops, turns back, looks at the beggar, then asks Yamcha, "Did you hear that?" "I heard it. Do you believe him?" "No." Bulma shakes her head but hesitates. "But what if?" They exchange glances and turn back toward the beggar. As they approach, Yamcha suddenly kicks at the beggar's head too fast for an ordinary person to see. Long Aotian, now an ordinary person, feels a hurricane of wind that makes him unable to open his eyes. A strong sense of danger hits his mind, and he feels death is imminent. After a long moment, his eyebrows twitch. He slowly opens his eyes to see a size 40 shoe sole right in front of him. He swallows hard, musters courage, and pushes the shoe away. Yamcha's mocking face leans in. "Hey, little beggar, where did you hear about King Piccolo? You can't even dodge my kick, and you think you can defeat him?" "Ha ha." He takes Bulma's hand, ready to leave, disappointed. "Thought you were a hidden king, but you're just a bronze. Let's go." Bulma is also disappointed. She can't believe she was desperate enough to trust a beggar. Long Aotian, seeing the situation going bad, desperately grabs Bulma's thigh, begging, "I can really help you defeat King Piccolo. I can teach you the Mafūba." Bulma is wearing a short skirt, her bare thigh exposed. When the dirty beggar grabs her, she tries to kick him away, but someone moves faster. Before the last word is spoken, Long Aotian feels a sharp pain in his neck, his vision goes black, and he faints, his hand sliding off her thigh. Yamcha, who knocked the beggar out with a chop, slowly stands up, glancing at the dirty handprint on Bulma's smooth thigh. A hint of envy flashes in his eyes. Yamcha sneers at the beggar inwardly. "I haven't even touched it yet, and you shameless brat just grabbed it. Let's go." He calls out and starts walking first, but doesn't hear Bulma's footsteps. He turns back, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Bulma points at the unconscious boy, a bit dazed. "What were the last 2 words he said?" Yamcha is clueless, he only noticed the dirty hand. Puar comes to the rescue. "I heard him say he could teach you Mafūba. Mafūba something." A light bulb goes off in Bulma's mind. "Mafūba. Yamcha, save him." They revive the beggar, put a cast on his leg, and take him back to Kame House. They learn he is an orphan named Long Aotian. "Long Aotian, such an arrogant name. You can't handle it. No wonder you're a beggar." Yamcha teases, finding every reason to dislike the boy. If not for Bulma's insistence, he'd have thrown him into the sea. Although a beggar, after cleaning up, he looks somewhat handsome, though thin and malnourished. Because of the thigh-grabbing incident, Bulma calls him a little pervert. When they contact Tien Shinhan and hear about the deaths of Master Roshi Kaiotsu and Shenron, Bulma is filled with grief and despair. Tien Shinhan was planning to train in the Mafūba elsewhere, but when he hears someone knows it, he brings the bodies back to Kame House. Watching Aotian demonstrate the Mafūba, though it has no effect, the movements are very similar to Master Roshi's. They believe him. With more people learning, there is more hope. With Tien's confirmation, Yamcha also joins in practicing the Mafūba alongside Tien. In just 3 days, both master the technique. They fly a plane toward the king's castle. Watching them leave, Bulma is filled with worry, fearing it might be their last goodbye. Actually, I have a way to increase their strength. A childish voice comes from behind. Bulma turns, walks quickly to the wheelchair, grabs the sitting boy and shouts, "You little pervert! You had a way, and didn't say it earlier. Don't think just because you taught Mafūba I won't hit you." Aotian wipes the spit off his face, innocently says, "Would they have believed me? Or would you?" Bulma puts him down and looks him over. A kid who can't even beat her claims he can boost Tien and Yamcha's strength. Anyone would think he's crazy. But then she remembers he really knows Mafūba. Even if there's a 1 in a trillion chance, Bulma decides to gamble. "I believe you. How do we increase their strength?" Aotian is surprised someone actually believes him. Needing the Dragon Balls, he states his condition. "I need the stones that the 7 Dragon Balls turned into." Bulma takes out a capsule, throws it, and 7 stones appear on the ground. "Shenron is dead. These are just useless rocks. Take them if you want, but if you lie to me, I'll make you swallow all 7 stones." Looking at the fierce Bulma, Aotian finds her cute and smiles. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll swallow first." He picks up a stone, puts it in his mouth, and swallows with difficulty, his face red. Bulma watches in shock. "Ah, too hard, not tasty, no flavor." He smacks his lips, acts as if nothing happened, and asks Bulma for a barbecue set. He sprinkles chili powder and various seasonings on the stones, then eats them with relish, 1 stone at a time, drinking wine very content. Under Bulma's stunned gaze, all 7 Dragon Ball stones enter his stomach. Bulma swallows, asks worriedly, "Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital to check for stones." "I'm fine, no need for a hospital." Refusing Bulma's kindness, Aotian stands up from the wheelchair, removes the cast, and walks around her. "See, I've never felt better. You fly the plane, we're going after Tien." In a daze, Bulma takes out a capsule, and they fly away from Kame House. On the plane, Aotian feels the changes in his body. Normally, he wouldn't dare swallow stones, but these Dragon Ball stones turn into 7 magical forces: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, and space, laying a solid foundation. From then on, he is no longer a powerless ordinary person. Though he must start magic training from scratch, he is free from all constraints. At the moment, the 7 stones dissolve on the edge of the distant Temple of Heaven. 2 figures stand. The shorter one holds a broken dragon statue, which also turns to dust. "Lord Kami, Shenron is gone. Should we capture him?" The one called Kami gazes into the distance, finally speaks slowly. "Shenron is gone, we can make another one. As for him..." He pauses, expression puzzled. "According to logic, this shouldn't happen with Shenron's death. I can't see through him. Let him be, at least for now. He has no evil intent. If he does evil, I will personally destroy him. There must not be a second King Piccolo." His tone turns harsh at the end. "Understood. I will go collect materials for the new Dragon Balls." At the king's castle on Earth, King Piccolo, having announced his grand return, selected a city to destroy, and was about to board a plane with his bird-headed strategist. A plane appeared in the sky, and a figure jumped out. It was Tien Shinhan, who had come to confront King Piccolo. The unmanned plane crashed into the ground, sending up thick smoke. Seeing King Piccolo about to step onto the plane, Tien Shinhan shouted in desperation, "King Piccolo, don't run!" King Piccolo turned back, saw a bald man challenging him, withdrew his foot, and stepped onto the ground, laughing. "Knowing my reputation, you still dare to come to your death. I admire your courage. How do you know you'll win without even fighting?" Tien Shinhan showed a strange smile, unafraid. Haha, even if Master Potato were still alive, he couldn't do anything to me now that I've regained my youth. The rejuvenated King Piccolo was extremely arrogant, completely disregarding Tien Shinhan. He sneered, "Since you seek death, I'll let the world see you die as an appetizer before I destroy the city. Ha ha ha." After laughing, he pointed to the cameraman on the plane and ordered, "Make sure you film this clearly and broadcast his death to the world." The cameraman nodded tremblingly. "You understood." King Piccolo was satisfied with his fear, then said disdainfully, "You're not worthy of my personal attention. My son will play with you." Tien Shinhan was startled, looking at the Birdman beside Piccolo. But soon he realized he was wrong. King Piccolo spit out an egg from his mouth right in front of him. This scene was also captured by the cameraman without missing a detail, broadcast live to the entire world. Watching King Piccolo spit out an egg covered in green saliva, everyone watching on TV felt disgusted and nauseous. The eggshell cracked, and a fat, strong green demon appeared before the world. "Drum, my son, go, and show the world the terror of our demon clan." Drum knelt on one knee, saying respectfully, "Thank you for naming me master. I will surely spread the might of the demon clan." He turned to look at Tien Shinhan with a contemptuous smile. "Are you the one challenging the demon clan? I'll give you a chance to attack. Go ahead." Tien Shinhan's face turned serious, assuming an offensive stance. He thought if he couldn't beat King Piccolo, could he at least beat a newborn child? Although this child was taller and stronger than him, it couldn't change the fact that he had just hatched less than a minute ago. Tien Shinhan left an afterimage, moving rapidly and disappearing into the air. He constantly changed positions, but Drum remained motionless. Suddenly Tien attacked from the side, but a fist faster than his face hit him accurately, followed by a heavy kick that sent him sliding hundreds of meters across the ground. Tien Shinhan stood up from the ground, holding his face, looking at the newborn demon with fear. With just one blow, he knew he was no match. He had to change his strategy, and not fight head-on. His target was only one person. Tien Shinhan disappeared again, running to the left, planning to circle around Drum. "If you want to fight my master, how can you get past me?" With a cold snort, Drum instantly disappeared to intercept, soon catching up to Tien Shinhan, running side by side, and raised his right fist. Tien Shinhan was terrified, immediately changing direction to the right, but due to the difference in strength, Drum caught up and punched him in the back, sending him flying. After this heavy blow, Tien Shinhan rolled several times on the ground, struggled to stand up with his hands on the ground, and coughed up a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. But when his peripheral vision caught a figure sneaking up behind King Piccolo hundreds of meters away carrying a rice cooker, Tien Shinhan's eyes flashed with determination. He shouted, "The demon clan is indeed terrifying. Let's see if you can take this move." Tien Shinhan quickly ran toward Drum. Drum, hearing the enemy praise him, modestly laughed. "Aha, an ordinary human can take 2 punches from me, which is barely passable. I'll take your move." Tien Shinhan smiled, not expecting the enemy to agree so easily. When he was less than 5 meters away from Drum, he suddenly leaped into the air. For a moment everyone, Drum, King Piccolo, the Birdman, the cameraman, and the remaining onlookers, looked up at Tien Shinhan in the sky, curious about what he would do next. And Tien Shinhan got the effect he wanted. Using the blazing sun, he executed the Crane School's ultimate technique. Solar Flare. The blinding light spread in all directions from Tien Shinhan, temporarily blinding everyone present. Except for one person, Yamcha, who had been sneaking around. They had already planned on the plane. Tien would distract King Piccolo from the front, and Yamcha would deliver the fatal blow. Having already put on sunglasses, Yamcha was waiting for this opportunity. The moment the solar flare took effect, he placed the rice cooker at his feet, quickly waved his hands, and silently unleashed the Mafūba that once terrified King Piccolo. King Piccolo, temporarily blind, felt a sudden sense of panic. Without thinking, he grabbed the Birdman beside him and threw him behind him, where the Birdman collided with the incoming Mafūba. "No! How is this possible? Does King Piccolo have eyes in the back of his head?" Yamcha was shocked. He hadn't expected such a perfect ambush to miss its target, but he decided to deal with one enemy first. He fully controlled the Mafūba and successfully sealed the bird-headed strategist before the solar flare's effect wore off. King Piccolo, regaining his sight, turned around just in time to see his subordinate being sealed. He turned into a blurry afterimage and attacked furiously, yelling, "I didn't expect someone else to know the Mafūba! Die!" Even in his prime, Yamcha was no match for King Piccolo. Now, having just used the Mafūba, though he hadn't lost his life, his power was greatly diminished. He couldn't react in time as King Piccolo appeared before him. Bang! 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 With just 3 punches and a kick, Yamcha was sent flying, crashing through a house, and then fell silent. "Yamcha!" Tien Shinhan cried out in grief, but his time was also running out. King Piccolo had long noticed the sneaky figure behind him through his hearing. He considered himself the strongest and didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect that person to know the Mafūba and give him such a shock. If it weren't for the Birdman beside him as a shield, he would have been the one sealed. After this incident, King Piccolo lost his playful mood and ordered, "Drum, kill him!" "Got it, he!" Drum sneered, rubbing his fists, as he walked slowly but steadily toward Tien Shinhan, who assumed a defensive stance and stepped back step by step. Suddenly a plane flew over from afar, landing 100 meters away. Bulma and Long Aotian stepped off the plane. Seeing them, Tien Shinhan shouted anxiously, "Yamcha is dead. What are you doing here? Run! I'll hold him off." Hearing this news, both were shocked. Bulma urged, "Didn't you say you had a way to increase power? Use it on Tien Shinhan." Long Aotian understood the crisis. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and began to pray devoutly. "Shenlong, please grant Tien Shinhan power. Shenlong, please grant Tien Shinhan power." Bulma felt a sudden sense of shame, took a few steps away, and gestured that she didn't know this guy. She regretted believing in this little pervert's nonsense. "Ha ha ha!" Drum laughed, patting his belly. Even the usually serious King Piccolo couldn't help but laugh, thinking that the Shenlong he had killed with a single spit could actually be prayed to. The cameraman, who had just regained his sight, captured this praying scene and broadcast it across the entire Earth. The audience in front of their TVs were all stunned. On such a serious battlefield, where did this little priest come from? Though he was cute and somewhat handsome, could he defeat King Piccolo with cuteness? Long Aotian heard the laughter, but didn't even blink, focusing on his ritual. However, Drum lost patience, and was about to kill Long Aotian, but King Piccolo stopped him. "Don't rush. Let's see what this kid can come up with." As long as it wasn't the Mafūba, King Piccolo didn't care. This pretending to worship a god had nothing to do with the Mafūba. After praying a dozen times, Long Aotian opened his eyes, raised his hands high, and called out again, with a high-pitched, passionate, and devout voice, "Shenlong, please grant Tien Shinhan power." In the blink of an eye, a green Shenlong appeared faintly in the sky, spitting a beam of light from its mouth that enveloped Tien Shinhan. This scene stunned Bulma and Tien Shinhan, and also shocked the TV audience. "Pretending to be supernatural. I killed the real Shenlong. How can a mere illusion save your lives?" King Piccolo snorted, losing patience, and ordered, "Drum, attack." Drum received the order, left an afterimage, and Tien Shinhan thought he was coming for him, but found the enemy heading toward Long Aotian and Bulma. "Bulma, watch out!" Tien Shinhan shouted loudly, disappearing instantly. In that moment of disappearance, his 3 eyes widened, followed by great joy. Maybe there was a chance. Bulma heard the warning, but although she couldn't see the danger, her body instinctively turned to run. After running 2 steps, she noticed that Long Aotian was lying on the ground, like a mudfish, not moving at all. Without hesitation, Bulma ran back, crouched down, and pushed Long Aotian, urging, "You little priest, did you pray yourself into a stupor? Wake up! Wake up!" Long Aotian, who had been pretending to be dead, could no longer keep up the act and said weakly, "We're all going to die, stop pushing, sis." Bulma looked up. Unbeknownst to her, Drum had appeared in front of her, raising a fist the size of a sandbag. At the moment of death, a strange thought flashed through her mind. "I haven't even had a chance to fall in love, and I'm going to die like this." At the moment when Bulma was about to meet her demise, a hand grabbed Duo Lamu's arm and threw him heavily with a shoulder throw. Bulma, overjoyed at surviving, couldn't help crying, "Tianjin fan, you're amazing." Whoa. Tianjin fan urged, "Quickly go, it's dangerous here." Bulma responded with, "Oh oh," and directly carried Long Aotian horizontally in her arms, and ran toward the airplane. Before leaving, Long Aotian quietly warned, "This state of yours can only last at most 3 minutes, be careful." Tianjin Fan was startled, instantly understood what was happening, gave Long Aotian a deep look, and nodded gently. "Thank you, that's enough." Long Aotian, however, seemed not to hear, already lost in Bulma's warm and soft embrace. Bulma also noticed the mischievous boy in her arms, but due to time constraints, she didn't dwell on it. Instead, just as she approached the airplane, she harshly threw the person in her arms into the plane, and then sat in the cockpit. "Ouch! Bulma, you're trying to kill your husband!" Long Aotian screamed in pain. If he hadn't absorbed the residual energy from the 7 stones, that one toss would have broken several of his bones. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue." Bulma gritted her teeth and cursed, but her gaze was fixed on Tianjin Fan's back, sighing inwardly. "What a pity he's bald and not my type otherwise." When the plane flew away, Duo Lamu, who had been thrown off, got up from the ground, spat out some green liquid, and uttered a threat. "I was careless just now. Next I'm going to crush you into 2 little pancakes." As soon as the words were spoken, Duo Lamu moved at high speed, constantly changing positions to confuse his opponent. He suddenly appeared behind Tianjin Fan, locked his hands together, and raised them high, sneering at Tianjin Fan, who still showed no movement. However, in the next moment, Tianjin Fan struck, first using his head to hit Duo Lamu's chin, then turned and delivered an extremely fast punch to his abdomen. Duo Lamu's raised fists never had a chance to fall. His eyes bulged with bloodshot veins, and in his dying moments, he muttered intermittently, "No! No! Impossible!" Bang! The fat, bulky body fell at Tianjin Fan's feet. Having dealt with Duo Lamu, Tianjin Fan's face showed no hint of joy. He pointed at the great demon King Baiku ahead, and said coldly, "You're next." People all over the world watching the live broadcast couldn't see the movements of the fight, but seeing the fallen demon clan member, and the domineering declaration, a glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. The great demon King Baiku showed no change in expression when his child was killed. In response to the provocation, he confidently retorted, "Don't think that killing one of my children gives you the right to challenge me. Soon you'll know what despair is." Though his words were light, the great demon King Baiku rarely assumed a fighting stance, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Tianjin Fan also moved his hands, and assumed an offensive posture. A great battle was about to unfold. Having flown to a safe distance, Bulma somehow got a television. Seeing that Tianjin Fan had defeated a demon clan member, and was confronting the great demon King Baiku, she turned to look at Long Aotian lying on the plane, and exclaimed in surprise, "Tianjin Fan's strength wasn't this great. You little pervert, you're not just a little charlatan. How did you do it?" Long Aotian turned his head away, not looking at Bulma, and angrily denied, "You keep calling me little pervert, little charlatan. I don't. No. Oh, a bit of a tsundere, are you? Fine, don't tell me. There will be a time when you'll beg me." Bulma smiled indifferently. Although Long Aotian looked like an ordinary person, by now, even if she were foolish, she wouldn't regard him as ordinary. Just a little foodie, how could she not handle him? She turned back to focus on the live broadcast on TV. On the other side, after a moment of observation, the great demon King Baiku and Tianjin Fan charged toward each other simultaneously. As they closed and Tianjin Fan struck first, using the Wolf Fong Fist Langya Fong Fong Quan, the great demon King Baiku simultaneously swung his fists into afterimages, choosing to meet force with force. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan's fist momentum faltered, and the great demon King Baiku seized the opening, throwing a punch at his face. Tianjin Fan reacted quickly, leaning his head back, and performing consecutive backflips to dodge the punch, while creating distance. Unexpectedly, the great demon King Baiku pursued with incredible speed, launching a sweeping kick aimed at Tianjin Fan's lower body. Tianjin Fan supported himself with his palms on the ground, using the force to leap up, but the great demon King Baiku was already waiting in the air. No matter how he adjusted his posture, he was still kicked away. When he was only half a meter from the ground, Tianjin Fan stabilized his body, using the sky dance technique, Wukong Shu, and slowly landed. Seeing Tianjin Fan at a disadvantage, Bulma ran to Long Aotian, grabbed him, and shook him violently, cursing and roaring. "Little pervert, didn't you promise to help Tianjin Fan defeat the great demon king Baiku? If he loses, we all die. I don't want that." Long Aotian felt his body was falling apart. This woman wasn't this frantic when she came to make a wish. He immediately denied. "Don't talk nonsense. I never guaranteed we could defeat the great demon king Baiku." Then he stuck out his tongue and licked around his lips, saying calmly, "Although I don't mind your saliva spraying all over my face, could you put me down first? I'm about to be shaken apart." Bulma then realized the impropriety, immediately put him down, but then gave him a knock on the head, waving her fist threateningly. "Little pervert, if you don't give me an explanation, I'm not done with you." Long Aotian gave a bitter smile, and no longer concealed, explaining, "My great prayer art, the Chi Dao Shu, can enhance a person's overall strength by about 30%. This situation can only mean that the gap in strength between Tianjin Fan and the great demon king Baiku is too large. There's nothing I can do." Seeing Bulma about to strike again, Long Aotian quickly pacified her. "Don't rush. Even if Tianjin Fan can't win, there's still a trump card to deal with the great demon king Baiku. That's right, that's right. There's still the demon sealing wave Mafūba." Thinking of this, Bulma's tense heart relaxed slightly. Then she thought of something and asked directly, "What is the great prayer art? Want to learn it?" Bulma nodded like a chick pecking at rice, showing great interest. Long Aotian looked at Bulma up and down with an ambiguous expression, then suddenly got another punch on the head. "I sell my skills, not my body. Try looking again. Injustice. I was checking if you have talent. How could you think that of me?" Long Aotian, with tears and snot, made a heartfelt accusation. Bulma's expression stiffened. She laughed awkwardly and apologized with a smile. Do I have talent?" Long Aotian shook his head, stretched out his mischievous hand, and grabbed at the air with 5 fingers, laughing. "You can't tell by looking. I need to touch to judge. Go to hell." A lion's roar that shook the heavens erupted. Long Aotian's fate was predictable. On the other side, Tianjin Fan launched 2 more rounds of attacks, all of which were neutralized by the great demon king Baiku, and he even took several heavy blows. This made him realize that there was still a gap between them, and his expression became very serious. The great demon king Baiku's expression was also not very pleasant. He had thought that with his strength he could easily defeat his enemy and spread his fearsome reputation across the world, but unexpectedly he had not been able to finish him off. He immediately stopped hiding, clenching his fists and crossing them in front of his chest with a low roar. The muscles on his body became increasingly bulky. From 100 meters away, Tianjin Fan sensed that the great demon king Baiku's strength could still increase. He immediately abandoned the idea of defeating his enemy, took out a capsule, and with a bang, a rice cooker with talismans appeared. The cameraman, being perceptive, gave the rice cooker a close-up, showing it to the world. Everyone who saw the rice cooker was puzzled. Why would he take out this thing during a battle? Was he going to cook rice and eat before fighting? However, the great demon king Baiku did not think so. The moment he saw the rice cooker, his fighting spirit vanished, and he turned to flee. "Too late, demon sealing wave!" Tianjin Fan shouted angrily, thrusting both palms forward. A green energy whirlwind chased after the great demon king Baiku. Watching the live broadcast, Bulma jumped up excitedly, cheering loudly, and then decided to go to the scene to celebrate for Tianjin Fan. Celebrating halfway is a major taboo in battle. Will the demon sealing wave really work? On the battlefield, Tien Shinhan unleashed the demon sealing wave, certain of victory. For hundreds of meters around, only the 2 of them remained, with the nearest person being the cameraman, who was at least 800 meters away, if not a full kilometer, far too distant to intervene or take the blame. Moreover, the direction in which Piccolo, the great demon king, was fleeing was not toward the cameraman. As the demon sealing wave was about to catch up to him in the next second, Tien Shinhan couldn't suppress the joy in his heart and let out a triumphant declaration. "Piccolo, the great demon king, accept your defeat and crawl back into the rice cooker." In the midst of his escape, Piccolo, the great demon king, suddenly halted, spun around, and kicked an object toward the demon sealing wave, almost simultaneously firing a red beam from his eyes that struck the flying object. The moment that object exploded, Tien Shinhan's expression drastically changed, his heart plummeting from the clouds to the abyss. He recognized it. It was the rice cooker that Yamcha had used to seal the Birdman strategist with the demon sealing wave. The exploding rice cooker destroyed the Birdman strategist's body, which instantly materialized and once again blocked the demon sealing wave. Damn it! Tien Shinhan's fury blazed, yet he was powerless to change the reality before him. He exerted all his effort to control the demon sealing wave, preparing to seal the Birdman strategist once more. But how could Piccolo, the great demon king, allow the one who had twice shielded him from the demon sealing wave to be sealed again? He fired another pair of red beams from his eyes, shattering the rice cooker beneath Tien Shinhan's feet. Seeing the rice cooker destroyed, Tien Shinhan abandoned his control over the demon sealing wave, and the green energy storm dissipated in an instant. Tien Shinhan hunched over, panting heavily, his stamina severely depleted. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked, and his eyes burned with unwillingness. "Thank you, Master." The rescued Birdman strategist was about to express his profound gratitude to his lord, but before he could utter more than 4 words, 2 red beams blasted his body apart. Ha ha ha. Without the rice cooker, what can you do even with the demon sealing wave? Next I'll kill you with a single strike. After a burst of laughter, Piccolo, the great demon king, assumed a fighting stance, gathering power once more, with a faint glimmer of light flickering around him. Seeing this, Tien Shinhan understood that the upcoming attack would be no ordinary one. Having launched successive assaults and used the demon sealing wave, his strength was greatly diminished. Recalling Kaiotsu's tragic death, he quickly made a resolute decision. "Come on, I'll risk my very life to take you down with me to avenge Kaiotsu the Turtle Hermit and the countless souls who perished at the hands of your demon clan." With a fierce roar, Tien Shinhan gathered all his remaining power into his palms. The palms flickered, emitting a white glow, and then he joined his fingers to form a triangle, placing it before his eyes. Through the triangle, he locked onto Piccolo, the great demon king, and the surrounding earth. At that moment, the light around Piccolo, the great demon king, had stabilized and shone brightly, his power having reached its peak. He sneered aside from the demon sealing wave, "I fear no technique. Die." He suddenly thrust out both palms, sending a blazing red energy bolt. At the same time, Tien Shinhan's power had also finished gathering. He murmured, "This is my strongest strike, paid for with my life. Kaiotsu, I'm coming to join you." Both incomparable forces were unleashed almost simultaneously, and the terrifying energy explosion gave rise to a colossal mushroom cloud. Bulma, who was rushing toward the battlefield, was stunned by the violent explosion. It wasn't until the shockwaves from the blast's edge violently shook the aircraft that she snapped back to her senses and struggled to control the plane, screaming, "What on earth happened?" She wasn't the only one in the dark. Even the people watching on television had no idea, for the war correspondent cameraman had already perished at the moment the mushroom cloud appeared. From another direction, a youth clad in red, carrying a staff on his back and riding a golden cloud, was not far from the battlefield. The sudden mushroom cloud slowed him momentarily, but then he resumed full speed, flying toward the epicenter of the explosion. After the mushroom cloud dispersed, Bulma swiftly piloted the aircraft toward the center of the explosion. Soon a desolate stretch of ruins came into view, and to her astonishment, not a single person was in sight. "Where's Tien Shinhan? And where did Piccolo, the great demon king, go? I didn't fly in the wrong direction." Exclaiming in shock, Bulma landed the aircraft and stepped onto the rubble-strewn ground. Seeing no one around, she shouted loudly, "Hey Tien Shinhan, where are you? Are you still alive? So that three-eyed guy is called Tien Shinhan?" The sudden voice startled Bulma. She looked around and even scanned the sky, but still saw no one. Suddenly the ground several hundred meters to her left exploded, and a green figure shot out, landing steadily on the ground. The moment she saw the green figure, Bulma backed away repeatedly until she was pressed against the plane with nowhere to go, her legs turning weak. Piccolo, the great demon king, why you're not dead?" Bulma, trembling with fear, pointed at the green figure, her words coming out in stammers. Wiping away the green liquid from the corner of his mouth, Piccolo, the great demon king, sneered. Tien Shinhan managed to wound me. His strength is indeed impressive, but he's far from killing me. Ha ha ha. Since you know him, you can die with him. Piccolo, the great demon king, walked forward step by step, his pace quickening until Bulma could no longer see his form. Whoa! I don't want to die. Someone save me. If you do, I'll marry you. Bulma burst into tears, staking her lifelong happiness on a desperate vow. Perhaps the heavens did not wish to see a beautiful maiden weep, for at that critical moment a youth riding a golden cloud appeared on the battlefield, shielding her with his body. You little brat. So you're still alive? Then I'll kill you again. Goku, is it really you? I'm so glad you're alive. Two voices sounded almost simultaneously, one filled with joy, the other dripping with contempt. We meet again, but your power feels so weak. As Piccolo, the great demon king, was taken aback, Goku suddenly delivered 3 consecutive punches to his abdomen, then lightly leaped, spun around, and kicked him in the face, sending him flying. Suddenly Bulma embraced Goku from behind, pulling him into her arms, and said happily, Goku, I love you. But you must never grow up to be ugly, or even with my vow I won't marry you. Goku paid no attention to Bulma's words, and urgently shouted, Hey 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 Bulma, let me go. I still have to avenge Krillin. Upon hearing the word avenge, Bulma immediately set Goku down, and pointed at Piccolo, the great demon king, accusing him. He's killed not only Krillin, but also the turtle hermit Kaiotsu Yamcha and Tien Shinhan. He even killed Shenron. You must avenge everyone. I'm leaving now. The place was far too dangerous. Bulma didn't want to stay a second longer. She boarded the aircraft and departed once more. On the plane, Aotian naturally saw Goku appear, but given the urgent situation he remained silent until the plane took off, then said regretfully, It's a pity that I'm just a powerless youth. Otherwise, Bulma, you would have been my wife. You little pervert, stop daydreaming. Even if you saved me, I wouldn't marry you. Who said I wanted to marry you? You're an old cow trying to eat young grass. Soon Aotian's laughter ceased. The plane lurched up and down, left and right, then performed a 720-degree spin, and his screams echoed through the cabin. Help! I'm not wearing a seatbelt. I'm sorry. Piccolo rose from the ground after being sent flying, gazed at Son Goku with a cold, sharp look, snorted dismissively, and assumed a fighting stance. I barely used a fraction of my strength when I killed that woman. Now let me show you just how terrifying I truly am. Seeing Bulma had safely escaped, Goku wasted no words, and launched his attack, charging toward Piccolo at incredible speed. Damn it, your speed! Piccolo was greatly shocked as he swung a fist. Goku deftly sidestepped, and seized the opening, unleashing a flurry of punches to Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo endured the excruciating pain and struck downward with another blow to drive Goku back, but Goku had already anticipated the move. He executed a swift 1,080-degree backflip, pushed off the ground with both feet, and delivered an incredibly fast flying kick straight to Piccolo's face. Piccolo skidded hundreds of meters across the ground. As he rose, a trace of green fluid spilled from his mouth. After that brief exchange, he realized the brat before him was no longer the weakling he used to torment at will. Only in his prime could he hope to match this opponent, so he gritted his teeth and spat. If not for the 3 eyes draining most of my power, you would never stand a chance against me. Then shall I wait for you to recover your full strength before we fight to the death? Piccolo froze, unable to believe his ears. Could someone really be this foolish? Joy surged within him, and he smiled. That would be splendid. Once I regain my strength. But his smile lasted only a second before it vanished. Goku's cold words shattered his illusion. Pity. I'm here today to avenge everyone, not to compete in a tournament. Besides, you even killed the Dragon Balls. That is unforgivable. With a mighty roar, Goku closed the distance in an instant. Piccolo stepped back in slight panic, and suddenly 2 red beams shot from his eyes. Goku was startled, never having expected such a bizarre ability from his enemy. Relying on his blistering speed and agile movements, he narrowly dodged the attack and charged forward again. Piccolo fought back with all his might, but his injuries multiplied with each passing moment. After falling to the ground once more, he hastily raised a hand to call a stop. Wait! Goku halted, puzzled. What trick are you playing now? Piccolo gave a bitter smile, rose slowly from the ground, and casually brushed the dust from his clothes. With an air of arrogance he declared, I know I shall die today, but I will never admit defeat at your hands. Instead, I will say you were shameless enough to employ a tag team strategy. Goku was baffled, not understanding what a tag team strategy meant. I have roamed this earth undefeated. I can accept death, but I refuse to fall to a mere child's hands. Grant me the chance to take my own life. Now Goku understood. Recalling a similar scene from the past, he hesitated for a moment before asking, You wouldn't be planning to throw some iron bomb to blow me up, would you? Hearing the words iron lump and blow up, Piccolo fell into confusion. What on earth was that? Oh, he remembered now. The weapons crafted by humans were indeed some toys capable of exploding, but they couldn't even tickle him. Veins bulged on Piccolo's forehead as he roared. Even if you won't let me commit suicide, there's no need to insult me like this. Fine. I concede. Do it yourself. With those words, Piccolo spread his arms wide open, facing death calmly. Watching Piccolo abandon all resistance, Goku fell silent for a long while before finally agreeing to his request. Then go ahead and kill yourself. Though he had agreed, Goku's gaze remained fixed tightly on Piccolo. Any suspicious movement would be met without hesitation, and he would not grant him another chance. Seeing the kid agree, a sinister smirk flickered across Piccolo's lips. He had no intention of launching a sneak attack. Even if he tried with his current state, escape was impossible, and death was certain. Perhaps he could seize that woman from earlier as leverage. There might still be a sliver of hope for a turnaround. Alas! He gathered all his remaining strength into his abdomen. As his body convulsed, his throat swelled rapidly, and his mouth opened wide, revealing half of an egg. Perhaps because too much power had been stored within the egg, it was far larger than any previous one. Stuck in his throat, it refused to come out. Panic sweated from Piccolo's brow, and a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. Goku found this highly amusing. Walking closer, he examined Piccolo's throat, which was as thick as a human head. Having occasionally choked himself when eating too fast, he shouted, Are you trying to choke yourself to death? Piccolo frantically waved his hands, pointed at his gaping mouth, but could not utter a single word. Considering your considerable strength and genuine intent to die, I grant you one more attempt. This method of death is far too humiliating. Sigh. After his exclamation, Goku walked behind Piccolo and delivered a firm palm strike to his back. The sudden force caused Piccolo to instantly expel the egg lodged in his throat, sending it soaring into the sky. Watching the egg fly farther away, a glimmer of relief appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, an enormous figure burst from somewhere and leaped high into the air, diving straight toward the flying egg. Piccolo's eyes nearly bulged out of his head in terror. Fortunately, the fat man's outstretched hands fell dozens of centimeters short, allowing the egg to slip through his grasp and disappear into the sky. Piccolo's heart finally settled. In his dying moments, he spoke his final words. My child, carry my power and avenge me. Turning his head towards Son Goku, he delivered one last threat. Son Goku, you will regret helping me spit out that egg today, ha ha ha. Laughing loudly, he closed his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. Goku saw the fat man waving his arms and shouted, Yajirobe, when did you arrive? He then kicked Piccolo's body again and urged, Hey, get up and kill yourself. Get up. If Piccolo could revive, he would certainly strangle Goku to death. Killing a person and destroying their spirit, that is exactly what Goku had just done. Soon Yajirobe arrived in his hover car beside Goku, opened the door, and stepped out. Sighing, he said, I saw Piccolo spitting out an egg, and wanted to catch it, and roast it to celebrate your victory over the great demon. Unfortunately, I've eaten demon flesh before, but I've never tasted what a demon's egg tastes like. Sigh. His last words revealed his true intentions. Celebration was merely an excuse, greed was the reality. Looking down at Piccolo lying on the ground, Yajirobe asked uncertainly, Is he dead? No, I'm waiting for him to get up and kill himself. Goku answered with an innocent expression, kicking him a few more times as he spoke. From afar, Yajirobe watched the battlefield, but could not hear their conversation. Having known Goku for so long, he understood the boy's simple-minded nature. Kicking him repeatedly without any response clearly indicated he was dead. To prevent any possibility of the corpse reanimating, Yajirobe lifted Piccolo's body and hurled it high into the sky. Then he leaped upward, and a flash of blade light followed. The body was sliced into pieces. Landing, and sheathing his sword, Yajirobe laughed loudly. "Now I can rest easy. I missed the demon egg, but I'll treat you to the legendary meat of Piccolo the Great, hee hee hee." In Yajirobe's eyes, apart from humans, everything else was food. Goku shook his head and refused. "Last time you said that meat tasted terrible, so I'm not eating it." Recalling the taste of the demon meat from last time, Yajirobe frowned. But then he thought about how this was the legendary Piccolo the Great, and his spirits lifted again. He directed, "Goku, help me pick it up. There's a small forest over there. Go start a fire." Far away in the celestial world, King Kai witnessed Yajirobe's actions on the ground below. His hand gripped his cane tightly, his face turning green with rage. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly restrained the urge to punch that fat man and said calmly, "Mr. Bubbles, please destroy Piccolo the Great's remains. That fat man must not eat them." "Understood." In the small forest, Yajirobe gathered firewood and quickly lit a fire. As he was whittling a wooden stick with his samurai sword, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, and lightning struck the forest from all directions, igniting a raging fire. Soon 2 dark figures emerged from the forest. The fat man in front was clutching a green arm in his hand. After running several hundred meters out of the forest, the 2 finally stopped. The fat man grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Thank goodness I grabbed an arm, otherwise we'd all be reduced to ashes." "Yajirobe, they're coming! Run!" Upon hearing the warning, Yajirobe noticed the sky darken and immediately sensed danger, taking off in a sprint as the thunderclouds followed and lightning bolts rained down on him. After running for some distance, Goku realized the lightning wasn't striking him, so he stopped and watched Yajirobe. Yajirobe soon noticed the same thing and roared, "This thundercloud and lightning are being unfair. Why only me and not you?" Though his thick skin and tough flesh meant the strikes couldn't kill him, the pain was still excruciating. The lightning's numbing effect was sapping his strength, and his pace grew increasingly sluggish. Goku didn't understand and guessed randomly, "Maybe something on your body is attracting it." "What the heck? I've already lost my sword. What else could possibly draw its attention?" Yajirobe yelled in frustration, then suddenly had a thought. Looking down at the green arm in his hands, he wondered if that was the culprit. Acting on impulse, he tossed the arm away, and a bolt of lightning struck it, precisely reducing it to ash. Yajirobe breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize the thunderclouds hadn't dissipated and were still targeting him. "Help!" he cried out. Goku trailed behind at a leisurely pace, waiting until the storm finally broke before rushing forward to catch up. On a rock sat the fat man, his body completely blackened and foam at his lips, staring blankly at the sky while muttering, "Water! Water!" Goku leaped high into the air, scanned the surroundings, and spotted a stream nearby. He immediately hoisted Yajirobe onto his shoulder and sprinted toward it, diving into the water with the man the moment he reached it. While bathing, they managed to catch fish as well. Once recovered, Yajirobe viciously devoured the grilled fish, muttering through a mouthful, "I'll crush whoever's behind this. I swear I'll make them pay." If someone was manipulating things, how could the damn lightning target only him? Then he looked across at Goku, who was devouring food, and asked, "Where do you plan to go next?" Goku paused mid-chew, a faint sadness in his voice as he replied, "Bulma told me the dragon Shiran has perished, so I'm going to find a way to bring it back." "Why search when that fat cat of a mortal even possesses miraculous items like sins of beans? He likely knows." Yajirobe's words struck a chord, and suddenly Goku found no appetite for the fish in his hands. "Right, Master Roshi. Hurry, let's return to Kame House. I haven't finished eating yet. We can eat while running. What's the rush? I'm driving. Wait, where did my car go?" At the ruined castle, where the king's stronghold had once stood, Bulma leaned against their aircraft waiting. When she arrived, the place was deserted except for a beat-up vehicle, and Goku had vanished without a trace. As darkness fell, her patience began to wane. Suddenly, dust clouds rose in the distance. As they drew nearer, Bulma could make out one figure as Gu Wukong, but the other, a portly man, was entirely unfamiliar to her. The four exchanged brief greetings, then Gu Wukong told Bulma their destination and mentioned the possibility of reviving Shenron before they sped off in the car. Watching them drive away, a flicker of hope ignited within Bulma. If Shenron could truly be resurrected, then everyone else might be brought back as well. Upon learning of Gu Wukong's plan to revive the dragon, Aotian sank into despondency. After finally breaking free from the Dragon Ball's grip, was he meant to be captured again? Gu Wukong and Yakaloobai made their way up Mount Paozu once more, where they encountered a stout white cat standing upright on hind legs gripping a walking cane, Master Roshi himself. After explaining their purpose, Master Roshi disclosed the method to resurrect the dragon without concealment. Upon learning they needed the Ruijingu Bang to reach even higher, Gu Wukong hurried to the summit of Mount Paozu, embedded the magical staff into the peak, then returned to ask Yakaloobai if he'd accompany him. Yakaloobai didn't immediately decline, instead asking what mattered most. "Is there good food up there?" "I don't know, but Master Roshi has senza beans right here. There might be something even better above." Yakaloobai reasoned it made sense, and agreed to ascend with Gu Wukong. Together they grasped the magic staff, and upon Gu Wukong's command it rapidly extended upward, carrying them higher. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yakaloobai suddenly noticed dark clouds overhead, and felt an ominous premonition. As they disappeared into the black clouds, sudden lightning strikes crackled around them, and each bolt revealed their skeletal frames beneath the impacts. After enduring several strikes, Yakaloobai let go without hesitation and fell from the clouds. "I absolutely hate getting struck by lightning. Gu Wukong, I'm not continuing with you." Dropping those words, Yakaloobai plummeted rapidly, crashing through Mount Paozu, and creating a human-shaped crater in the ground. While Yakaloobai could let go, Gu Wukong couldn't, not when reviving Shenron and bringing everyone back depended on it. He gritted his teeth and endured. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Wukong finally reached his destination, the sacred world of the Kai. There Gu Wukong met Mr. Popo and the Supreme Kai. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, he learned that a new dragon was being created, a process requiring 6 months. He also discovered that the egg he had previously struck away would eventually pose a grave threat, and agreed to remain at the sacred world to train. Meanwhile, Bulma returned to her home in West City with Aotian, who comfortably settled in, freeloading meals, occasionally teasing Bulma, and living quite comfortably. Of course, most of the time, he was cultivating, simply sitting cross-legged to absorb the energy between heaven and earth. Bulma initially mocked this method, thinking the little charlatan was fooling people again. If sitting counted as cultivation, then what about Gu Wukong and Krillin's grueling training? Aotian didn't explain. Since arriving in this body, he possessed a cultivation system based on 7 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, and space. But it proved useless, leaving him with no power whatsoever since everything had reset to 0. The 5 elemental magic was merely the foundation, capable of evolving into other types, like wind and thunder magic. Only after absorbing the 7 stones transformed from the Dragon Balls did he establish a solid foundation in this body, and gain some power. Yet it was all depleted when he used the Great Prayer technique to aid Tien Shinhan against Piccolo. Simultaneously, a cultivation manual called Dragon God Art inexplicably appeared in his mind, though he had no idea how it got there. He could barely read the 3 characters of its title, and with no clear path to cultivation, he focused on mastering the familiar magic instead. 6 months passed in this manner, until Yakaloobai suddenly visited bearing 2 pieces of news. First, Shenron had been revived, and was ready for use. Second, Piccolo the Great Demon King remained alive. He then departed. Bulma erupted with excitement, and activated her dragon radar, confirming the signal lights appeared. But how could Shenron be resurrected when he was still alive? Aotian was still reeling from shock when Bulma grabbed him, and tossed him onto the aircraft. "Why are you throwing me onto a plane?" "To collect the Dragon Balls," Bulma responded matter-of-factly. "I never said I was going." Bulma climbed into the pilot's seat without looking back. "You eat my food, sleep in my house, wear my clothes, you dare say no?" Aotian was at a loss for words. Taking gifts made one reluctant to refuse. Indeed, he couldn't really say no. Suddenly the aircraft roared to life, and he tumbled forward in a panic. Hey, I haven't even buckled my seatbelt. Following the Dragon radar's guidance, Bulma flew a plane into a forest and found a pitch-black cave. Little pervert, the first Dragon Ball should be in there. Go find it. Long Aotian took a few steps, then suddenly turned back, pointing at himself and asking, Just me? What about you? I'll keep watch outside for you. If there's danger inside, just yell, and I'll make a run for it. Bulma said it so matter-of-factly without a hint of guilt. What if I run into danger? I'll collect your corpse. Don't be so fussy. When Goku was younger than you, he'd chase dinosaurs for meat. Aye. Long Aotian choked on his words in anger, then resignedly walked toward the cave. Moments later, a scream came from the cave. Bulma immediately hid behind a tree trunk, staring at the cave entrance, a flicker of worry crossing her mind. That little pervert isn't really dead, is he? Then she shook her head and denied it. They say a wicked person lives 1,000 years. That little pervert is so bad, he wouldn't just die like that. After a while, two large gleaming eyes emerged from the darkness, followed by a monster. A black python nearly 3 meters thick, its crimson forked tongue hissing menacingly. Bulma quickly retreated behind the tree, holding her breath, and not daring to move. Oh no, that little pervert is really dead. Please don't find me. The rustling sound grew closer, and Bulma's legs began to tremble with fear. She started to miss the old days. Collecting Dragon Balls wasn't this dangerous before. Goku, where are you? Suddenly the rustling stopped. Bulma mustered her courage and peeked out. She didn't see the python, so she took a deep breath and was about to step out from behind the tree when a drop of stinking liquid fell on her face, making her feel nauseous. She casually wiped the liquid away, but another drop fell. Only then did Bulma look up. Ah! A long, terrified scream echoed, and Bulma fainted. It turned out the python hadn't disappeared. It had climbed the tree and was playing hide-and-seek with Bulma. Suddenly a figure slid down the snake's body, stood on its head, and sighed, looking at the unconscious Bulma. How did you get so timid? Fainted just like that. Then he jumped to the ground, stroked the snake's head, and whispered, Little Black, go back. Thanks. The python nodded humanely and slithered back into the cave. Long Aotian sat down against the tree trunk with a 5-star ball at his feet. Half an hour later, Bulma slowly regained consciousness. The first thing she saw was Long Aotian beside her. She grabbed his arm, her face pale with terror. A snake. A huge snake. Are we in the afterlife, having been eaten by the snake? Long Aotian glanced at the arm she was clutching and leered. Dead people have no warmth, but I feel soft and warm right now. Hearing this, Bulma turned her head and followed Long Aotian's gaze. Slap! A crisp, loud sound rang out, and a red handprint appeared on Long Aotian's face. Long Aotian covered his face and protested indignantly. You're the one who took advantage of me. Why did you hit me? The answer was another slap, leaving an identical handprint on his other cheek, perfectly symmetrical. Only then did Bulma notice the Dragon Ball on the ground. She picked it up joyfully and said, Since you found the Dragon Ball, I'll forgive you. Let's go next stop. With that, she headed toward where the plane was parked. Long Aotian, holding his cheeks, followed with a resentful expression. For the second Dragon Ball, they encountered a dinosaur chasing them. At the critical moment, a several-meter-high earth wall suddenly appeared. The dinosaur couldn't stop and crashed into the wall, seeing stars, allowing them to escape. For the third, fourth, and all the way to the 7th Dragon Ball, they always encountered some mishap, yet each time they somehow managed to turn danger into safety. When all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, Bulma began to summon Shenron. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and Shenron appeared once more. The first time she saw Shenron, Bulma scrutinized it carefully and asked curiously, Shenron, did you get a facelift? Long Aotian, lying nearby, looked at the new Shenron and muttered, Indeed, it got a facelift, made uglier. Not as handsome and majestic as my former self. No one heard Long Aotian's muttering. The new Shenron did not answer Bulma's question, but said mechanically, State your wish. Even dumber, no humanity at all. Long Aotian added another comment. Bulma pondered for a moment and asked nervously, Can someone be revived without a body? She asked this because on the battlefield against King Piccolo she hadn't found the bodies of Tenshinhan and Yamcha. Yes! State your wish. Hearing this, Bulma was overjoyed. The old Shenron required a body to revive someone. She immediately stated her wish. Please revive everyone on Earth killed by the demons. On the other side, Aotian, who was watching the drama, had a sour expression. He complained inwardly. So it got uglier and also stronger. A red light flashed in Shenron's eyes, and its mechanical voice rang out. Your wish has been granted. Those without bodies will be revived at the place of their death. I depart. Shenron vanished and sunlight returned to the sky. The 7 dragon balls turned into stone and flew to various parts of the earth. Bulma was ecstatic and quickly took out 3 capsules. Bang, bang, bang. 3 special coffins appeared containing Krillin, Mutant Roshi, and Chaozu. The 3 of them opened their eyes almost simultaneously and stepped out of their coffins, momentarily confused about what had happened. After Bulma explained, they learned about what happened after their deaths. Krillin suddenly glanced at the shorty lying nearby and asked, Who is he? Bulma said with a cold face, Him. A little beggar I picked up on the roadside. You can call him Little Pervert or Little Swindler. Don't listen to Bulma's nonsense. My name is Aotian, not Little Swindler, and certainly not Little Pervert. Aotian quickly got up and came over to explain. He couldn't let that stain on his name spread, or where would he put his face? Krillin casually put his arm around Aotian's shoulders and winked. Hey, no need to explain. Man, you know, hey, Little Pervert interested in joining the turtle school and becoming my junior. Mutant Roshi chimed in, nodding solemnly and saying earnestly, I see you have a remarkable bone structure quite fitting for the turtle school. Would you like to become my disciple? Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them, Mutant Roshi, Krillin, and Chaozu, rubbed their foreheads and winced. 3 perverts. No 4 perverts. Goku is the purest. Bulma's dissatisfied voice rang out. She pulled Chaozu and boarded the plane, leaving only 1 sentence. See you at the turtle house. The 3 of them exchanged knowing smiles and gave each other a look. Suddenly Aotian, watching the plane fly away, realized and shouted, I didn't get on the plane. I didn't get on the plane. A hand suddenly patted his shoulder and comforted him. What's there to fear? Just run back. It's also a form of training, right, Master Roshi? Mutant Roshi felt deeply gratified the sly Krillin of old was no more. He said calmly, Then Krillin, you run back. As for this old bones, I'll take this little pervert to a nearby city to get a car and then go back. Krillin's face stiffened and he wailed, No, I was just kidding. Mutant Roshi said with a stern and serious expression, The master's order has been given. Do you wish to defy the master and leave the school? Aotian covered his mouth and snickered, but soon he thought about how no one called him by his majestic name, and he couldn't laugh anymore. 3 days later, everyone except Goku gathered at the turtle house. Bulma told everyone what she knew. When they learned that King Piccolo was not dead, a shadow of gloom fell over every face. What's there to fear? Goku defeated King Piccolo once, and he can defeat him again. Bulma broke the silence, bringing great hope to everyone, as if she had an almost fanatical confidence in Goku. Tenshinhan shook his head and said seriously, We can't rely solely on Goku. We must also work hard. I've decided to go on a training journey and also climb the legendary Korin Tower. Brother Tian, I'll go with you. I'll go too. Count me in. Chaozu, Krillin, and Yamcha spoke up one after another, none willing to fall behind. Soon the gathering ended. On the turtle island, only Mutant Roshi, Aotian, Bulma, Launch, and a large turtle remained. On Aotian Island, Aotian, wearing sunglasses, was lying leisurely on a deck chair sunbathing, while Aotian rode a large turtle to the sea for fun. Suddenly footsteps were heard, and Bulma and Lan Chi each carried a tray of drinks and food to the table. Little pervert, this is for you. Oh my, the sun rises from the west. The beautiful, noble, gentle Miss Bulma actually brought me food. Aotian exaggeratedly shouted and exclaimed, sat up, took off his sunglasses, unceremoniously grabbed the drink, and took a big gulp, shook his head. Not cold enough. Little pervert, don't push your luck. put down the drink Long Aotian directly asked. Tell me what's the matter with such enthusiasm? I'm a performer, not a prostitute, but if you force me, I have no power to resist. Hee. Be serious, I'm talking business with you. Upon hearing this, Long Aotian put his legs together, placed his hands on his thighs, sat up straight, and asked with a serious face. How's this? Is it serious enough? Uh-huh. Ain't you? Lan Chi couldn't help but laugh and sneeze. Then blue-haired Lan Chi instantly turned into golden-haired Lan Chi. No one knew where she pulled out a machine gun, fired a few shots into the air, then pointed it at Long Aotian's head. Bu Er Ma, why beg him? With the gun pressed to his head, I don't believe he would dare to refuse. Hey, Lan Chi, bullets have no eyes, can you move it away a bit? Long Aotian reached out and pushed the gun muzzle, but it was pushed back. He immediately hugged his chest in fear and trembled. Even if you get my body, you won't get my soul. Bu Er Ma clenched her fists, took a deep breath, then pushed the gun aside, and said bluntly, Can you teach me magic? Magic? What is that? I don't know how. Bu Er Ma couldn't take it anymore, reached out, and grabbed the little pervert's ear, shouted, Pretend, keep pretending. When we were looking for the Dragon Balls, only the two of us, and whenever we encountered danger there was always some inexplicable power helping us. Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3, 4, 5 times, I still can't figure out it's you playing tricks. Ouch, ouch, ouch. But I really don't know any magic. Long Aotian grabbed Bu Er Ma's hand, trying to pull it away, and it was really slippery. If I knew it, I'd be bullied by you like this. Bu Er Ma let go, stopped talking, walked aside, and looked at Lan Chi. Your turn. Should have done this earlier. Lan Chi, as if injected with adrenaline, pulled the trigger at Long Aotian, and bullets poured relentlessly. Damn, you're serious. My small body can't take it. Long Aotian screamed, immediately stretched out a finger, and the bullet stopped half a meter in front of him, unable to advance any further. Heh. So you do know. Bu Er Ma stood aside, watching the show with a sneer. Since you found out, I won't pretend anymore. I reveal myself, I am. Long Aotian was about to declare his triumphant return, but was interrupted by an even angrier voice. Take this, you brat. Eat another cannonball, only if you survive can you teach me. Golden-haired Lan Chi somehow pulled out a rocket launcher and fired a shell without any hesitation. As the shell approached, it suddenly turned, bypassing Long Aotian's body and crashing into the sea, causing an explosion and waves. The bullets half a meter in front of Long Aotian all fell to the ground. Looking at the golden-haired Lan Chi, he felt like crying. One Bu Er Ma was already troublesome, and now there was an even fiercer one. Unbeknownst, Xianren returned nearby and witnessed this scene. Unable to resist the itch, he jumped off his turtle shell and rushed across the sea's surface toward Long Aotian. Let me also test the power of your so-called magic. Seeing Xianren approaching rapidly, Long Aotian's face changed drastically, and he waved his hands repeatedly, shouting, No, don't. However, Xianren was not slow. By the time Long Aotian shouted the second word, he had already arrived in front of him and threw a punch. Xianren felt his fist pause, as if blocked by something, but only for a moment, then broke through the barrier. Immediately feeling something wrong, he withdrew his power with all his might. Bang! A punch hit the chest, and Long Aotian flew into the sea. Xianren quickly jumped into the sea to save him, and when he came ashore, he carried an unconscious youth on his shoulder. Bu Er Ma and Lan Chi looked at each other. After a long while, Lan Chi said uncertainly, Seems a bit weak. Should we still learn? Well? Bu Er Ma was at a loss for a moment, unsure what to decide. After thinking, she gave an ambiguous answer. Let's see first. Half a day later, Long Aotian slowly woke up, opened his eyes, to find himself surrounded by 3 people, and weakly asked, What do you want? Bu Er Ma said bluntly with disdain, Your magic is a bit weak, can't even withstand one punch from that old pervert. Long Aotian's face turned blank, holding his still aching chest, and then he cried, I've only been cultivating for half a year. How many years has Xianren lived, and what is his strength? What makes you think I could block his punch? Do you think magic is invincible? If I didn't have some tricks, I would be dead. Woo-woo. Well, I withdrew most of my power at the end, otherwise you might really be dead. Aotian added another blow. It wasn't that Aotian had some tricks, but that the old pervert held back. Hearing the little pervert's complaint, Ma thought True Kulin had trained under that old pervert for a long time, and at the martial arts tournament, he was also instantly defeated by the old pervert, wearing a wig. Realizing this, Ma guiltily stepped forward, pressed Aotian's head against her stomach, and comforted. "Don't cry, it's our fault." Tears rubbing against Ma's clothes, Aotian said his true feelings. "And then let me hold you a bit longer, and I won't cry." Then, bang! Someone got beaten again. On the beach outside Aotian house, an old man and a young man lay on chairs, each holding a telescope, watching two beautiful bikini-clad women swimming in the sea. "Master Wution, is this get satisfactory? You're really sensible, much better than the few broken picture books Kulin gave. And Lan Chi's figure is even better. Can this really test magical talent?" "Of course it's true," Aotian answered without batting an eye. Swimming in the sea were Ma and Lan Chi, unaware that large expanses of fair skin were being fully observed by two perverts. Because Aotian Island was surrounded by seawater, it was most convenient to test water magic talent. The better one swam, and the more graceful the posture, the stronger the water talent. Those who couldn't swim were completely incompatible with water magic. So Ma and Lan Chi both changed into swimsuits with less fabric and more body-hugging fit, and began testing in the sea. Suddenly Aotian put down his telescope and asked very seriously, "Actually, I'm more curious about who you are. I don't know if I should teach you cultivation." Aotian also put down his telescope, took a drink from the table, and said, "I am Aotian. As for the rest, does it matter? We are friends, not enemies. Suffice it to say that we have met many times before." Then he stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, "I beg Master Wution to teach me cultivation." Aotian squinted and gazed at Aotian, and after a long while he nodded gently. "All right, I will accept you as my disciple and teach you cultivation." Seeing that the apprenticeship was successful, Aotian suddenly looked at the sea and changed the subject with a lecherous smile. "Actually, I still prefer Ma's figure." Shortly after, the two in the water returned to the shore, immediately entered the house to change back into their previous clothes, and came out to ask, "Do we have water magic talent?" Aotian saw that they had changed back, and said listlessly and perfunctorily, "And then your water magic talents are both top grade." Afterwards, after a serious test, golden-haired Lan Chi had fire talent, blue-haired Lan Chi had water talent, and Ma had dual fire and wind talent. Then on Aotian Island a scene appeared where Ma chased and scolded from behind, while Aotian fled ahead. "You little pervert, didn't you say the better you swim the higher the water talent? How come I'm not related to water at all? I see you just tricked me into wearing a swimsuit. I'll beat you until your butt is black and blue. Help! Disciple attacking master." Blue-haired Lan Chi covered her mouth and chuckled quietly, watching the two play. Thus Aotian became a disciple of the Aotian school. During the day, he trained in martial arts under Aotian's guidance, and at night, he practiced magic together with the two women. In the blink of an eye, Aotian had been training under the Turtle Hermit School for 2.5 years. On this very day, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Master Roshi led Aotian, Bulma, and Lan Chi to the registration point, where they encountered Pur and Wulong. After 2.5 years of cultivation, Aotian, now clad in the red martial arts uniform of the Turtle Hermit School, had undergone tremendous transformation. Standing at 176 centimeters, his features gradually sharpened, shedding once youthful innocence, and becoming increasingly handsome. Golden-haired Lan Chi, dressed in white trousers and a tight red robe that accentuated her striking figure, coiled her golden hair into an elegant bun. Bulma, with hair cascading over her shoulders, wore a form-fitting aqua-blue dress interwoven with white stripes. Vivid phoenixes adorned each of her arms, and as she moved, her fair calves peeked through, exuding nobility and grace. The two women, with utterly contrasting styles, captivated the attention of all nearby. At first sight, Wulong nearly drooled. Bulma and Lan Chi strode to the registration desk, signed up for themselves, then returned to their companions to wait in silence. Puer and Wu Long were utterly astounded, pointing at the two women and stammering. You. Unable to form a complete sentence for a long while. Lan Shi clenched her right fist and threatened. What? I'm stepping onto the ring. Do you two have a problem with that? No, just... I recall guns aren't allowed in the tournament, right? Lan Shi folded her arms confidently and retorted. Even without a gun, I could knock you both flat. Puer and Wu Long exchanged a glance, and silently chose not to continue the conversation. Women, especially the golden-haired Lan Shi, were not to be trifled with. Suddenly a light rain began to fall. People on the street hurriedly opened umbrellas, or took shelter under eaves. Only Long Aotian, Bulma, and Lan Shi stood in the rain without umbrellas, yet not a single drop touched them. The bewildered Puer and Wu Long marveled at the sight. As dusk approached, the rain showed no sign of stopping. A balloon floated up, and got caught in a tree branch. A little girl ran beneath the tree, gazing longingly at the balloon. Bulma saw her, leaped lightly to grab the balloon string, landed steadily before the girl, and returned it. The little girl, now holding the balloon, smiled sweetly, and thanked her. Thank you, big sister. You are so beautiful. Suddenly a man holding an umbrella stepped forward and said softly, Bulma, you seem quite different now. Hearing that voice, Bulma felt a pang of familiarity, yet couldn't place it. Then the face beneath the umbrella slowly revealed itself before her eyes. You are you? Staring at the handsome face before her, she couldn't immediately recognize him. Only when the face gradually overlapped with the image of an old friend did she exclaim in surprise. You're Wukong. Wukong nodded, acknowledging his identity. It's been a long time no see. Your clothes are really pretty. That single sentence instantly shattered the elegant composure Bulma had maintained for so long. She gritted her teeth and asked, So only my clothes are pretty? Yeah, the clothes are really nice. Wukong repeated, then walked around Bulma to greet everyone with a smile. Master Roshi, I've missed you so much. Lan Shi, you seem quite different too, a bit like Bulma. Puer Wu, long time no see. Then he stood before Long Aotian, his gaze intent, and asked, Who are you? Master Roshi was taken aback, glanced at the dazed Bulma, and inquired, Bulma, haven't Wukong and Aotian met before? The sudden question snapped Bulma out of her frustration. After a moment's thought, she replied, It seems they haven't. Master Roshi was about to introduce them, when Long Aotian stopped him, and introduced himself. Wukong, long time no see. I'm Master Roshi's new disciple, your junior brother. My name is Long Aotian. Seeing Master Roshi nod in confirmation, Wukong felt a surge of fighting spirit, and said happily, I'm Sung Wukong. Let's spar sometime. The opportunity will come. With that, Long Aotian walked over to Bulma and whispered, I recall someone once swore that if Wukong didn't grow up ugly, she'd marry him. I wonder if that promise still stands. Bulma, who had been itching to vent her anger, immediately found her target, and grabbed the scoundrel's ear. Ow! Let go or I'll tell Wukong. Bulma instantly released him and warned, If you dare utter a single word, I'll twist your ear off. Sigh. Long Aotian let out a despondent sigh full of melancholy. I'm pretty handsome too, you know. Why won't you or Lan Shi marry me? What's wrong with me? Get lost, you little pervert. Seeing that Tianjin Fan and the others had not yet arrived, the group could only continue waiting. Just 1 minute before registration closed, 4 figures flashed past like the wind and appeared at the registration desk. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Kulin, and Yamu Cha had finally made it. Upon meeting, Kulin embraced Wukong with immense excitement, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. The night passed without incident. The next day, the preliminary rounds of the tournament were held indoors, and not open to the public, but Master Roshi and a few others stealthily went to watch. Wukong encountered his old rival Kaiotsu Xiaoba Wang and dispatched him with a single blow. Every opponent he faced was finished in one hit, securing his place among the top 8. Jiaozi was unfortunate enough to meet the cyborg Tao Pai Pai Tao Bai Bai, and was eliminated in the preliminaries. However, the cyborg Tao Pai Pai then clashed with Tianjin Fan, and was knocked unconscious, allowing Tianjin Fan to advance to the top 8. A contestant dressed in a white cloak with green skin calling himself Dai's second-generation demon also breezed into the top 8. Next, a short thin man, wearing glasses defeated a masked fat man in a highly comical manner to secure a spot. Kulin and Yamcha both advanced to the top 8 once again, joined by a beautiful young woman in a blue cheapao. The final spot was contested in a coincidental match between Bulma and Lan Chi. On this stage, the golden-haired Lan Chi fought with fists ablaze, each fiery punch causing explosions. She defeated opponent after opponent in close-quarters combat to reach the final round. Bulma, however, was the complete opposite. She employed simple wind-based magic for long-range attacks, every move exuding elegance. Most opponents never even saw where the attack came from before losing. The two partners who had trained together and knew each other inside out now stood on the same stage contending for the last spot. The referee announced the start of the match. Bulma took out a small bottle and held it in her hand. The moment she saw the bottle, the golden-haired Lan Chi roared in fury. "Bulma, you cheat! How can you call it cheating? The rules say no weapons, but they never said no perfume. This last spot is mine." In an instant, the pungent, overpowering scent of perfume spread across the entire ring. The golden-haired Lan Chi sneezed once, and the blue-haired Lan Chi appeared. "Ah, why am I here? Achoo!" The golden-haired Lan Chi reappeared, hurling a final threat. "You're ruthless! Achoo!" The blue-haired Lan Chi emerged then. After another sneeze, the golden-haired Lan Chi returned. Suppressing the urge to sneeze, she quickly leaped off the stage and conceded. The spectators, who had come to see two beautiful women duel, were left dumbfounded. None had expected the last spot to be decided in such a bizarre and effortless manner. Thus the 8 finalists were all determined. After another round of lottery, the quarter-final matchups were announced. First match, Kulin vs. Dai. Second match, Yamcha vs. Xian. Third match, Sun Wukong vs. Tianjin Fan. Fourth match, Bulma vs. Chi-Chi. The quarterfinals will commence tomorrow. Early the next morning, the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament was already packed with people, a sea of humanity. Xianren and his group arrived late, but thanks to the blonde Lan Chi's forceful clearing of the way, they smoothly reached the prime seats in the front row. Dong! With the sound of a gong, the referee, dressed in a black suit, tie, and sunglasses, made a dazzling appearance. After a passionate speech, he announced the official start of the quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The first match was Kulin vs. Dai. Kulin gave his all, but was struck down from the sky by Dai, and had to concede defeat. The second match was Yamcha vs. Xian. After being toyed with, Yamcha used his newly created special move, the Spirit Ball, to hit his opponent, but was then strongly countered by Xian, and knocked off the stage with a single blow. The third match, Wukong was forced by Tianjin Fan to remove his weights, and then defeated Tianjin Fan, who had used the four-limb fist technique. After a brief rest following the third match, the referee stepped onto the stage and shouted passionately, "Now let's welcome the last two contestants." Ma and Chi-Chi walked from the waiting room to the stage one after the other. First to walk onto the stage is the heiress of Capsule Corporation, who combines beauty, wisdom, wealth, and strength, Miss Ma. With a long trailing note, the referee's face flushed red, as he nearly shouted himself hoarse. Driven by the referee, the audience below cheered like mad. Ma! Ma! The overwhelming and spectacular uproar startled Xianren, and the others. Even the previous champion and runner-up had not received such frenzy. Taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face, the referee looked at the passionate audience below, and was very satisfied. It wasn't that he could help being so enthusiastic, it was simply that Ma had paid him too much. Speaking of Xianren, perhaps not everyone knows him, but when it comes to Capsule Corporation, it is known to everyone on Earth. The sole heir of Capsule Corporation participating in the tournament, and reaching the quarterfinals, it would be a waste not to use this opportunity for publicity. And Miss Ma's opponent is also a cute and beautiful young lady. Let's welcome Chi-Chi. Because she was a pretty girl, quite a few people in the audience cheered and clapped, but compared to the previous reception, it was far less enthusiastic. Only one spot for the semifinals remains. Will Miss Ma advance smoothly, or will Miss Chi mount a comeback? Now I declare the fourth match officially begins. Having said that, the referee immediately ran off the stage, leaving the battlefield to the two beautiful girls. The audience below once again shouted in unison, Ma victory! Chi assumed a fighting stance, listening to the shouts from the audience, her eyes already filled with boundless fury. She had come to the tournament originally to settle accounts with some heartless man, but now she only wanted to throw the woman opposite her off the stage. Capsule Corporation heiress, you should just stay at home and be a pretty vase. Ma had never dreamed that she would one day stand on the quarterfinal stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament. She was enjoying the cheers when she suddenly heard the taunt from her opponent. Smiling, she retorted, "A vase! You're inferior to me in every way. I think you're just jealous and resentful." Ma looked at her opponent, then suddenly lifted her head and puffed out her chest proudly. "Even here yours seems to be a little smaller. You? I'll flatten them." Chi, enraged, let out a furious roar and charged at high speed. Midway, she suddenly halted, crossing her arms in front of her to defend. A tremendous force struck, pushing Chi backward until she stopped at the edge of the stage. Chi looked at Ma's raised fist, a hint of solemnity in her eyes. She said seriously, "I take back what I said earlier. You're not a vase, but I will still flatten you." Chi suddenly vanished from the stage, constantly changing direction as she approached her opponent. Ma's expression tensed, but instead, she closed her eyes and stood still, motionless. Chi was momentarily startled, not understanding why Ma would close her eyes in the middle of a fight. But she thought it was even better. She attacked from Ma's left. Unexpectedly, that sure-hit punch was blocked by the closed-eye Ma. Chi was stunned and felt a sudden pain in her abdomen. She retreated to release the force and immediately launched another attack. Ma, still with her eyes closed, blocked Chi-Chi's strike, and an inexplicable force pushed Chi back again. After repeating this more than a dozen times, Chi-Chi's next attack missed. It turned out that Ma had suddenly flown up and hovered in the air, and then she did something that left everyone dumbfounded. Ma flew into the air, shaking her jade-like arm, repeatedly muttering, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." If one were closer, they could see her arms slightly reddened and tears of pain dripping from the corners of her eyes. Aotian, Long Aotian, and Lan Chi, who were watching the match almost simultaneously, covered their faces, looking like they couldn't bear to watch. Helplessly they muttered, "We knew it would be like this." Although magical training could enhance one's physique to some extent, it was far inferior to martial arts practice. During the 2.5-year training, Ma, afraid of hardship and fatigue, rarely engaged in martial arts. Lan Chi, on the other hand, followed the same path as Long Aotian, practicing both magic and martial arts. Ma could detect and block Chi-Chi's attacks not because she was powerful, but because she relied on the perception of wind. Whenever there was movement, it created a flow of wind, allowing her to predict and block in advance. Dai, standing on the roof, commented with interest, "Very interesting attack method, but too weak." Tianjin Fan exclaimed in surprise, "That's not the air dance technique." After a moment, Ma finally felt less pain. Looking down at the woman on the stage, she cursed, "You violent girl, you're even stronger than Lan Chi. Watch out, you might never get married." "You?" Chi, thinking of some heartless man, was fuming as she pointed at Ma, but she didn't dare to jump recklessly. She couldn't fly and was very wary of that invisible attack. "Come down if you have the guts." "Go down. Do you think I'm stupid?" Ma sneered with contempt, then confidently said, "Now let me show you my true strength." Ma quickly formed hand seals, bringing her palms together, and using her spiritual power, she condensed over 100 almost solid wind blades behind her. It was then that the audience understood Ma's attack method. Many spectators rubbed their eyes and murmured, "Is this an illusion? Be careful, my wind blades are very sharp. Don't cry if your clothes get torn, hee." With that warning, Ma controlled a wind blade and aimed it straight at Chi. Chi stared at the wind blade, and as it approached, she slightly sidestepped. The wind blade shot into the stage. Seeing the smooth, flat edge of the gap, Where the wind blade had disappeared, she looked very serious. Good reflexes, but if you can dodge one, what about 10? Bulma grinned and controlled the wind blades to shoot continuously. Chi-Chi dodged and weaved rapidly on the stage. A lock of hair was cut off, a piece of cloth flew away. After all the 100 wind blades were exhausted, Chi-Chi had several cuts on her waist, thighs, and shoulders, revealing glimpses of skin. She was gasping heavily. Bulma was also breathing slightly heavily, the consumption not small, but she felt victory was assured. She persuaded, "Give up, you're no match for me." Chi-Chi's face was cold. She didn't want to admit defeat, but she had no way to defeat her opponent. Although she had never trained in it, she could only try. Chi-Chi calmed her mind and focused her spirit, standing with her legs slightly apart, her hands forming a calyx shape at her waist. Seeing this, Long Aotian beneath the stage shouted excitedly, "Kamehameha, it's the Kamehameha! Master Roshi, when did you secretly take on such a beautiful junior sister for me?" Turtle Hermit stared at Chi-Chi's face, studying it carefully, but he was certain he didn't recognize her. Yet her stance was unmistakably the Kamehameha unique to their school. He shook his head and said, "I don't know her. She's not your junior sister." Long Aotian waved his hand grandly and declared boldly, "That doesn't matter anymore. I've decided. I'm going to pursue her." Then he shouted up at Bulma, who was hovering above the arena. "Bulma, take it easy. Don't hurt my future wife." Chi-Chi, who was attempting the Kamehameha, wavered slightly upon hearing this and scolded, "You lecher. Who's your future wife? Stop talking nonsense." Bulma laughed heartily. "Uh-huh. You little womanizer, she's not buying it." Long Aotian argued back. "Bulma, my name is Long Aotian, not little womanizer. Don't ruin my reputation, or I'll sue you for slander. Do you even have a reputation left to ruin? With all these people watching and the cameraman here." A light bulb went off in Long Aotian's head. He straightened his clothes and made a formal invitation. "Miss Chi-Chi, after the match, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" Chi-Chi's face darkened as she lodged a complaint. "Referee, is it allowed for someone off stage to interfere with a match like this?" Ahem. The referee cleared his throat twice and picked up the microphone to issue a warning. "Little? No. Mr. Long Aotian, please refrain from disrupting the match, or I will have you removed from the venue." Ha ha ha. The entire venue erupted in deafening laughter, but many male spectators secretly gave a thumbs up, including poor Wulong Yamucha and Kellen. The moment Kellen saw Chi-Chi, a hint of admiration blossomed in his heart, but he didn't dare approach. He couldn't help but sigh. This little junior brother is truly a role model for all of us. With no further off-stage interference, Chi-Chi continued her attempt at the Kamehameha. After another round of gathering energy, she thrust her palms forward only to produce a puff of black smoke. A sense of frustration crept into her heart. Damn it! That heartless man did it on his first try. Why can't I? Then she plopped down on the arena floor and said defiantly, "I'm not giving up. If you've got the guts, come down here and throw me out." Humph. Who said I have to come down to throw you out? Soon enough you'll be jumping off this platform yourself. Bulma gave a cold snort as her palms began to glow red. She swung her hands repeatedly, sending bursts of flame shooting from her palms. Seeing the flames hurtling toward her, Chi-Chi sprang up to dodge. The fire struck the arena floor and lingered, refusing to dissipate. Within seconds, half the platform was engulfed in blazing flames, forcing Chi-Chi to the edge, her body drenched in sweat. "Do you surrender?" Bulma proposed again. Chi-Chi lifted her head and said stubbornly, "I won't surrender." "Maybe my flames can't hurt you, but your clothes can't withstand the heat. If you don't want them burned to ashes, jump down from the platform now." Suddenly a bystander shouted, "Miss Chi-Chi, don't you dare surrender. I'm rooting for you." With that first cry, a chorus of voices supporting Chi-Chi rose and fell, all of them distinctly male. Only the announcer, who was closest to the stage, maintained his professionalism. Wiping his sweat with a handkerchief, he pleaded into the microphone, "Miss Chi-Chi, perhaps you should surrender." Chi-Chi had been holding her head high, but at some point tears began to well in her eyes. Suddenly disregarding her dignity, she sat down on the arena floor and started to cry. "I won't surrender. I won't." Sun Wukong, you heartless man, I hate you. Boo-hoo. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present for a full 3 seconds. When Bulma heard Wukong's name, she waved her hand extinguishing the flames on the stage, and slowly flew back to the platform. Looking at Wukong, she asked, "Do you know her?" Wukong studied her carefully, and shook his head. "No. Miss Chi-Chi, my Wukong says he doesn't know you. Don't come looking for trouble." Chi-Chi shot to her feet, wiped away her tears, and cursed. "You bastard. You heartless man. You promised that when we grew up you'd marry me. Have you forgotten?" Seeing Wukong's blank expression still showing no trace of recognition, Chi-Chi pressed on. "Huayan Mountain, the Bull Demon King. I'm Chi-Chi. Have you really forgotten me?" At the mention of Huayan Mountain and the Bull Demon King, Wukong finally recalled a past experience. He exclaimed, "You were that Chi-Chi. But back then you were this tiny. And now, you look nothing like it." As he spoke, Wukong gestured with his hands to show her size. "I thought bride was something delicious to eat, so I agreed." Kellen had already walked onto the stage. Hearing his friend's idiotic remark, he couldn't help but interject. "Wukong, a bride isn't something you eat. A bride is your wife. You get married and live together." "You heartless man. You just don't want to take responsibility." Wukong listened confused. Though he still didn't fully understand, he knew that a promise was a promise. He smiled and said, "Then let's get married." Chi-Chi, who was about to cry again, froze, unable to believe her ears. She asked nervously, "Do you mean it?" Wukong nodded. A promise is a promise. Let's get married." "Yay." Chi-Chi beamed with joy and reached out to give Wukong a big hug, only to lunge at empty air. Staring at the woman who had grabbed Wukong's hand, Chi-Chi planted her hands on her hips and barked. "Bulma, what do you think you're doing? Let go of my husband." "Let go of my husband." Clinging tightly to Wukong's arm, Bulma said stubbornly, "I don't approve of your marriage." Chi-Chi's fiery temper flared. She grabbed Wukong's other arm, determined to pull him back, and retorted, "Since when do I need your approval to marry Wukong? Just because you're rich and have big boobs you think you're something special." Bulma, straining with all her might, yanked Wukong toward her and revealed the reason. "I made a vow whoever saved me I would marry. That time it was Wukong who saved me. 2 beautiful women were tearing a man in half, and that man was his own best friend." Kellen's world collapsed. It wasn't just Kellen. Everyone present was utterly stunned. They had never seen such a spectacle at a martial arts tournament. One by one, they turned into war correspondents, eager to get the first scoop. Wukong stood there, letting them pull him, recalling his childhood memories. He said honestly, "Bulma, I've saved you plenty of times, but I've never heard you make that vow." "Haha, Bulma, let go. Wukong is mine." Chi-Chi laughed triumphantly as she yanked Wukong over to her side, shielding him behind her like a mother hen eyeing Bulma, the hawk, with wary vigilance. Bulma crossed her arms and looked off stage, fuming. "That little womanizer can vouch for me. Hey, get up here." Hearing himself called out, Long Aotian reluctantly walked onto the stage and recounted the scene of Bulma's vow during the battle with King Piccolo. Chi-Chi stood her ground and argued. "So what? That was your vow. Wukong never agreed to it. Don't you dare try to steal my husband." "You?" Seeing how stubborn and difficult Chi-Chi was, Bulma threw the question back to the male lead. "Wukong, you decide. Her or me?" Well, Wukong had never been in such a situation, and had no idea how to answer. His best friend stepped in to help and offered a suggestion. "Why don't you both marry Wukong?" Bang. Bang. 2 large lumps swelled up on Kellen's bald head. "Impossible. I will never share a husband with anyone else." Bulma and Chi-Chi shouted almost simultaneously in perfect sync, then both turned to look at Sun Wukong. After a moment's hesitation, Wukong walked past Chi-Chi and stood before Bulma. Bulma's face lit up with joy, and she shot a triumphant glance at Chi-Chi. "I'm sorry, Bulma. Since I've already promised Chi-Chi, I have to keep my word." Wukong's mind was that straightforward, simple, or rather single track. A promise was a promise. Chi-Chi's heart, which had sunk to the depths, suddenly leaped again. She immediately grabbed Wukong's arm, made a smug face, and declared her ownership through action, walking off the stage with him. Bulma stood frozen as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at Wukong's retreating figure. She knew that if she missed this chance it might be gone forever. After finishing his gossip, the referee walked onto the stage and announced loudly, "Congratulations to Miss Bulma for advancing to the semi-finals." Fighting back the urge to cry, Bulma snatched the microphone and said with a smile, "To celebrate making it to the semi-finals, tonight's entire bill on the island is on me." Bulma, Bulma, Bulma. Cheers rose in waves. No one doubted the wealth of the Capsule Corporation's heiress. The crowd dispersed and Bulma wandered off alone. By nightfall, she sat on the beach staring out at the sea in a daze. Rustling footsteps approached, and a figure came to stand beside Bulma. "How did you know I was here? I taught you magic. Do you think it's hard to find you?" The newcomer was Aotian. He suggested softly, "If you can't accept it, you could always take matters into your own hands. Cook the rice first, so to speak. That simpleton Wukong will definitely take responsibility." "Tch, who do you think I am?" Bulma gave a disdainful laugh. "I've got money, a great figure, and a pretty face. Guys who want to date me could circle the globe. Wukong not choosing me. It's his loss." "Humph. Yes, right here in front of you is a handsome guy who wants to date you and live off your wealth. Get lost, you little womanizer." After a night of revelry, the audience's enthusiasm for the martial arts tournament soared the next day, eagerly anticipating that Bulma would advance further. Unfortunately, the other three in the top four were extremely powerful, and no matter whom she drew, defeat was the only option. Bulma's opponent was Wukong, and they were the first pair to appear in the semifinals. On the ring, Bulma looked at Wukong with a calm expression, showing no signs of having been rejected the night before. "Wukong, I know I'm no match for you, but I have a technique that needs a bit of time. I'd like to try it." "Alright, I also want to know just how strong you are now, Bulma." Bulma could become stronger perhaps in a different way, but Wukong was genuinely happy for her. Bulma nodded softly, said thank you, and slowly flew into the sky. A flame burst from her left palm, while a white whirlwind emerged from her right. She gradually brought her palms together. Aotian, watching the battle, looked at Bulma's stubborn face, shook his head and sighed. "Magic fusion is never that simple. Why are you being so stubborn, Sai? Wind can fuel fire, but also extinguish it. I hope nothing goes wrong." In the sky, Bulma carefully brought her palms together. The moment the flame touched the whirlwind, a violent explosion occurred, and a cloud of black smoke enveloped her. Before the smoke cleared, another explosion rang out, thickening the smoke. "Bulma, give up. You can't possibly do it now." Aotian shouted loudly, hoping she would stop. "No. I can do it. Merge, damn it." The smoke obscured the view, but they heard Bulma's unwilling roar. As for why she was so unwilling, perhaps only she knew in her heart. Suddenly, in front of the smoke, two strange energies, one red and one white, appeared. Then one clockwise, and one counterclockwise, they traced two circles of different sizes. A budding flower appeared at the center, perfectly connecting the two circles. "I name this move Rose's Fury." As she spoke, the flower bloomed and endless flames burst forth, turning into a fiery energy pillar shooting toward Wukong. Within the flames, a whirlwind spun, ready to strike. The second-generation demon, watching from the rooftop, shook his head and commented, "All flash, no substance. If it were simpler, it might be 30% more powerful. That woman must have a screw loose." Wukong watched the incoming flame energy, simply stretched out one hand and waited for its arrival. Boom! A violent explosion erupted on the ring, and the smoke buried Wukong. Everyone looked toward the center of the explosion, except for one person. She saw Aotian suddenly fly out of the spectator area and asked curiously, "Little pervert, where are you going?" "That's the ring." Aotian didn't reply, just flew toward the top of the ring. As the smoke was about to dissipate, a figure fell and landed right into his arms. Bulma had already fallen into a coma, her hair disheveled, and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. After greeting Ren and the others, Aotian carried Bulma away from the tournament and found a room for her to rest. At the tournament, Kulin saw his junior brothers departing back, and gently elbowed Yamcha beside him, reminding him, "Bulma is injured and unconscious. Aren't you going to check on her?" Looking at the figure about to disappear in the distance, Yamcha hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "With the junior brother taking care of her, she'll be fine. I'm more looking forward to the next match." The real reason was that yesterday Bulma had snatched Wukong from a woman right in front of Yamcha, who was her official boyfriend. They had a big argument afterward and were very unhappy. Since it was a private matter, he didn't want to talk about it with others and focused on watching the next match. On the ring, the smoke cleared, and Wukong appeared before the audience completely unharmed. Suddenly, Wukong shook his right hand and muttered, "Hot, hot, hot. So hot." Under the huge gap in strength, the Rose's fury was nothing more than that to Wukong. The referee walked onto the ring at the right moment and announced, "Congratulations to contestant Sun Wukong for advancing to the finals once again. Next we will begin the next match. Please welcome the two contestants." On the way back to the rest area, Wukong brushed past Xian. "Actually, you don't need to come. I'll defeat him. Can you bring yourself to do it?" "I'll settle it myself." This brief exchange showed that the two were already well acquainted. On the ring, after a heated exchange of words that no one understood, the two contestants began their battle. In the end, Xian was sealed into a small bottle after the demon sealing wave he unleashed was bounced back at him. The moment the demon sealing wave appeared, those in the know, Gue Xian, Ren Jin Fan, and others, gathered in the rest area to find Wukong. After a conversation, they left with very grim expressions. After the semi-finals, the final was scheduled for the afternoon. Following a break, a gong sounded and fireworks were set off at the tournament, signaling that the final was about to begin. In the hotel room, Aotian looked back at Bulma, who was still unconscious on the bed, and complained, "Why do you have to be so stubborn? I can't even watch the final." He pulled a chair over to the window and sat staring blankly in the direction of the tournament. "Little pervert, why don't you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Suddenly a very weak voice came from behind him. "Oh, you're awake." Aotian exclaimed in surprise, turning around and saying, "I've said it before, I prefer using my mouth, not my hands. Fighting and killing are no fun." "Like hell I believe you, you little trickster. Keep bluffing. Go ahead." Although she had not trained in martial arts under Gue Xian Ren, she had heard a lot from Lan Chi. This little trickster trained like a madman, completely disregarding his own life, and never used magic to assist his martial arts training. Then at night, he also practiced magic. How could anyone believe that someone who trains so hard and relentlessly doesn't like fighting? Believe it or not. He turned away proudly and continued looking out the window. After a long while, Bulma asked softly, "Where's Yamcha? Did he come?" "No, he should still be at the tournament venue." Aotian suddenly became interested and teased, "You're not already falling for Yamcha after being dumped by Wukong, are you?" "Don't talk nonsense. Wukong is a backup. Yamcha is my boyfriend." Bulma retorted irritably. Seeing that he was still staring in the direction of the tournament, she forced a smile and said, "Since I'm awake, my injuries aren't serious. If you want to watch, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Your relationship is quite complicated." Aotian didn't press further on the matter. He turned to look at Bulma seriously and said, "With your frail body, 2 backlashes, and a force fusion, you might not even be able to get out of bed for a month. So you're saying there's a way to help me recover quickly?" After thinking for a moment, Aotian nodded. "There is, but you won't agree." "How do you know I won't agree if you don't tell me?" "My hands need to be placed on your back to help heal you. There can't be any obstruction in between, not even clothes. Understand?" Having said the method, Aotian was prepared to be scolded, but things didn't go as scripted. I'll think it over." Hearing this, Aotian thought he had misheard. This was so unlike Bulma. Plucking up his courage, he turned around and asked, "Did the backlash burn your brain?" "Get lost?" Continuing to stare at the tournament, Aotian finally felt relieved and muttered quietly, "Not burned out. Still the same old recipe." In the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku faced the newly reborn Piccolo. After a brief exchange, Piccolo was pummeled into the sky by Goku's relentless assault. Blood trickling from his lips, Piccolo, enraged and humiliated, concentrated his power into his palms. A white glow flickered around his hands as he sneered, "Goku, I'll send you all to hell, haha." A massive energy wave erupted. Forced into a corner, Goku countered with a Super Kamehameha, pushing the energy wave back. After the explosion, Piccolo's clothes were torn apart, revealing his true form to the world. Among the audience, a sharp-eyed spectator quickly recognized the green figure in the sky, trembling. That's Piccolo, the Demon King. Once one person spoke, others followed, and more spectators recognized the figure. Run! Panic swept through the crowd. Everyone fled, wishing they had more legs. Soon only the professional referee Kane Sennin and a few others remained in the arena. Ha ha ha. Goku, is that all you've got? Piccolo slowly descended onto the arena, his demeanor dismissive and mocking, as if he hadn't just lost the energy clash. Or are you worried about that old man Kami? He swallowed, then produced a glass bottle from his mouth and casually tossed it aside. Goku caught the bottle, puzzled, but wasted no time. He tore off the seal and opened the lid, releasing the imprisoned Kami. Kami, disoriented, looked at Goku and asked, "You saved me." Then, spotting Piccolo, he growled, "Goku, let's attack together and kill him." Ha ha ha. Old man, do you think I'd release you if I feared a combined attack? Piccolo laughed heartily, showing no respect for Kami. You're old, so accept it. Go sit in the shade. You? Kami's face darkened as he prepared to strike, but Goku's hand stopped him. This is my fight. Please don't interfere. Trust me. Kami hesitated, then stepped down from the arena, joining Tien Shinhan and the others. Seeing Kami safe, Goku launched an attack, his speed even greater than before. Piccolo, far from worried, grinned at Goku's increased speed. I knew you were holding back, but if that's all, you're doomed, Goku. Unfazed by the taunts, Goku charged forward, throwing a straight punch. Piccolo twisted to dodge, then delivered a devastating kick to Goku's abdomen. Goku flew backward, bewildered by Piccolo's sudden speed. Now fighting at full power, he raised an eyebrow, changed his trajectory, and leaped into the sky, using his hands for support. The moment Goku jumped, a green leg swept through the space. Piccolo looked up, leaped high, and pursued. In the sky, the two clashed at blinding speed. Only the sounds of impact could be heard. Suddenly, Goku's figure appeared, plummeting from the sky and cratering the arena. Before he could catch his breath, an energy sphere shot down from above. Goku rolled left to avoid the attack, then used his legs to spring up and flip, repeatedly dodging for energy blasts. Just as he steadied himself, he spun around and retreated, blocking a surprise attack from Piccolo behind him. After blocking over a dozen punches, Piccolo struck Goku in the face, sending him flying through a wall of the arena, burying him under rubble. Goku! Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others cried out in shock, unable to understand how Goku, who had been slightly ahead moments ago, was now overwhelmed. They were about to intervene when Piccolo, anticipating their move, waved his hand, sending a white flash that carved a dark trench before them, blocking their path. Don't rush. Once I kill Goku, you'll be next. Uh-huh. Piccolo laughed arrogantly, dismissing the group entirely. Against absolute power, numbers meant nothing. The rubble exploded as Goku soared out, arms outstretched toward Piccolo, who easily leaped aside. Goku twisted midair, landed, and sprang back up, but Piccolo's eyes glowed red, and Goku narrowly avoided the beam. Though he dodged the beam, Piccolo was already above him, delivering a brutal kick that Goku couldn't counter. He crashed into the arena again, creating a deep crater, and lay motionless. Piccolo landed slowly at the crater's edge, his voice cold. Referee, start the count. The stunned referee jolted back to his duty, began the count loudly. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Just as the count reached 10, Goku stirred, forced himself up from the pit, and stood on the arena again, wiping blood from his mouth, eyes fixed on his opponent. Excellent. Our competitor Goku has risen with indomitable will. The match continues. Go Goku. The referee, true to his professionalism, announced the continuation, adding a personal cheer. I trained for 3 years at Kami's temple, yet I can't match you. Though the battle continued, Goku's admission signaled his defeat. Ha ha ha. I have you to thank for that. Piccolo uncharacteristically thanked Goku, then explained, 3 years ago, you forced my father to kill himself. He sacrificed his life, pouring all his power into my egg, enhancing my strength and talent. You trained hard for 3 years, but to defeat you and restore the glory of the demon clan, I never dared to slack off for even a moment. If not for your tap, I might have died in the egg or been cooked by that wretched fat man. To show my gratitude, my next move will send you all to the afterlife. After this boast, Piccolo lowered his stance, crossed his arms, and began gathering power. Piccolo, don't be so smug. We are one and the same. If I die, so will you. I won't let you succeed. Kami suddenly shouted, forming a clawed hand that glowed with a faint white light, aiming for his own chest. Hearing this secret, Kame, Sen, and Tien Shinhan, and the others were stunned. The god and the demon were two sides of the same coin, but this was good news. Goku yelled no. Piccolo, shocked by Kami's foolish move, cancelled his charged attack and rushed toward Kami. However, Kami was not weak, and Piccolo was too far away. Thus Kami's claw successfully pierced his own chest. Such a wound would be fatal to an ordinary person, even to Goku. But Kami was a god, of green skin, being not of earth, so he only suffered severe injury, not death. Being his first suicide attempt, Kami had no experience. When he realized he wasn't dead, he froze, eyes wide. He turned to Tien Shinhan and the others, urgent, quick, kill me. There's no time. Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha moved to act, but someone was faster. Piccolo arrived, grabbing Kami, and with just a glare froze the three in place. Heh. Old man, I shouldn't have let you out. In a moment. Suddenly an unexpected voice rang out. Out of bounds. The Demon Clan competitor has left the arena on his own. I declare the winner of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku. Hearing the referee's passionate declaration, Tien Shinhan and the others were stunned, turning to look at the referee. Even Piccolo couldn't help but glance over. Under the intense gaze of so many, the referee felt extremely uncomfortable. Especially when meeting Piccolo's eyes, he felt like he was falling into an icy abyss, involuntarily stepping back. Suddenly he stumbled and sat down, trembling. I'm the referee. You can't touch me. The champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was decided. Wukong finally claimed the title, yet he felt no joy. This was not the victory he had desired. Wukong, the battle is over. Kill me! Hurry and kill me! Only then can Piccolo be defeated. Come at me all together, for I seek but one death. God's resolute voice rang out, suddenly interrupting Wukong's thoughts. Gazing upon God's aged face, Wukong understood there was only one path forward. Since the tournament had ended, the fight now lay with his companions and countless humanity. Wukong bowed deeply to God, speaking with a heavy heart. I am sorry. Raising his head, only determination remained in Wukong's eyes. With solemn gravity he declared, all of you attack together. I shall take the lead while you provide support from the flanks. Our target, the death of God. Understood. Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha stepped forward in unison. This was no longer a tournament. It was a fight for survival. You old fool, you're courting death. Piccolo seethed as he gazed at the deity in his grasp. Though every instinct screamed to crush him on the spot, he held back, his fury mounting. Tien and the others he could dismiss even while bearing the heavily wounded god, confident he could slay all three. But Son Goku was different. Even if he surpassed Goku in strength, he was far from invincible, especially with the burden of protecting that wretched deity. Now, facing the combined assault of 4 opponents, he found himself cornered and desperate, unable to strike freely for fear of falling. The moment he kicked Goku away, and his energy was spent, Krillin's fist closed in on God. In his haste, Piccolo was forced to block with his back, only to be blasted backward by Krillin's overwhelming strike. That blow created distance between Piccolo and the 4 fighters. 2 options lay before him: flee with God, seal him away, and return later to finish off Goku and the rest, or unleash an absolute strike to annihilate everyone present. Pride forbade Piccolo from choosing the former. The instant he landed, he pinned God beneath his right foot, crossed his arms over his chest, and his entire body began to glow with radiant power. Though diverting power to shield the deity beneath him would prevent the technique from reaching its full potential, he was confident it would still be enough to defeat, and possibly kill, Goku and the others. Seeing the energy surging around Piccolo, Wukong shouted to his companions. Run! Flee at once! Tien recognized the dire situation as well, but escape was no longer possible. He immediately fired his Kamehameha into the ground, carving a deep crater, and called out, "Quick, jump inside!" Everyone rushed toward the crater. 1, 2, 3. Hearing Tien's call from afar, Wukong instantly grasped his intention and sprinted in that direction. But he was too far away to reach it in time, becoming one of the last 4 who didn't make it into the pit. The other 3 were Puar Oolong and the referee. Initially, Piccolo had also noticed their movements, but his power wasn't yet fully gathered, so he couldn't reliably handle Son Goku. As Wukong drew ever closer to the crater, Piccolo finally stopped holding back and unleashed his ultimate technique. Ha ha! Too late, Son Goku, prepare to die. A semicircular wave of energy erupted from Piccolo's position, sweeping outward in all directions. Wukong had a chance to leap into the crater, but instead chose to hurl Puar Oolong and the referee into it. He turned, crossed his arms over his head, and prepared to endure the devastating blow head-on. Long Aotian, seated by the window overlooking the tournament grounds, felt the overwhelming surge of energy. Without a word of explanation, he scooped up Bulma from the bed, smashed through the wall, and flew outward across the island. The moment Long Aotian embraced her, Bulma froze in surprise, bewildered by how bold this pervert had suddenly become. As she struggled, the terrifying energy hurtling toward them from behind made her scream in terror. "Pervert, fly faster!" Long Aotian retorted irritably. "How am I supposed to go fast when you're so heavy?" Weight had always been a woman's most guarded secret, and Bulma, affronted, squirmed in his arms. "I'm not heavy. I only weigh 47 kilograms. Stop squirming. At a time like this, are you really worried about a few pounds? Damn it, it's too late." Long Aotian immediately altered course and dove toward the ground. Upon impact, he pinned Bulma beneath him and swept his hand, creating a pale blue barrier that enveloped them both. For added protection, he slammed his palm against the earth, sending layers of stone rapidly encasing the outer barrier as a second line of defense. Just then, the terrifying energy wave swept over their defenses and raced toward the island's outskirts. Soon the entire island was consumed by the destructive force, and tens of thousands of ordinary people were reduced to ashes in a single strike. When the energy dissipated, the entire island lay level to the ground, not a single brick remaining. The earth parted, and Long Aotian and Bulma slowly rose from the ground. Thanks to his quick thinking, altering the terrain the moment the first barrier shattered, they had been buried underground together. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far less certain. Surveying the desolation stretching across the land, Long Aotian had no doubt that something catastrophic had befallen the martial arts tournament. He gathered Bulma into his arms once more and flew toward the tournament site. "Let me down!" Bulma instinctively resisted, but her injuries left her too weak to break free. "If you can stand steadily, I'll set you down. Behave yourself and lie still." Long Aotian held her firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument, ignoring her struggles completely. Realizing the state of her body, Bulma gradually ceased fighting and settled quietly in his embrace. Perhaps from the fright, a faint flush crept across her cheeks. Back at the tournament, just as Piccolo finished unleashing his ultimate attack and was about to erupt in triumphant laughter, the figure of Son Goku came into view. "Why, you're still alive. Heh heh. I made it through." Wukong grinned broadly, but then his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Though alive, it was clear he had lost all ability to fight. Shattered stones exploded outward as Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha emerged first. The others followed, stepping out of the crater one by one. Seeing Wukong lying on the ground, their faces all bore expressions of deep concern. "Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, I'm counting on you. That attack drained him significantly. There may still be a chance." Wukong's face was deathly pale, and he spoke with barely a whisper of strength. "Ha ha ha. I did expend considerable energy, but without your interference, Son Goku, I could handle these 3 trash insects with one hand." Humph. Piccolo threw back his head and laughed, showing no respect for Tien and the others at all. "Then, what about me?" Long Aotian asked as he arrived, Bulma still in his arms, unable to resist speaking upon hearing Piccolo's arrogant laugh. God, lying on the ground, spotted Long Aotian and his eyes lit up as he shouted, "Shenron! I command you, kill Piccolo!" The moment the name Shenron was spoken, everyone followed God's gaze, and fixed their attention on one person. On the battlefield, due to the shocking appearance of Long Aotian, and the news about Tianshan, a brief silence fell. No one believed that Tianshan would talk nonsense. Even Bike was extremely curious about where the so-called Shenlong was. Seeing that the young man was pretending not to admit it, Tianshan had no choice but to reveal his trump card. "Shenlong, as long as you kill Bike, I will grant you your freedom." He had been living in fear for the past 3 years, terrified of being caught by Tianshan. Now, upon hearing the word freedom, Long Aotian could no longer care about anything else and asked with extreme excitement, "Are you serious? You are Tianshan, you can't go back on your word. There are so many witnesses here. I swear by the honor of Tianshan." Upon hearing their exchange, everyone present was shocked, realizing that Long Aotian was undoubtedly Shenlong. Bulma, supported by Lan Chi, managed to stand up, her gaze toward Long Aotian, extremely complex. After a long pause, she asked softly, "Are you really Shenlong?" Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Long Aotian's body stiffened. After a moment of silence, he nodded, and then shook his head. "Yes and no. Actually, I have to thank Bike's father. After making his wish, he killed Shenlong. I am merely a remnant soul of Shenlong. I entered a corpse, and revived through it, thus becoming Long Aotian. From that moment on, Shenlong and I have had no connection." Bulma heard this explanation, feeling a mix of emotions. With a complex look, she gazed at Long Aotian's back, and did not ask further. "I thought it was something special. Just a remnant soul. Even if Shenlong appeared, my father could kill it once, and I can kill it a second time." Bike let out a contemptuous laugh, seemingly not taking Long Aotian seriously at all. Looking down at Tianshan, he taunted, "Old man, have you lost your mind? Do you think he can kill me?" Most people also didn't believe Long Aotian had that ability. What qualifications did a frivolous little lecher, who couldn't walk straight at the sight of a beautiful woman, have? Only Tianjin Fan and Bulma had a hint of expectation in their eyes. Long Aotian walked out of the crowd, and stood in front, letting out a long sigh. "Alas! I really don't like fighting and killing, and it's true that I can't beat you, but who said killing you requires me to do it myself? Tianjin Fan, Kellen, Yamucha, Jiaozi, please step forward, the 4 of you." Without hesitation, Tianjin Fan, who had experienced this once before, was the first to walk to a spot 1 meter in front of Long Aotian and stopped. He turned around and asked, "For people, can you handle it?" Long Aotian said solemnly, "A man cannot say can't. In 3 years you've all grown stronger. Do you think I've been standing still?" Jiaozi, seeing Tianjin Fan go up, stood beside him without a moment's hesitation. Seeing that the other 2 were still hesitating, Tianjin Fan urged, "Kellen, Yamacha, come over quickly." Kellen and Yamacha exchanged a glance, then walked up as well, and the 4 of them stood in a row. Bike didn't understand what they were up to, but out of confidence in his own strength, he didn't stop them. Then Long Aotian began his performance, rapidly forming hand seals, then clasping his hands together, and looking devoutly toward the sky. Suddenly Long Aotian turned sideways, raised his right hand to his mouth, bending his palm at a 90-degree angle to his forearm. His left arm hung straight down, with his palm also bent. He began to walk in circles around the 4. With each step, he kept his body still but stretched his neck forward, simultaneously thrusting his hand at his mouth forward, and his left hand backward, then retracting them, repeating this motion continuously. At the same time, he sang a song. "God save me! God save me!" It was just that one line. The strange singing combined with the ridiculous movements left everyone present dumbfounded, and they all covered their faces in unison. "Ha ha ha! The god is lying at my feet, and you're begging him to save you!" This was Bike's uncontrollable mockery. Tianshan, lying on the ground, quietly turned his head away, too embarrassed to look. Bulma's face darkened. Although she had seen this once before, she still couldn't accept it, and it was even more embarrassing than last time. She scolded, "Little charlatan, can't you be serious? The way you are. As they say, the stranger the pose, the greater the power. Don't interrupt my incantation." Long Aotian took a moment to reply, then continued singing. Kellen's eyes were vacant as he looked at Tianjin Fan and asked, "What's going on? Don't we four look like idiots standing here? Although he had experienced it once, Tianjin Fan still found it very embarrassing, but in order to eliminate Bike, he could only comfort his companions. Bear with it, you'll soon experience a feeling like flying. Ignoring the world's criticism, Aotian earnestly completed the ritual, walking around the four, and drawing a perfect circle. As the ritual was completed, a phantom of an angel appeared above the four, simultaneously shooting beams of radiance toward them. Seeing the angel, Bike felt a sense of foreboding, and immediately moved to stop it. Aotian did not stop him, shaking his head slightly. Too late. It seems you didn't inherit much of your father's memory, otherwise you would never have let me complete the spell. Behold my mask, great prayer technique. Bike's face turned ugly. He rushed at Tianjin Fan at full speed and threw a powerful punch. In the past, Tianjin Fan would have been unable to block it, but now, as the light poured into his body, Tianjin Fan's strength surged dramatically. He also threw a punch, and their fists collided, resulting in a stalemate. Neither took a step back. This. Impossible. Bike's green face deepened, showing his inner shock. Taking advantage of Bike's distraction, Kellen and Yamcha launched their attack, simultaneously blasting him hundreds of meters away. Staring at his fist, feeling the greatly increased power in his body, Kellen murmured, Tianjin Fan, is this the feeling of flying you mentioned? Yamcha echoed, I also feel the urge to fly. This feeling is amazing. Tianjin Fan, having experienced it once, warned, this state only lasts 3 minutes. Kill! At this moment, the three of them had greatly increased in strength. If Bike were at his peak, they would be no match for him even together. But after his battle with Wukong, and the consumption from his previous ultimate moves, they had crossed the vast chasm. Especially Tianjin Fan, who was now able to fight on par with the current Bike. With the assistance of the other three, Bike's defeat was inevitable, and he was drawing closer to death. Sensing the danger, Bike tried to escape, intending to regain his strength, and later wash away his shame. However, he was hindered by Jiaozi's psychic ability. Even a small delay was enough for the other three to surround him again. The reversal of the situation stunned everyone except Bulma. As she watched the battlefield, her peripheral vision occasionally swept over someone's back, and a smile she herself didn't notice appeared at the corner of her mouth. Bike fell to the ground. Despite using all his skills, under the onslaught of the four, he was covered in wounds, and had lost the strength to fight any further. Just as Tianjin Fan was about to deliver the final blow to finish off, Bike, a voice made him stop his outstretched hand. Stop! Bike cannot be killed! Bike lay defeated on the ground, like a fish on a chopping board ready to be slaughtered. Just as Tianjin Fan was about to kill Bike, the great demon king Wukong spoke up to stop him. After resting for so long, Wukong regained some strength, and stood up from the ground. He stopped Tianjin Fan, because he did not want Tianjin to die either. Tianjin had already used his power to heal the wound on his chest, and stood up. Upon hearing Wukong call for a stop, he instantly understood his meaning. Wukong, it's alright. If I can completely eliminate a major trouble, my death would be worth it. No. Wukong refused sternly. For 3 years, he had been training at the Heavenly Temple with only Mr. Bobo and Tianjin as companions. How could he bear to watch Tianjin die? He walked towards Bike, crouched in front of him, and said, I don't think you want to die either, do you? Bike did not answer directly, but said with great reluctance, do as you please with me. You ganged up on me, and I am not convinced. In terms of strength, none of you can match me. Indeed, in one-on-one combat, none of us can defeat you. You are the true champion. Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, and continued, but you want to rule Earth. No matter what means we used, you lost, and that's the end of it. Bike, lying on the ground, remained silent. He understood this reasoning, but he was just unwilling to accept it. 3 years. In 3 years we will fight again, just you and me. During these 3 years you must not harm any Earthling. You want to let me go? Bike was extremely surprised. Even if he wasn't killed with his current severely injured body, they could just seal him with the Mafūba. Seeing Wukong nod affirmatively, he asked in confusion, why? Perhaps I am also unwilling to lose to you. Perhaps I need an opponent or some pressure. I want to become stronger. Hearing the simple yet determined words, Bike nodded and agreed to the pact. Alright, I promise you. During these 3 years, I will not harm any earthling. I disagree. Wukong, you are letting the tiger return to the mountain. Even if you don't want Tianjin to die, you could just seal bike again. Tianjin Fan spoke up to stop him, and most people felt that Tianjin Fan's idea was better, and chimed in agreement. Looking at everyone, Wukong sincerely pleaded, please trust me. In 3 years, I will definitely not lose again. Looking at Wukong, Bulma was the first to agree. They had known each other for many years, and she trusted Wukong. Even if they could not be husband and wife, they were still good friends. The second to agree was Kellen. Since his good brother insisted, he had to support him. Seeing this, Gixien and Yamcha and the others also agreed to the pact. Bike struggled to get up, looked at the group all supporting Wukong, and sneered ridiculous friendship. Wukong, I hope you won't regret this in 3 years. He turned and left. Not far away, a voice called out to him. Bike, wait. Bike stopped in his tracks without turning back, sneering, what, Wukong, regretting letting me go? No, I hope that if you lose in 3 years you will give up ruling Earth. Alright. Without any hesitation, Bike directly agreed. If he couldn't even defeat Wukong alone, how could he talk about ruling Earth? What if I win? For the sake of Earth, I will team up with my partners to gang up on you again. It seems I need to become even stronger, strong enough to not fear your gang up. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Bike left the island that had been destroyed beyond recognition by him. A car approached from the distance. Piccolo Daimaō jumped out, and seeing Wukong's shaky condition, took out a Sien Do, and handed it to Wukong. After consuming the Sien Do, Wukong instantly recovered fully, which surprised Bulma. She immediately asked for one as well, and after eating it, her injuries healed instantly. Piccolo Daimaō raised a cloth bag, and said generously, who else wants? There's plenty. Tianjin Fan and the others did not stand on ceremony, each taking a Sien Do and consuming it. Seeing that Bulma and the others had all recovered after eating the Sien Do, Aotian also asked for one to try. After eating it, he felt the effect of the Sien Do and cried. Damn Sien Do. My plans, my dreams all ruined. The others were bewildered, not understanding what Aotian was crying about. What plans and dreams could be so heartbreaking? Only Bulma blushed, understanding the implication. She walked up, punched Aotian on the head, and said fiercely, you little pervert, shut up. The punch woke the dreamer. Aotian walked aside, and squatted on the ground, dejectedly drawing circles. The martial arts tournament finally came to an end. Everyone dispersed, but Aotian followed Tianjin, as there were some things he needed to understand. 3 days later in Shidu, Bulma was practicing magic at home, but a certain figure kept flashing in her mind, making it impossible for her to concentrate. Opening her eyes, Bulma shook her head, trying to shake off that figure, but it only became clearer. Patting her cheeks, she widened her eyes, and murmured, no way. Impossible. Then she found various reasons to deny the thoughts in her heart. I hate Playboys the most. I can't possibly fall for him. Besides, his previous form was a divine dragon. He is probably older than my grandfather's grandfather. Totally unsuitable. He is indeed handsome, but his strength is unknown. Apart from the great persuasion technique, I've never seen him fight. And no, what am I thinking? I still have Yamcha. I must be sick. I need to be cured. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Bulma got up, and went to a wall, opened the monitor, and saw the person ringing the doorbell. The moment she saw that face, her heart involuntarily felt a hint of joy, but she put on a cold expression, and said frostily, didn't you leave? What are you doing at my house? The person ringing the doorbell was Aotian. Standing outside the door, he said matter-of-factly, didn't I live here before? Where else would I go? Make it clear this is my home. Go back to your own home. I don't have a home. Buy a house with money, then you'll have one. Aotian spread his hands, no money. Bulma roared, go earn some money. Can't. Then go back to Goku's house. No, I won't. Let me tell you secretly, Master Wutian is very improper, an old pervert. Bulma's vision went dark, and she almost fainted. Did he need to tell her that? Besides, a little pervert like him had the nerve to look down on Gixien. Where was his face? Struggling to suppress her impending fury, Bulma taunted, you have neither money nor a house. Let's see how you'll find a wife in the future. After a moment of hesitation, Long Aotian said seriously, "That's why I've decided to sell my looks. I'll find a rich and beautiful wife in the future, and then both the money and house problems will be solved." Get lost? Bulma could no longer hold back and roared. She turned off the monitor, out of sight, out of mind. Seeing that no one would answer the doorbell, Long Aotian sat by the door and began to meditate and cultivate. It wasn't until evening that the door of Bulma's house opened. Long Aotian shamelessly stayed there. Not long after, Bulma received news that Wukong and Chi-Chi were getting married, so she took the little pervert with her to attend their wedding. Looking at the handsome Wukong, Bulma couldn't help but feel a bit wistful. She glanced at the person beside her and couldn't resist making a comparison. In terms of strength, he can't compare to Wukong. He is a little pervert far less pure than Wukong. His shamelessness even surpasses that of Xianren. Only in appearance can he barely match Wukong, maybe 50-50. Sigh. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Long Aotian had been living off Bulma's hospitality for 3 years, though he didn't see it that way, insisting he was guiding her cultivation. This matter had sparked countless arguments between Bulma and Yamcha, yet none ever reached a conclusion. In the 2nd year after their marriage, Wukong and Chi-Chi had a son, naming him Sun Wukong, who was now 2 years old. The island that once hosted the World Martial Arts Tournament had remained deserted since its destruction, but today a crowd had gathered. Master Roshi Klin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu, Bulma, Lunch, Long Aotian, Yajirobe, and Chi-Chi carrying 2-year-old Wufan had all arrived, along with the referee, ready to witness an arranged battle. The ruined arena had long been repaired with Bulma's money. Wukong and Piccolo were already standing on the platform. The rules remained the same as those of the tournament. At the referee's command, the private duel officially commenced. Everyone present cheered for Wukong, yet also prepared to gang up on Piccolo if Wukong lost. The battle was far more intense than the one 3 years ago. After an earth-shattering showdown, Wukong narrowly defeated Piccolo. Wukong lay on the arena while Piccolo lay beneath it. "Piccolo, you lost. You remember our agreement, don't you?" "Heh. Don't worry. Until I defeat you, I have no intention of ruling Earth." "Is that what the agreement was?" "Does it matter?" Ha ha ha. They both stood up almost simultaneously and laughed at each other. Wukong looked at a figure in the crowd and asked, "Yajirobe, do you have any sins of beans?" "2. Yajirobe reluctantly fumbled and produced 2 sins of beans from somewhere, tossing them to Wukong. It seemed the landlord's reserves were running low. Catching the beans, Wukong ate one and tossed the other to Piccolo. Among the crowd, Bulma's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wukong gets more handsome and stronger every time. Amazing! My Wukong is naturally formidable. Some people should stop lusting after him. We already have a child." Chi-Chi glared coldly at Bulma, lifting Wufan high to assert her sovereignty. She clearly still harbored a grudge over the incident 3 years ago, when Bulma had tried to steal her husband. Bulma crossed her arms, her face cold. "Don't get too cocky. One day I'll find a man no less powerful than Wukong." "Oh ho ho. Then I'm afraid you'll end up alone forever." Chi-Chi laughed with a sarcastic tone, then her eyes lit up as she spotted a figure on the arena. "It's not impossible. Though Piccolo lost, he's only a little weaker than my Wukong. If you're not picky. You old hag, what did you say?" Bulma was furious. A ball of fire erupted in her palm, a clear testament to her inner rage. Chi-Chi was not to be outdone. She set Wufan on the ground, rolled up her sleeves, and said menacingly, "If you have the guts, don't fly. I swear I'll flatten your chest, and if I don't, I'll give Wukong to you." "Fine, I won't fly. Let me go." Fortunately, those present who were stronger than them quickly intervened, holding them back to prevent a fight. Piccolo heard Chi-Chi's nonsense from afar, and was about to fly away. After flying just a few hundred meters, a voice called out to him. "Piccolo, wait. I'd like to spar with you." The moment those words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Even the enraged Bulma instantly calmed down, and everyone turned to look at the arena. Long Aotian had somehow already stepped onto the arena. Bulma shouted toward the platform. "You little pervert, what are you causing trouble for? Get back here. Be careful or Piccolo will kill you, and no one will be left to collect your corpse." Though her words were mocking, her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Wukong, who had not yet left the arena, saw Long Aotian step up and felt a surge of fighting spirit. He invited, "I've asked you many times, but you've always refused to spar. How about now?" "No, no, no. Fighting hurts our brotherly bond. I'll fight him instead." Long Aotian quickly refused, pointing at Piccolo, who had turned back and landed. "I remember you, the charlatan who talks nonsense." Piccolo landed on the arena, and his first words darkened Long Aotian's face. 3 years ago, if not for this guy, he would have already unified Earth. Since the man was offering himself up, he would take his life. "Fists and feet have no eyes. You issue the challenge, so don't blame me if I kill you." At that moment Bulma flew onto the arena, grabbing the little pervert's hand to drag him off. But she found she couldn't move him. Anxiously she said, "Didn't you say you don't like fighting? You prefer talking over fighting. So why are you fighting today? And against Piccolo? This is suicide. Come down with me. I checked the almanac before leaving today. The weather is good, suitable for MOV." Long Aotian grinned and quickly came up with a reasonable excuse. But the clear sky suddenly turned overcast, and the word "move" stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Piccolo grew impatient. "Are we fighting or not? Don't waste my time. No fighting. Come down with me." Bulma made the decision for Long Aotian, and tried again to pull him away. Suddenly, she felt a hand cover hers, pushing it away. She looked up to see a pair of serious eyes. "Bulma, once a man has made a decision, please don't make it for him anymore." For some reason, looking into those eyes, Bulma felt a sudden panic. She dropped a sentence and ran off the arena. Who's making decisions for you, you little pervert? Serves you right if you get killed." The spectators watching from afar widened their eyes. Except for Kaiotsu the little one, and the fool Wukong still on the arena, everyone could see the unusual relationship between the two. Klin looked sympathetically at Yamcha and said solemnly, "Your girlfriend is about to be taken." Yamcha's face darkened. "We broke up long ago." This news shocked everyone nearby. On the arena, seeing Bulma leave, Long Aotian turned to face his opponent and grinned. "Wukong, you should get down." Then he said to Piccolo, "You don't mind if I make some preparations, do you?" "Do as you wish. I'll see what kind of nonsense you're going to spout." Wukong disappointedly stepped off the arena, muttering, "Why won't he fight me? TSK." Passing by Bulma, Wukong reminded her, "It's too dangerous here. Don't worry about that guy. His strength might not be inferior to mine." "Who's worried about that little pervert?" Caught with her thoughts exposed, Bulma blushed. She was about to retort when she remembered his last words. She turned and chased after Wukong, wanting an answer. On the arena, Long Aotian slammed his palms onto the ground, causing the entire surface to tremble. A large amount of stone and earth converged toward him, enveloping him, and soon a giant stone golem appeared, occupying half the arena. It had a head, body, limbs, and facial features, though it was rather unsightly. Seeing this, Piccolo smirked and chuckled. "Interesting." He then used the gigantification technique, rapidly increasing his size, until he occupied the other half of the arena. "Aw, I didn't expect you could also grow big. One step, and we'd be out of the arena." The stone golem raised a hand to its head, its words laced with hesitation. "Forget the arena, this isn't a match. Think about how to survive my attacks, haha." Piccolo laughed as he launched an assault. Despite his enlarged form, his speed was not slow, and his massive fist arrived in an instant. The stone golem was no pushover either, it swung a fist in return. The two massive fists collided, the tremendous force producing a thunderous sound, and neither combatant took a step back. Suddenly cracks appeared on the stone golem's fist, and it crumbled into chunks of stone. "Looks like a flashy facade, you're dead." Suddenly Piccolo froze. The stone on the giant's body flowed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye the shattered fist was restored completely. "Hell, let's see how fast you can recover. How many of my punches can you withstand?" He launched a continuous assault, and the stone golem chose to meet force with force. Though its fists shattered repeatedly, they were instantly repaired. After throwing just 6 punches, Piccolo discovered a fatal weakness in the stone golem. He did not press the attack immediately. Instead, he waited for the golem to strike, then sidestepped, and seized its right arm, preparing to execute a shoulder throw. Just as he turned to exert force, the stone golem's entire right arm suddenly shattered, foiling his plan. Unfazed, Piccolo followed up with a left elbow strike to the chest, knocking the stone golem back 2 steps, then a backward kick to the abdomen, sending it stumbling backward. Piccolo suddenly leaped high, bending his knees to drive them into the stone golem's shoulders, pinning it to the ground. The ground shook, kicking up a cloud of dust. He smashed the golem's head with his fists, and then the entire stone golem disintegrated, reverting to stone. Piccolo slowly rose, scanning his surroundings, but failing to spot Aotian. He said, "Your stone golem is powerful and recovers well, but its flexibility is too poor." "So quickly you discovered it. Being made of stone is a weakness. I'll improve it later." Aotian's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible for Piccolo to pinpoint his location. "Try this move, Flame Swamp." Only his voice was heard, not his figure. Piccolo guarded against a possible attack when suddenly his body sank. Looking down, he saw the ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire covered with scorching flames. In just that moment, his knees were already deep in the mire, and still sinking. The buried parts of his calves seared with scorching pain. Forced to act, Piccolo deactivated his gigantification technique, freed himself from the swamp's grip, and soared into the sky. The swamp parted to both sides, and Aotian's figure slowly emerged. Looking up at Piccolo in the sky, he smiled and said, "You smashed my stone golem, and I forced you to shrink. That's a draw, wouldn't you say?" Piccolo stared at Aotian, suppressing the urge to continue fighting. He nodded and said, "Indeed, it's a draw. Let's end this sparring here." With that, Piccolo turned and departed, disappearing into the sky. He left not out of fear, but because the opponent's bizarre attack style left him unable to fathom it. Seeing Piccolo leave, Aotian let out a long sigh of relief. On the surface, he had appeared formidable and fought Piccolo to a standstill, but in truth, if the battle had continued, he would have been doomed. Of course, outsiders were unaware of the truth, and this was also why he was reluctant to spar with Wukong. "Thanks to Piccolo going easy on me, otherwise I'd have needed someone to collect my corpse." Returning to the crowd, Aotian was about to offer a few more modest words, when a fragrant breeze drifted by, and a warm sensation enveloped his arm. Bulma wrapped her arms around his, looking at Chi-Chi with smug satisfaction. "Didn't you say I'd end up alone and never find a man? Isn't this little pervert's strength no less than Wukong's old hag?" Hearing the words, "old hag," Chi-Chi's face completely lost composure. She rolled up her sleeves to fight again, but was held back. "Humph. Don't get too cocky. It's just a draw. My Wukong defeated Piccolo." Seeing that she couldn't break free, Chi-Chi was furious, and latched onto the point of strength to attack. Bulma smiled calmly, pulled down her eyelids, stuck out her tongue in a grimace, and simply spat out 3 words. "Old hag." Clin, who was holding Chi-Chi back, broke out in a sweat and shouted, "Bulma, please stop talking. I can't hold her anymore." He then turned to his good brother standing nearby. "Wukong, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take your wife home." Wukong finally snapped out of it, called Gohan over, scooped his son into one arm, and took Chi-Chi's hand with the other, leading her away. "Come on, let's go home." More precisely, she was dragged away. Chi-Chi suddenly felt a force on her hand, and before she could steady herself, her feet left shallow trails on the ground, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Clin snapped back to reality, looking at his good brother's family of 3, and said uncertainly, "Did I say something wrong? Is that how you take her?" Dragged a distance, Chi-Chi was momentarily dazed, then suddenly kicked and struggled, cursing. "Wukong, you bastard! Is this how you take your wife home? Let go, let go!" Then Chi-Chi's back made intimate contact with the ground. Sitting up, she saw Bulma's triumphant smile. Taking a deep breath, she admonished herself. "Don't get angry, don't get angry. He's a husband I snatched myself. I must not get angry again." Then she stood up, placed Gohan on Wukong's neck, and taught him how to carry her in a princess hold. Lying in Wukong's arms, she urged him to fly quickly. As Wukong's family of 3 disappeared from sight, Bulma's smile vanished. She patted her chest, still looking terrified. "Good thing I didn't snatch Wukong 3 years ago. I can't imagine what Chi-Chi's married life is like." Thinking of Chi-Chi, Bulma could no longer be angry. Instead, she felt sympathy for her. "Ah, well, shouldn't you let go? So many people are watching." Hearing this, Bulma glanced at the arm she was holding and noticed everyone's eyes on her. Her face flushed red. After a moment's hesitation, Bulma simply hugged tighter and announced loudly, "This little pervert will marry into my family from now on. The wedding is in a month. Everyone must come to celebrate. No need to bring gifts. Just come empty-handed, and I'll make sure you leave with plenty." That was Bulma's confidence, wealth, and generosity. Everyone smiled and offered congratulations, promising to attend except for Yamcha, whose expression soured. "Hey, I haven't said anything yet, and I certainly haven't agreed to marry in." An untimely voice rang out, and then his ear suffered. It was grabbed, and he was flown away with faint sounds of frolicking in the air. "You've lived in my house for years. Either pay back the money or marry in, your choice. Isn't there a third option? No. From the look of you, you can't afford to pay, so marrying in it is. Actually, there is a third way. Not in my book. Or I'll break your third leg as payment. Then I choose the third way. You're asking for it. Ah. Help. The third way I meant was to marry you. Get out. How can you marry me? You can only marry in." Even after leaving, they tossed out a handful of dog food, leaving everyone present utterly stuffed. Clint silently walked over to Yamcha, and due to the height difference, helplessly patted his arm and consoled. "My condolences." He then flew off, and the others followed, patting Yamcha on the shoulder, and leaving a word of comfort before leaving Yamcha and Poor alone, bewildered in the wind. "Young Master Yamcha." Poor wanted to comfort his master, but the words failed to form. He stood on his shoulder, silently accompanying him. On the way home, despite repeatedly telling herself not to be angry, a tear slipped from the corner of Chi-Chi's eye as she recalled how Bulma had mocked her to her face, and she had been powerless to refute it. She reached out to wipe away the tears, her fingers tracing the slightly rough skin on her face, deepening the sorrow in her eyes. 3 years ago, she too had been a youthful and beautiful maiden, but in just 3 short years she felt as though she had aged a full decade. Her childhood dream of a blissful married life had been burned to ashes along with her father's fortune, and the elegant lifestyle of a young lady had long since become a distant memory. She had poured her heart and soul into this family. Wukong not only failed to show her any care, but he couldn't even earn money. He only knew how to focus entirely on his cultivation, completely neglecting his home. It was only because of Wu Fan that she still held hope for the future. Gazing at her son riding on Wukong's shoulders, she said hopefully, "Wu Fan, you must study hard in the future. Never follow your father's path, and only care about cultivation." 2-year-old Wu Fan already understood quite a lot. With a serious air, he waved his tiny fists, and said in a babyish voice, "But I think Dad is really amazing." At the mention of cultivation, Wukong perked up with interest. Wu Fan, when you grow a bit older, I'll teach you how to cultivate." Chi-Chi's vision went dark, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. She couldn't bear to imagine what would become of Wu Fan if he were trained in cultivation. In a fury, she shouted, "Wukong, I'm warning you. If you dare to teach Wu Fan cultivation and turn him into a delinquent who only knows how to fight, you'll never see me or Wu Fan again for the rest of your life." At home, Wu Fan had often heard his mother complain about his father, but he had never seen her this angry. He leaned down, reaching out to comfort her, but unexpectedly lost his balance and tumbled forward, landing right on his mother. Taking his mother's hand, he said pitifully, "Mom, I'll definitely study hard in the future and won't cultivate. Please stop scolding Dad, okay?" As he spoke, Wu Fan began to sob softly. Seeing this, Chi-Chi's heart ached. She reached out to wipe the tears from Wu Fan's face and comforted him gently. "Don't cry, Wu Fan. Mom will try not to scold Dad in the future." Glancing at the mother and son, Wukong's mind was a complete mess. He couldn't understand why they were crying. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. Looking ahead, he focused on flying toward home. He wasn't entirely clear on what studying meant, but he firmly remembered one thing. Don't take Wu Fan to cultivate. Looking at the sensible Wu Fan, then at the hopelessly clueless Wukong, Chi-Chi couldn't help but think of the man beside Bulma. He's no less handsome than Wukong, and his strength is hardly inferior either, yet he isn't as foolish as Wukong. Although Bulma always called him a pervert behind his back, she had never mentioned he had harassed anyone. Now I remember, it seems he flirted with me 3 years ago. But back then all I wanted was to marry Wukong, so I scolded him soundly. The more Chi-Chi thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. She even wondered what her life would look like if she had chosen him instead of Wukong 3 years ago. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Bulma prepared an outrageously extravagant wedding in the western capital. Besides banqueting the entire city and hosting 3 days of free feasts, she was equally generous toward Wukong, Ten Shin Han, and their group of friends, gifting each a luxurious hover car and 9 of the latest home appliances. When Chi-Chi saw the cars, and so many gift stars appeared in her eyes, she and Bulma quickly became close sisters. Any prior unpleasantness between them, or when had there ever been any? That was just a rumor. Bulma naturally didn't hold it against her. She even invited Chi-Chi to be her bridesmaid at the banquet, along with a sizable red envelope. Chi-Chi agreed without hesitation, not for the red envelope, but simply because true sisters should support each other on such an important occasion. The 2 happiest people aside from the couple were Wukong and Jocko, both enormous appetites. They gorged themselves on delicious food for 3 days straight, eating until they could barely walk. On their wedding night, Long Aotian took out 6 books and handed them to Bulma. Curious, she asked, "Little pervert, what are these? We're married now, aren't we? Shouldn't we change how we address each other?" Bulma rolled her eyes and playfully scolded, "Keep dreaming. We'll change it after we have a child." Glancing at the books, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Basic Magic Cultivation Manual, Complete Water Magic Cultivation Guide, Complete Fire Magic Cultivation Guide, plus the Metal Earth, and with systems. What's this?" Long Aotian explained slowly, "I know you don't lack money, but I want to earn some too, even though I don't know how. So I thought since both you and Lan Chi can practice magic, why not open magic cultivation to ordinary people and earn some intellectual property fees? It took me a whole month to organize everything in my mind into these 6 books. The 5 magic system compendiums can be split into beginner, elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels to sell separately. It should bring in quite a bit of money, right?" Hearing this, Bulma's eyes lit up. She may not have lacked money, but she would never turn down more. She thoroughly enjoyed this unexpected surprise. "I need to design a device that stores knowledge and can only be read once before it self-destructs. Additionally, the basic, beginner, elementary, and intermediate levels can be sold directly. The advanced level should be given to the king, who can examine and select reliable people to teach it." In the blink of an eye, Bulma had already figured out a general sales strategy. She could almost see streams of money waving at her. Curious, she asked, "What level of power can the advanced level achieve?" After pondering for a moment, he gave a vague answer. "It should be no weaker than Yamcha from the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament." "Alright, tonight is our special day. Let's not talk about magic anymore. It's time for something else. To make you change how you address me, I need to work hard. A little pervert, where's my wind magic book?" Before he could respond, Bulma's mouth was covered, and the rest is left to imagination. The next morning, Long Aotian woke up. Looking at Bulma still fast asleep, he tiptoed out of the room, but suddenly frowned. "Strange, in just one night my strength has increased so much. If I face Piccolo again, I should be able to win for sure. What's this?" Some words and images suddenly appeared in his mind. After digesting this information, Long Aotian's eyes widened in astonishment. Dragon God Technique, 9 transformations of the Dragon God. After completing all 9 transformations, one can reach the Dragon God realm. What appeared in his mind was the cultivation method for the first transformation. No wonder I couldn't understand it before, only knowing the 3 characters Dragon God Technique. It turns out it hadn't been activated. Could it be that the yin-yang fusion last night triggered today's changes? Then again, what exactly is the Dragon God realm? Suddenly a sharp scream from the room interrupted his thoughts. It sounded like Bulma. Long Aotian immediately returned to the room to see what was wrong. Bulma was alone in the room, wearing her pajamas and dancing with excitement. When she saw Long Aotian appear, she shouted, "Little pervert. I didn't do anything, but my strength actually increased. I feel like it at least tripled. What's going on?" Long Aotian shrugged, indicating he didn't understand either. Suddenly Bulma leaped into his arms and said shyly, "I have a guess. Last night we only did one thing, so I want to try it again." Long Aotian had never encountered such an impolite request, but how could he possibly refuse? The rest is left to imagination. An hour later Bulma sensed that her strength hadn't increased again. Dissatisfied, she glanced back, shook her head in disappointment, and left the room. Seeing Bulma leave, Long Aotian lying on the bed, with a pale face, let out a long sigh. After the wild encounter last night, and another one just now, even with his formidable strength, he simply couldn't hold out. Sigh. A year elapsed in the fleeting blink of an eye. Upon this day, from the unfathomable depths of the cosmos, a vessel, as perfectly spherical as an egg, descended upon Earth, having traversed immeasurable distances. The spacecraft crashed into the ground, carving out a deep crater. Nearby, a busy farmer noticed the vessel and grabbed a gun to investigate. Approaching the edge of the crater, he beheld a heavily muscled man emerging from its depths. Clad in peculiar armor, with a monocle over his left eye, and long flowing black hair cascading down his back, it was Raditz. The farmer leveled his gun at Raditz, and summoned his courage to ask, "Who are you?" Raditz calmly pressed a device near his ear, and data materialized within his glasses. "Combat power of 5. You are not worthy of knowing this great one's name." Raditz advanced step by step toward the farmer. The man felt as though he could not breathe. In his panic, he squeezed the trigger. A bullet shot forth, but Raditz slowly extended 2 fingers and intercepted it, casually tossing it back. The bullet pierced the farmer's right chest and vanished. Suffering this blow, the farmer staggered backward and fell. "How dare you, audacious brute, to commit murder?" Suddenly 2 men and a woman appeared. They appeared to be in their mid-20s, dressed in ordinary clothing with nothing particularly noteworthy about them. It was the woman who had cried out. The trio had been enjoying a leisurely outing nearby when they witnessed the spacecraft landing. Rushing to the scene, they had encountered the rogue in the act of murder. Raditz employed his scouter to examine the trio's data, and sneered, "Combat power 11, 14, 15. 3 more worthless scraps." The woman approached the farmer and squatted beside him. Examining his wounds, she then pressed her right palm against the injury. A pale blue energy surged into the farmer's chest, and the wound pierced by the bullet began to heal at a velocity visible to the naked eye. The instant the pale blue energy manifested, the data on Raditz's scouter jumped dramatically. He mocked, It has increased to 36. Still garbage, however." While tending to the farmer, the woman instructed her 2 companions. "You 2 seize him and deliver him to the police station. Fear not, leave it to me." The 2 men agreed in near unison, enthusiastically embracing the proposal. This was walking merit, something they could not possibly let slip away. Ever since Capsule Corporation had begun selling magic cultivation manuals 2 years prior, no one had initially believed in them. Yet once someone successfully wielded magic, all of humanity across Earth went mad with fervor. They clamored to purchase the basic cultivation guides. Very quickly people discovered that not everyone possessed the capacity to cultivate magic. It hinged upon innate talent. Instructions for testing such talent were included within the foundational manuals. Basic cultivation manuals could be procured with mere money. However, to obtain subsequent cultivation methods, one required not only funds, but also merit points. And one means of acquiring these merit points was through the performance of good deeds. This was precisely why the woman had intervened to rescue the farmer, and why the 2 men were so thrilled. The 2 men manipulated hand seals, and extended both hands toward Raditz, shouting in unison, "Behold my blue-silver entanglement, earth dragon bind." Green grass upon the ground erupted in frenzied growth, transforming into long vines that coiled around Raditz, trapping him firmly. Simultaneously, the earth beneath Raditz's feet churned rapidly, and 2 earthen snakes ascended, binding his legs. 42-48. The natives of this planet prove somewhat intriguing. Glancing at the vines and soil upon his person, Raditz cared little. He found interest only in their capacity to augment their strength during combat. With a slight movement of his physique, the vines and dirt were instantaneously shattered into fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, the two men exchanged glances, and both perceived the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. One cried out harshly, "This adversary proves formidable. Deploy your ultimate technique." "Understood." The other man nodded his response, channeling his entire spiritual power to launch his assault. The ground trembled faintly. Centered upon Raditz, over a dozen massive boulders rose from the earth encircling him. Yet the man observed that his companion's magic had failed to manifest. Tilting his head to the left, he saw his companion had already fled 100 meters distant. Glancing rightward, he discovered the woman had likewise abandoned the farmer and taken to flight. Resentfully he cursed, "You two despicable cowards! You've sold me out!" The two who had fled harbored not a single iota of guilt. To have shattered their combined assault so effortlessly, if even all three of them joined forces, they still could not hope to oppose him. Were they to remain and not flee, would they merely await death? No matter how indignant the man grew, his magic had already taken shape. He could only choose to fight desperately. "I refuse to believe I cannot crush you to death." He directed the dozen colossal boulders to hurl themselves toward Raditz. Suddenly a ferocious gale of wind struck. Before he could even perceive clearly, Raditz had materialized before his very eyes. Raditz extended a single finger and gently tapped the man between his brows. Without granting him another glance, he pursued the two fleeing figures. With identical taps upon their foreheads, all three individuals froze, their bodies rendered completely motionless. Suddenly the scouter displayed the number 518. Raditz smiled. "My dear younger brother, your elder sibling has arrived." Thereupon he ascended into the heavens, flying toward the coordinates indicated by the scouter. Scarcely 3 seconds after his departure, a gust of wind swept through. The two men and the woman collapsed almost simultaneously, their vital energies already extinguished. Conversely, the farmer uncle, having received the woman's treatment, had recovered more than half of his injuries. He slowly stirred to consciousness, having narrowly escaped disaster. Piccolo, who had been cultivating in solitude upon a desolate mountain range, suddenly sensed an exceedingly powerful aura approaching from behind. He speculated, "Could it be Son Goku?" Within merely a few short seconds, the stranger materialized before his eyes. Following a barrage of verbal taunts, Piccolo executed a surprise assault, launching a ki blast that struck Raditz. "Ha ha ha!" Piccolo laughed triumphantly. Yet, when the smoke dissipated, Raditz emerged completely unscathed. Stricken with horror, Piccolo's green complexion darkened further. Just as Raditz was about to deliver a killing blow, the scouter once again displayed an even higher number, 551. "This time it should not be erroneous. Consider yourself fortunate." With those words cast aside, Raditz took flight and departed. Piccolo felt as though he had wandered the razor's edge of death itself. Upon observing the man depart, his tense spirit gradually relaxed. He could not fathom from whence such a peerlessly powerful expert had emerged. To confront him alone had induced a sensation of suffocation. Goku and Long Aotian retain the possibility of being defeated, but the pressure this individual exerts upon me. Absolute impossibility, relying solely upon my own strength. Only through combined efforts can we hope to vanquish him. The stumbling block who obstructs my conquest of Earth must perish. Having made his resolution, Piccolo selected a direction and took to the skies. Raditz located his biological younger brother Kakarot at Master Roshi's residence and revealed their Saiyan lineage. Alas, Goku, having shattered his skull, as a child, possessed absolutely no recollection thereof. Raditz easily overpowered his own younger brother, seized Gohan, and departed, employing him as a threatening lever. Not long after Raditz's departure, Piccolo arrived at Master Roshi's house. He swiftly reached an alliance agreement with Goku, and at Piccolo's suggestion they proceeded toward West City. In West City, Bulma was at home cradling her 1-year-old bra, when the doorbell suddenly chimed. Peering through the monitor, she beheld a verdant green face. Terrified, her hands trembled, and she flung her daughter skyward. Had she not caught her with considerable skill, a tragedy might have ensued. Having been caught by her mother, Bra was entirely unafraid. Patting her tiny hands, she chuckled in a milkily sweet voice. "Mommy fly high, so much fun again." Pinching her daughter's pert little nose, Bulma was about to notify her husband. Yet, after merely 2 steps, she knit her brows, and returned to the screen activating the communication function. Piccolo, you are most unwelcome in my home. Depart forthwith, or I shall release my husband. It was not that she lacked the desire to release him, rather 3 days prior her husband had entered seclusion, instructing that he must not be disturbed under any circumstances save those threatening mortal peril. Thus she could only issue verbal threats. Hello, Bulma. Upon beholding this familiar countenance, Bulma's face darkened, and she cursed. You wretched Goku, you have arrived as well, yet failed to reveal yourself earlier. You nearly frightened me to death alongside Piccolo. Goku apologetically replied, I could not locate the doorbell. Opening the door, he permitted the two to enter and take seats. Bulma ironically remarked, Piccolo, you scarcely resemble one who would press a doorbell. My residence could not withstand your single finger. We have come to seek the charlatan to employ the great deception technique, combining our efforts against the enemy otherwise. Humph! Bulma's expression underwent an abrupt transformation. Striking the table with her palm, she rose in shock and declared, Impossible! How could there possibly exist in this world an adversary requiring the combined efforts of all 3 of you? Goku recounted the matter of the Saiyan having abducted Gohan, urgently inquiring, Where is he? Make him appear at once. Upon hearing this, Bulma informed the 2 of her husband's seclusion. Motivated by curiosity regarding extraterrestrials, she volunteered, I shall accompany you. Absolutely not, it is far too perilous. Goku considered for a moment before refusing outright. Even they themselves could not match Raditz. Should Bulma accompany them, she would merely be signing her own death warrant. I do not possess the great deception technique yet. I can augment your velocity. I solemnly pledge to remain at a considerable distance. Since it could enhance their speed, after pondering briefly, he consented to Bulma's request to join them. Bulma entrusted her daughter to her mother for temporary care, left a message for her husband, and departed alongside the 2 men. About 2 kilometers from Raditz, Wukong and the others halted. Wukong suggested, Bulma, this spot will do. It's too far, I can't see anything. Let's get closer. No, Piccolo interjected. After you cast the spell on us, you must leave. The enemy seems to have a tracking device on his glasses. You might already be discovered. Piccolo's guess was correct. Raditz had already detected the trio via his scouter. A number, 108, displayed on his glasses indicated Bulma's battle power. A power level of 100 was nothing but an ant in Raditz's eyes, easily crushed. He paid no heed to the extra person, merely waiting calmly for his dear little brother to arrive. Such amazing glasses! If only I could snatch them for research! Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She had always been fascinated by technology, and was recently exploring how to merge science with magic. Is this really the time for that? Hurry up and cast the wind spirit on Wukong and me, then get out of here! On the way here, Bulma had explained her role. The wind spirit could make one feel as light as a swallow, boosting speed by 40. As Bulma chanted, a gentle breeze swirled, coalescing into 2 adorable translucent 3-inch-tall figures that slipped into Wukong and Piccolo's bodies. Remember, the wind spirit lasts only 5 minutes. I'm off. With that warning, Bulma turned and departed. Empowered by the wind spirit, Wukong and Piccolo threw a few practiced punches. Their bodies felt far lighter than before, yet their strength remained undiminished, instilling them with greater confidence for the coming battle. Upon seeing Raditz, Wukong and Piccolo simultaneously shed their weighted clothing, significantly boosting their battle power. Watching the rising numbers on his scouter, Raditz smirked contemptuously. 608. 657. Is this all you've got? Kakarot, I'll give you one last chance. Come with me. I am Sun Wukong of Earth. Give me back Gohan. Hearing this answer, Raditz was displeased. He pointed at the pit behind him and sneered. Your son is inside my spaceship. Since you're so stubborn as your elder brother, it's my duty to beat some sense into you. By the way, my battle power is a whopping 1500. You 2 are no match for me. Ha ha ha. At the mention of 1500, shock flickered in Wukong and Piccolo's eyes. But they were not easily intimidated, and they assumed fighting stances. Let me teach you a lesson. With a cold snort, Raditz made the first move, blurring into a streak as he charged at Kakarot. He didn't go all out against his younger brother, but even so a mere 600 level power was no match for him.
I see it!
Wukong shouted, leaping lightly to dodge Raditz' fist. He counterattacked, landing a kick on Raditz' face that sent him flying. Raditz performed a 720-degree backflip, landing steadily on the ground.
Strange,
he muttered in surprise.
With your power, you shouldn't have been able to evade my attack.
Wukong knew Raditz was right. Back on Turtle Island, even with his weighted clothes, he couldn't even see Raditz's movements before being knocked down. Even without the weights, the improvement shouldn't be this dramatic. There was only one explanation: the wind spirit.
Piccolo, let's attack together.
Piccolo nodded slightly, and together they charged at Raditz. While the battle raged, Bulma, who had left, secretly doubled back and hid in a nearby forest. However, she was too far away to see the fight clearly. But that didn't deter her. She used her psychic energy to form a transparent eye in the sky, which she guided toward the battlefield. Whatever the eye saw was transmitted flawlessly to her own vision. As the wife of a compiler of magic books, a simple scrying spell was a piece of cake. On the battlefield, Wukong and Piccolo simultaneously unleashed the Wolf Fang Fist. Having been caught off guard earlier, Raditz now took the fight a bit more seriously, sidestepping their attacks in quick succession before beginning to parry with his fists. Suddenly Raditz vanished, causing both attackers to miss. They saw him reappear 100 meters away, his back to them. Exchanging a glance, they charged at full speed. As they closed in, Raditz abruptly soared upward, spreading his limbs. His two outstretched legs struck both of them, sending them flying. They spun to dissipate the force and landed on the ground. The moment their feet touched the earth, they lunged at Raditz again, only to find him gone. He had ascended high into the sky, and they leaped mightily after him. Floating in the air, Raditz saw the two recklessly pursuing him. A cruel grin spread across his face as twin energy spheres materialized in his palm, shooting toward each of them. Sensing the immense power of the energy spheres, Wukong and Piccolo knew they couldn't block them head-on and desperately tried to evade. But having just leaped into the air with the spheres coming so suddenly and swiftly dodging was far from easy. The two energy spheres flew away, crashing into the forest. Two massive explosions boomed, mushroom clouds rising. Bulma, hidden in the woods, had a white shield appear before her to withstand the blast shockwave. Her hiding spot was less than a kilometer from the explosion's edge. Had the spheres landed a bit closer, she might never have seen her husband and daughter again. The images transmitted by her storm eye shocked her. Wukong had fully dodged the sphere, but Piccolo had paid the price. His left arm was shattered.
This isn't going well. 2 against 1, and we're still losing. Looks like it's time for this lady to step in.
Muttering to herself, Bulma tossed a capsule, which unfolded into a bizarre array of large machinery. She began busying herself with the equipment. In West City, the door to a secret room slid open. Long Aotian stepped out. Seeing his daughter, but not Bulma, he found a note and a dragon radar on the table.
This is sheer madness.
Grabbing the dragon radar, Long Aotian flew off at full speed, his heart filled with worry. On the battlefield, Piccolo looked at Wukong and asked,
"Have you come up with any new techniques in the past 2 years?"
Wukong replied gravely,
"No."
Piccolo grinned wryly.
"Heh. I've created a special move just to defeat you, but it takes time to charge. Alright, I'll hold him off."
With that, Wukong charged at Raditz, engaging him in close combat with the Wolf Fang Fist. Meanwhile, Piccolo pressed his fingers to his forehead, beginning to gather power. Seeing Wukong attack alone, Raditz, mindful of his brotherly bond, didn't go all out. For a time, they exchanged blows evenly. But as the fight dragged on, Raditz grew frustrated and kicked Wukong away. Wukong flew backward, but he planted his hands on the ground to vault high into the air. He brought his palms together at his side, cupped like a flower calyx, as a brilliant light began to gather. The instant Raditz saw the white light, his eyelid twitched. The scouter displayed a number 1027. Suddenly, an even stronger energy fluctuation erupted from behind. Raditz spun around and saw a reading of 1182 still climbing.
Impossible.
While Raditz was stunned, Wukong fired the Kamehameha from above. Raditz turned back, unwilling to take the blast head-on, and leaped backward. But to his surprise, Wukong guided the energy wave, altering its course to pursue him. Raditz dashed at full speed, but seeing no escape from the pursuing blast, he spun around and caught it with his bare hands. An explosion erupted, revealing Raditz seemingly unscathed. Having blocked the Kamehameha, Raditz's eyes turned ruthless. He struck the air with a full-force palm aimed at Wukong, who fell from the sky as if struck by a heavy blow. Raditz ignored Wukong for the moment and fired an energy sphere directly at Piccolo. He hadn't forgotten the alarming number from earlier. Piccolo's power hadn't yet peaked. Seeing the sphere incoming, he abandoned his charging and pointed a finger, unleashing a beam of energy that made Raditz's blood run cold.
Special Beam Cannon.
The moment Piccolo's attack was released, the scouter registered 1430. Raditz's energy sphere was instantly pierced through. But the brief obstruction gave Raditz just enough time to dodge the lethal attack. Piccolo was dumbfounded. His long charge technique had missed. Then a blur of motion, Raditz flashed before him. A fist slammed into his abdomen, doubling him over in agony. Suddenly a hand clamped onto his shoulder, and another grabbed his remaining right arm, tearing it off with brutal force. Piccolo screamed in pain as his right arm was ripped away. Hearing his cry, Wukong, who had caught a brief respite, struggled to his feet and charged at Raditz. Raditz casually tossed aside the armless Piccolo, then moved like lightning to Wukong, punching him down. He stomped on Wukong's chest, repeatedly venting his fury.
Kakarot, my dear little brother, I've been holding back wanting to take you with me. And you try to kill me.
Having witnessed their sudden surge in power, Raditz was genuinely enraged. The last shred of brotherly affection was severed. Trampled on the ground, Wukong groaned in pain and gasped.
I am Sun Wukong, not Kakarot. Then die.
Just as Raditz was about to deliver the killing blow, Son Gohan shattered the spaceship and leaped out of the pit. Overwhelmed with rage, Gohan's body emitted a faint reddish glow. He clenched his teeth and roared,
Don't hurt my dad.
His entire body turned into a meteor as he rammed his head into Raditz's stomach. Raditz stumbled backward, clutching his belly, and fell to his knees, vomiting filth. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge. The number flashing on his scouter had stunned him senseless. He couldn't believe that Brat Son Gohan could unleash a battle power of 1307. Moreover, after the fierce battle, he was no longer at peak condition, making evasion difficult. After the headbutt, Gohan's power dropped back to 1, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing Gohan fall beside him, Wukong mustered his last ounce of strength, grabbed Gohan, and threw him toward Piccolo.
Piccolo, take Gohan and run.
Head to West City. Though both arms were broken, Piccolo was still in better shape than Wukong. He caught Gohan with his legs and set him down, then commanded,
Kid, quick, hold on to me.
Gohan ignored him, crying and screaming,
No! I want my dad.
Dad. Seeing the dire situation, Piccolo had no choice. He grabbed Gohan's clothes with his teeth and fled toward West City, knowing it was the best option. But barely a few hundred meters out, Raditz, who had been dazed by the headbutt, stood up. He laughed maniacally.
Uh-huh. No one is getting away.
As he was about to take off in pursuit, a pair of hands grabbed his leg.
I won't let you hurt Gohan.
Raditz looked down and said in farewell,
Kakarot, my dear little brother, goodbye forever.
He punched Wukong in the back, the force of the blow causing the ground within a 10-meter radius to sink several tens of centimeters, kicking up clouds of dust. Dangling from Piccolo's mouth, Gohan saw this from afar and wept bitterly.
Dad!
Bulma was tinkering with her machine in the mountains, witnessing Goku's death through the eye of the storm. Seeing a figure with no arms, a crying child at its mouth, approaching her direction, she quickly shouted,
Piccolo, I'm over here.
Piccolo looked toward the sound and saw Bulma. In his haste, he blurted out,
Didn't you leave? Why are you here?
For a moment, he forgot the child in his mouth, and Gohan fell from the air, flailing and crying even louder. Piccolo dubbed down, caught Gohan in his mouth again, landed beside Bulma, and set the boy down temporarily.
Run, Raditz is coming. I know, but do you think we can escape?
Piccolo had no answer, but every second bought them a chance to survive. Not for himself, but for Goku's dying wish.
I've prepared a big gift for that bastard. It's almost ready.
A rare glint of ferocity appeared in Bulma's eyes.
He dared to kill Goku. I'll fight him to the death.
Piccolo remembered Bulma's strength from the World Tournament 5 years ago, and wanted to say that with her power, she had no right to fight to the death, but he swallowed the words. As the last shell shot into the sky, a hurricane suddenly swept across the heavens. A tornado appeared connecting heaven and earth, initially only 100 meters wide, but soon expanding to nearly a kilometer. Nearby trees and rocks were sucked into the tornado. Piccolo stared dumbfounded, covering his face.
What use is this? I can ignore it. You think it'll stop Raditz?
Raditz pursued, but was blocked by the tornado. He slowed slightly, hovering in the air, completely unaffected.
A pathetic trick.
He then plunged into the tornado, intending to pass straight through.
A tornado of this level is indeed useless against you, but what if I add my dual-element magic?
Bulma slowly rose into the air. Seeing Raditz voluntarily enter the tornado, she pressed her palms toward it, and her mental energy exploded at that moment. Inside the wind, Raditz's scouter suddenly jumped, displaying a number of 446. Then he felt the tornado's power surge. Caught off guard, he was swept up by the vortex, spinning at high speed, as tearing forces tried to rip his body apart.
That's not enough, Piccolo. Press that red button.
Hearing Bulma shout, Piccolo didn't know what she intended, but instinctively pressed it. With the red button pressed, another cannon spewed out vast amounts of flames. Bulma diverted one hand, aiming her palm at the fire. The flames transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon that surged into the tornado. 5 years ago, she had already learned to forcibly merge wind and fire. Now the fire dragon entered the tornado, and fused perfectly, forming a terrifying fire tornado. Piccolo steadied himself, swallowing hard at the sight of the fire tornado. He felt that even at his peak, being caught in it would make escape difficult, but if he were truly hostile, he wouldn't be foolish enough to dive in. Was this still Bulma? In truth, the fire tornado was even more formidable than Piccolo's own power. If the created tornado could unleash a combat power of 150 with Bulma's dual-element magic enhancement, it nearly reached 1,000. How else could it keep Raditz trapped? Bulma was fully focused on maintaining the magic, unaware of Piccolo's thoughts. She had long discovered that magic could exert greater power under specific conditions. But at that time her strength was limited, so she didn't think much of it. Only after that night of Inyan Union did her power surge, and her cultivation speed far exceeded before. As the saying goes, when one principle is understood, all become clear. Since then she not only mastered fire and wind magic, but also grasped the other 4 elements, though she primarily cultivated wind and fire out of habit. Thus, she conceived the idea of using technology to assist magic. Creating fire was easy, but generating a tornado proved troublesome, yet not impossible for a genius scientist like her. If she had relied solely on mental energy, she could have produced such a large tornado, but the consumption would be enormous, and the resulting power far less than what she achieved now. Waves of dizziness washed over her. Bulma knew she couldn't hold on much longer. She manipulated the tornado to move away, and moments later her body softened, and she fell from the sky. Piccolo's face darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he used his body as a cushion to catch the falling Bulma. Falling onto something soft, Bulma felt no pain. She staggered to her feet and grinned.
You're not so bad. You seem a bit different from the Demon King Piccolo I remember. Once I'm strong enough to defeat Goku, all of you will die.
Bulma smiled at Piccolo without speaking, then reminded him.
Yes, we'll all die and you'll rule the world. But for now you'd better think about how to get us out of here. I can't fly anymore, you have no arms, and Gohan can't fly either. Easy.
Piccolo held his breath, and 2 new arms grew out. He had refrained earlier because regenerating consumed energy, and he wanted to conserve strength for escape.
Oh, limb regeneration. Mind if I have one of your arms to study?
Seeing Piccolo's dark green face, Bulma realized she had said the wrong thing, and immediately shut up, picking up Gohan and approaching him. Seeing Piccolo not moving, Bulma urged.
What are you waiting for? Carry me and run. Who knows if Raditz is dead?
Piccolo looked at Bulma and asked softly.
How should I carry you?
Bulma's eyes widened in surprise.
You don't know how to do a princess carry. Just like that idiot Goku.
A dissenting voice came from her arms.
Dad is not an idiot. I want my dad.
Thinking of Goku's death, Bulma felt a pang of sorrow. She comforted the child in her arms.
After we defeat the bad guys, we'll revive your dad, okay?
Gohan's tears stopped and his eyes filled with hope.
Can I really see Dad again? Yes, I believe we can.
Then Bulma taught Piccolo how to do a princess carry. Soon Piccolo carried Bulma, and Bulma carried Gohan flying toward West City. During the flight, Bulma remarked,
"If only I had a camera. Being the first woman ever carried by Demon King Piccolo deserves a commemorative photo."
Suddenly a streak of light flew from afar. Bulma recognized him immediately. When he arrived, she tossed Gohan aside, threw herself into his arms, and sobbed.
"Honey, why did you take so long? I almost got killed by the Saiyan, boo-hoo."
Gone was the ferocity she showed against Raditz. She was now a perfectly wronged little wife.
"Ah, Auntie Bulma, I hate you."
Gohan screamed in terror as he was thrown, but a green arm caught him. Seeing only the three of them, Aotian asked solemnly,
"Where is Goku?"
Bulma vividly recounted the earlier battle. Finally she said,
"Goku is dead."
Hearing that, Aotian was deeply grieved.
"And Raditz?"
Bulma stuck out her tongue sheepishly.
"I don't know where he got blown to. Probably not dead."
Raditz lay in a remote mountain forest in a miserable state. His battle suit was shattered, barely covering his vital parts. Dozens of cuts covered his body, but not a drop of blood remained. The scorching heat had already cauterized the wounds. Most regrettable was his thick, lustrous black hair, once with the potential to grow into a Super Saiyan 3's mane, now completely burned off, leaving him with the same bald style as Nappa. He sat up, took off his scouter, and checked it. Finding it still functional, he ground his teeth.
"That damn woman! I'll catch you, then I'll have my way with you, and kill you to ease my hatred."
Then he pulled out a remote control, intending to summon his spaceship. He pressed the button several times with no response, only then remembering that the brat had crashed into it.
"Damn it! I can't fix the ship. Now that I've killed him, how am I supposed to get back?"
After much hesitation, Raditz activated the communication function of his scouter and sent out a distress signal.
"Prince Vegeta, I've encountered an accident on Earth. My spaceship is destroyed. Please, for the sake of our shared Saiyan heritage, save me."
Raditz knew that Vegeta held him in utter contempt and would most likely not come to his rescue. Only by invoking their Saiyan bond could there be a glimmer of hope. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, the few remaining Saiyans were only them.
"Raditz, His Highness hasn't even held you accountable for deserting the squadron and disabling your communicator. Now that you're in trouble, you know to beg for help. You haven't been defeated by that worthless brother of yours, have you?"
A gruff voice sounded from the communicator, causing Raditz to furrow his brow.
"Nappa, mind your own business. Kakarot is dead, of course, but he sired a child. That brat had a battle power of only 1, yet could erupt to 1,300 in an instant. I was careless and my ship was wrecked by that little demon."
Raditz stated the fact of the destroyed ship, omitting his current miserable state.
"Oh, how interesting."
Another voice rang out. Prince Vegeta, whom Raditz had mentioned, had spoken.
"Keep the communication channel open at all times. I want to know everything that happens there. Perhaps one day, when I'm in a good mood, I'll come retrieve you." "Understood."
No matter how reluctant Raditz felt, he could only accept this outcome. At least he hadn't been outright abandoned. After a moment's thought, he sent a distress signal to another fleeing Saiyan, one who might be more likely to come to Earth. After sending the plea for help, Raditz rested for a while, then slowly rose and flew toward his spaceship. He hadn't flown far when his scouter suddenly emitted an alert.
"Battle power 1025. Impossible. There's actually an expert on this planet."
After a moment's consideration, Raditz changed direction, thinking to himself,
"So what if it's 1025? Once I've recovered and regained my strength, I'll come back to deal with you."
Aotian led the three back to the battlefield, partly to retrieve Goku's body, and partly to see if Raditz would return. Strike while the iron is hot. Such an opportunity couldn't be missed. Yet they waited until nightfall, and no one appeared. Although Aotian and Piccolo could sense Ki, their detection range was limited due to their strength. The scouter could locate them, but they couldn't find Raditz's trail. Seeing no results, the group departed. Before leaving, Bulma unceremoniously claimed the spaceship as her own, intending to study it. For safety, Piccolo and Gohan temporarily moved into Bulma's home. The news of Goku's death was withheld from everyone for now. They decided to settle the trouble with Raditz first, then gather the Dragon Balls to revive Goku. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Piccolo and Bulma had fully recovered their strength. During these days, little Bulma pestered Gohan and Piccolo to play with her, as if she had taken a particular liking to them. Suddenly, Long Aotian, Piccolo, and Bulma all looked in the same direction.
"He's coming!"
Long Aotian exclaimed in a low voice, then turned to his wife and said sternly,
"Bulma, stay home and take care of the child."
Bulma agreed readily enough, but as soon as the two left, she blatantly followed them. Long Aotian and Piccolo met Raditz a kilometer outside West City, who had changed his clothes and hairstyle. Seeing Raditz for the first time, his bald head gleaming, clad in red upper and green lower garments, Long Aotian couldn't help but taunt.
"That's a rather unique look you've got there. Too bad you're bald, not as handsome as me."
Raditz couldn't tolerate such mockery, and was about to attack, but Long Aotian stopped him.
"Wait, I heard that thing you're wearing can read battle power. How about telling me mine?"
Now that his strength was restored, Raditz held the two in contempt. As long as he didn't give that brat time to gather power, he was invincible. Confidently he said,
"Since you're curious, I'll tell you before you die. Your battle power is 1025. No match for me, hee."
Hearing this number, Long Aotian's mind raced. His current body's martial talent was mediocre. Even after 3 years of training under Master Roshi, his martial arts skills were inferior to Yamcha's. Later, he had only managed a brief stalemate with Piccolo through magic, never daring to face him directly for fear of being killed. But ever since he latched onto a rich woman and became family with Bulma, obtaining the basic cultivation method of the Dragon God art, his martial prowess had been steadily increasing. Strangely enough, the foundation of the Dragon God art consisted of 9 divine dragon imitation diagrams. By mimicking the movements in the diagrams, his strength kept growing. He could even become stronger while lying down. He had tried teaching Bulma the same postures, but they were useless for her. Now 2 years had passed, and he knew his power was increasing, but he wasn't sure of the exact extent until this moment. Long Aotian was overjoyed inside. He could finally show off. Suddenly he sensed a figure rapidly approaching from behind and appearing beside him. He rolled his eyes and said helplessly,
"So disobedient, I'll deal with you tonight."
Bulma smiled sweetly, exuding an enchanting charm, and said softly,
"If you win, I'm at your mercy. If you lose, we'll face death together."
Piccolo looked on, his eyes filled with deep shock. In just 2 years, he couldn't understand how his strength had grown so formidable. Seeing the couple flirting, and recalling that Sun Wukong, who had once defeated him, had also found a woman to gain victory, Piccolo suddenly had an epiphany. But where could he find a woman? Human women were all hideous. Yet in his memory, the demon clan had no gender distinction. He could reproduce by laying eggs. Did he really need a woman? For a moment Piccolo was perplexed. Raditz, infuriated by being ignored, as the two cooed in front of him, launched an attack in a rage. Suddenly the scouter displayed a number, 1628, which vanished in an instant. With the previous experience of the little brat, Raditz halted his advance, eyeing Long Aotian warily. Though fleeting, Raditz was certain the number had originated from him. Seeing Raditz pause his attack, Long Aotian grinned.
"Since you're not striking, I'll make the first move."
He commanded the two.
"Wife, give me the wind spirit. Piccolo, use your ultimate technique. I'll tie him down and buy you time."
With the wind spirit attached to him, Long Aotian felt his body become incredibly light as he charged at Raditz with extreme speed. Since Long Aotian was so confident, Piccolo chose to trust him. A battle power of 1025 augmented by the wind spirit should be enough to buy him time. Unexpectedly, Long Aotian rushed forward quickly, but retreated even faster. Piccolo had barely placed his fingers on his forehead for a second when a figure flew past him from the side. For a moment Piccolo felt awkward, uncertain whether to lower his fingers. Bulma's face went blank, unable to believe that the one flying away was her husband. Most exaggerated of all, Raditz was doubled over, clutching his stomach with laughter.
"A phony. I never thought I'd meet someone even more of a phony than me. Battle power 1025. You can only bring out 60% of it at most, ha ha ha.
Raditz laughed unrestrainedly. He claimed to have a battle power of 1,500, but in reality, he could only exert 80 to 90% of it. Though the exchange was brief, he had already judged the enemy's bluff. Pointing at Long Aotian, he mocked him relentlessly.
Killing you might be even easier than killing Kakarot.
Long Aotian slowly flew back, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and shaking his head helplessly. He had been a support for too long. Switching to direct combat, he shattered at the first touch. After a brief shock, Bulma stepped forward, with a smile, tidying her husband's disheveled clothes, and chided him.
What's this about dual cultivation of magic and martial arts? You deserve that beating.
Truth be told, since his debut, he had never truly fought a complete battle. Gently pushing Bulma aside, he sighed.
My martial arts are still too weak. I have power, but can't channel it. Ah.
Seeing himself become a laughingstock in front of others, especially Bulma, Long Aotian looked at Piccolo and sincerely pleaded.
Piccolo, after you kill Raditz, teach me martial arts combat.
Piccolo proposed a very sensible suggestion in a low voice.
If we survive, it's not impossible, but how about we run first and fight another day? Run?
Raditz sneered sinisterly, arrogantly declaring.
None of you will escape today. You all die.
With that, he hurled an energy sphere toward Piccolo, aiming to interrupt his charging motion. Long Aotian appeared before Piccolo, spreading his hands to create a blue barrier that deflected the energy sphere. Without looking back, he said,
Keep gathering your power. I'll give you the moment to strike.
Stepping through the void, he walked toward Raditz one step at a time, smiling faintly.
I won't pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. Martial arts is just my hobby. Magic is my true profession.
In an instant, his terrifying spiritual energy erupted fully. The scout scanner emitted an alarm, and the number 1628 once again imprinted itself in Raditz's eyes.
Humph. A fraud at best, playing tricks. A mage. Bah.
For once, Raditz didn't trust the scanner, and even took the initiative to attack. Long Aotian smiled calmly. As he stepped on the void, an intricate blue magical array appeared beneath his feet. A blue dragon several dozen meters long emerged from the array, roaring as it charged toward Raditz. Apart from its color, it bore a striking resemblance to the Shenlong summoned by the Dragon Balls, 7 or 8 parts similar.
All flash, no substance. Instead of wasting energy on useless tricks, you should concentrate your power.
Raditz made a simple remark as he watched the blue dragon sidestepping to avoid its head. In his mind, the dragon would miss him and fly off into the distance, vanishing. The dragon's head and body brushed past Raditz, but when the tail came, it suddenly whipped around and sent Raditz flying. After stabilizing himself hundreds of meters away, Raditz held his flushed face, somewhat dazed, and exclaimed in surprise.
It's solid. Impossible.
Seeing the blue dragon turn around and charge again, Raditz grinned furiously, deciding to shatter it with a single punch to avenge the tail slap. The collision between man and dragon was so powerful that both were sent flying back hundreds of meters. Upon closer inspection, the blue dragon retreated a bit farther. Realizing the dragon was no easy opponent, Raditz flew swiftly straight toward Long Aotian, believing that killing him would make the dragon disappear. Seeing Raditz change direction and charge at him, Long Aotian took another step, and a similar magical array appeared beneath his feet, this time green. A green dragon burst out of the array and rushed toward Raditz at top speed. Then, using the same method, he summoned gold, red, and black dragons, totaling 5 dragons, that formed a pincer formation to trap Raditz. Trapped by the 5 dragons, and unable to break through the encirclement, Raditz fumed with rage and cursed repeatedly.
You bastard! If you have the guts, come fight me one-on-one. I'm a mage now and not a warrior. No one-on-one fights.
Bulma smiled brightly, her eyes filled with admiration. Curiously, she asked,
Honey, how did you make those dragons solid? My fire dragons are just pure energy bodies.
Long Aotian squinted and smiled.
If you're bad, practice more.
Hearing those 4 words, Bulma said a single sentence that made Long Aotian beg for mercy repeatedly.
Fine, then you'll sleep on the sofa.
Seeing the two playing around regardless of the situation, Piccolo's face turned even greener. He interrupted mercilessly.
Hey, you can handle Raditz yourself. Why did you make me charge up for so long? No, I still need you. This technique is mainly for trapping. Its attack power is far less than you imagine.
While they chatted, Raditz' movement space was severely compressed by the 5 dragons. As the dragons' heads bit their tails, a shimmering multicolored dome connected them, trapping Raditz inside. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch.
The 5 elements trapping dragon formation is complete. Piccolo, it's your turn. By the way, leave him alive for now, don't kill him yet.
Piccolo's power had already been accumulating to a peak. He waited for that exact command. Pointing his finger, he fired the special beam cannon at Raditz's right chest. Struck in the right chest by this attack, Raditz wouldn't die immediately, but with such severe damage, death was only a matter of time without treatment. Long Aotian then dispelled the 5 elements trapping dragon formation. Without the formation's restraint, Raditz fell from the sky. The 3 of them flew down and stood before Raditz. Long Aotian taunted,
Saiyans aren't that impressive, are they?
Raditz, clutching his chest and lying on the ground, exclaimed in panic,
You can't kill me. If you do, Prince Vegeta will surely kill you. His battle power is over 10 times mine. You can't defeat him.
Then he made a small suggestion.
How about you let me go, and I'll put in a good word for you in front of the prince. He really isn't that impressive. So spineless.
Bulma waved her hand in front of her nose, clearly showing her disgust. She said with aversion,
Just kill him directly to avenge Goku. Argue a genius scientist. Take him for dissection and research. See what's different between Saiyans and Earthlings. A live one is better than a dead one.
At the mention of research, Bulma immediately became excited. She snatched Raditz's scout scanner and put it on herself.
I almost forgot this good thing. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, did you hear that? Since you brought back news about the Dragon Balls, I'll come to Earth in a year to claim the Dragon Balls and avenge you.
Suddenly a man's voice came through the scanner, startling Bulma. She looked at the 2 apologetically and asked,
Did I say something wrong?
Long Aotian and Piccolo almost simultaneously slapped their foreheads, feeling heavy-hearted knowing that someone more than 10 times stronger than Raditz would come looking for trouble in a year. Raditz ultimately self-destructed, perhaps terrified by the prospect of being dissected and studied, leaving not even a scrap of flesh behind. Seeing that the Saiyan research was off the table, Bulma looked at Piccolo with gleaming eyes. Ever since she saw him regenerate his arms, a thought had been lingering in her mind. Now was the perfect time to make a request.
Piccolo, can you lend me 2 arms for research? Don't worry, I won't take them for free. Name your price. I promise I won't bargain.
If not for Long Aotian's presence, Piccolo would have had the urge to kill. Was that even a human request? Besides, money was nothing but trash to him, useless. He turned and walked away. Watching Piccolo's retreating figure, Bulma sighed.
Sigh. Scientific research is so hard. Honey, give me a hug.
Long Aotian naturally embraced Bulma, inhaling the fragrance of his wife. As he was reveling in the moment, a spine-chilling voice whispered into his ear.
Honey, your former self was a dragon. How about lending me a piece for dissection and research? Don't worry, to ensure my future happiness, you won't lose a single piece of flesh.
Pushing Bulma away abruptly, Long Aotian sprinted off at full speed, chasing after Piccolo. Bulma ran after him, shouting,
Little rascal, where do you think you can run? Come be my test subject. Don't worry, I'll be very careful.
West City. Bulma was studying the scouters in the lab, having already removed the communication function, and then pondered how to build a new one. Suddenly the lab door was pushed open. Without even looking up, Bulma knew who it was.
Honey, are they all here? Yeah, they're waiting for you to announce 2 pieces of bad news.
Sighing, Bulma took her husband's arm and walked out of the lab. The moment she embraced him, Long Aotian's body trembled and his face turned slightly pale. Sensing her husband's unease, Bulma comforted him.
Don't worry, as long as those 2 tubes of blood show nothing unusual, they won't come after you anymore, hee, devil.
Long Aotian wailed inwardly. This Bulma was ruthless enough to even target her own husband. After several rejections, compromises, and negotiations, he avoided being dissected but voluntarily donated 4 tubes of blood. The couple entered the living room, affectionately smiling and greeting everyone. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others responded one by one, marveling at how wonderful their relationship was. Only Piccolo's expression was somewhat unnatural. He was the one who had witnessed firsthand how Bulma had pestered her husband to get those 4 tubes of blood. But because of their fear of Piccolo, no one sat near him, and no one wanted to talk to him. Thus Long Aotian's misery remained unknown to a 4th person. However, there was one person who was not afraid of Piccolo. Seeing her child in Piccolo's hands, Chi-Chi rushed over and snatched Gohan back. As soon as she saw Bulma appear, she immediately demanded,
"Where's my Goku? How could you leave Gohan with Piccolo? He's all green and might turn Gohan into a delinquent."
Bulma and her husband looked at Piccolo sympathetically. The former Demon King Piccolo was actually seen as a delinquent in Chi-Chi's eyes. They barely held back their laughter. After calming the irate Chi-Chi, Bulma first told them about Raditz. When she mentioned the Scouters, everyone became interested and eagerly asked what their own battle power was. Bulma had to postpone the bad news a bit. She put on the Scouter and checked everyone's power levels. Seeing their battle power, she angrily slapped the table and said sarcastically,
"What have you been doing these 2 years? Your battle power is only 200 or 300. I could wipe you all out by myself."
Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan and the others looked at Bulma with suspicion, none of them believing her. Yamcha was especially unconvinced and stepped forward to object.
"Bulma, stop bragging. We all know very well what your strength was 2 years ago. In that case, why don't we have a fight?"
Bulma challenged, snorting.
"I love beating up playboys."
Obviously, Bulma still harbored some resentment over her ex-boyfriend's womanizing. Although she was speaking to Yamcha, her sidelong glance shot a warning at the person beside her. Long Aotian smiled wryly and scratched his head. This was a classic case of being caught in the crossfire. He immediately raised his hand and swore,
"Even if I were a womanizer, I would only devote my heart to you."
Not only was his strength looked down upon by his ex-girlfriend, but he also had to endure their lovey-dovey display. Yamcha was furious and shouted,
"I never hit women, Bulma, don't push me."
Seeing that the situation was seriously derailing, Piccolo had to intervene.
"Enough fooling around. Let's get down to business."
Recalling that fire tornado, Piccolo took Bulma's side and continued,
"Bulma is right. Given time to prepare, she could indeed annihilate all of you."
With Piccolo's words, the doubts in everyone's eyes vanished. Who was Piccolo? He wouldn't help Bulma lie. Everyone still looked at Bulma in shock. Yamcha laughed awkwardly, no longer daring to provoke her, and sheepishly returned to his seat. The farce ended and Bulma directly announced the first piece of bad news: Goku had sacrificed himself to eliminate Raditz. Initially, everyone was shocked by the news, but there wasn't much grief. The existence of the Dragon Balls made them view life and death with equanimity. Krillin immediately said,
"Bulma, give me the Dragon Radar. I'll gather the Dragon Balls and revive Goku."
Taking the radar, Krillin turned to leave, while Chi-Chi was still pulling him, asking all sorts of questions, as if she wasn't very concerned about Goku's death.
"Wait here, the second bad news before you go."
Bulma stopped Krillin and told them about Vegeta coming to Earth in a year to steal the Dragon Balls, emphasizing that Vegeta's power was more than 10 times that of Raditz. This news struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone silent for a long time. A hint of despair appeared in each person's eyes. Bulma understood them. When she had learned this news, she too had fallen into despair. Now it was their turn to make a choice. After a long while, Krillin was the first to stand up, forcing a smile.
"Let's fight. We defeated the Demon King Piccolo, so what's another Saiyan? Maybe Raditz was just scaring us." "Ha. Ha ha."
Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu, Launch, and Yamcha all responded in agreement, deciding to stand together. They exchanged smiles, and then Krillin again proposed reviving Goku first, since more people meant more strength. Suddenly a very familiar voice rang out of nowhere.
"Looks like everyone is full of fighting spirit."
Krillin would never forget that voice. He shouted to the sky,
"Goku, you're not dead." "Where are you?" "I'm dead actually, but thanks to the Guardian's request, I'm now training under Lord Northern Kaioshin. Lord Northern Kaioshin is amazing. Not only is he powerful, but he also lets me talk to you guys."
That simpleton son Goku wasn't flattering, he was just speaking the truth. But precisely because it was the truth, it made the Northern Kaishin very happy.
I want to tell you, don't revive me for now. Wait until a year later. The Guardian has also agreed that you can go train at the lookout. Everyone train hard. I hope to fight alongside you again in a year.
After saying these words, Goku unilaterally ended the connection, and pestered the Northern Kaishin for training methods. With Goku's instructions, Krillin and the others decided to go train at the lookout. Piccolo forcibly took Gohan away, and Long Aotian followed Piccolo as he left. Only Chi-Chi remained crying bitterly.
My Gohan!
Bulma chose not to leave for training for the time being because there was a major event waiting for her to handle. A month later, a grand martial arts tournament was held. The announcer who had once hosted the World Martial Arts Tournament stepped onto the stage and passionately announced,
"Welcome everyone to the first World's Greatest Mage Tournament hosted by Capsule Corporation."
This was the major event Bulma had mentioned. She had started planning it 3 months ago. With the popularization of magic, Bulma had been vigorously promoting it, leading to this grand gathering. With the huge investment she poured in, the first mage tournament far surpassed the martial arts tournament in scale, fame, and influence, becoming the talk of the town. As Bulma ultimately won the championship, the atmosphere reached a climax.
Couldn't win the martial arts tournament, but can't I win the mage tournament?
Looking at the enthusiastic audience below, Bulma was extremely excited with a wide smile. Dozens of cameras were aimed at her, broadcasting her championship victory to the world. Facing the cameras, Bulma announced the establishment of the Mage Guild, with herself as the interim guild leader to handle all affairs. Subsequently, Capsule Corporation would fund the construction of a city exclusively for mages, welcoming many mages to join, which again drew rounds of cheers. She didn't organize the mage tournament purely for self-amusement. It was to seek out special magical talents. A year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 2 egg-shaped spaceships crashed into a city on Earth, smashing through a building. Such a commotion naturally attracted many onlookers, all speculating about what was inside. 2 figures emerged from the spaceship. They were Vegeta and Nappa, who had arrived from afar. As soon as the two appeared, they saw themselves surrounded by layers of people. Especially their gazes made Vegeta feel like a monkey. He softly issued an order.
"How rude! Nappa, teach them the meaning of politeness." "Understood."
Nappa swept his gaze around with a grim look, gently raised his finger, and a terrifying burst of energy erupted, engulfing the entire city. An unprecedented explosion occurred, and the dreadful energy scattered in all directions. As the dust settled, the city was razed to the ground, and not a single living earthling could be seen. Vegeta activated his scouter and searched around, detecting a power level exceeding 2,000 in one direction. Instantly he identified that as the culprit who killed Ladizzi, and with Nappa he flew into the clouds, approaching the target. For nearly a year Wufan had been training under Bike. Not only had his strength increased tremendously, but as they spent time together, Bike's gaze toward Wufan revealed a hint of something unusual. When the shockwave of the explosion arrived, both of them turned to look in the same direction, realizing that the enemy had come. Although after a year of training Wufan had grown tremendously, his personality was not so easily changed. He pouted and said dejectedly,
"Uncle Bike, can we win?" "Yes, we can,"
Bike replied solemnly and firmly, trying to inspire Wufan's confidence.
"Don't forget there's also your father and Uncle Aotian."
Hearing this, Wufan smiled, as if everything would be fine as long as his father was around. But he really didn't like Long Aotian. Uncle Bike was much better. Thinking of those two, Bike also felt a glimmer of hope. Wukong was training with Bei Jiawang. He didn't know how strong he would be after revival. As for Long Aotian, Bike couldn't see through him. That guy had only trained with him for a month, and had already fully unleashed his physical strength, then left on his own. Who knew how strong he was now? Suddenly several familiar auras flashed by. Kellen, Tianjin, Fanjiaozi, and Yamcha descended from the sky and landed nearby. Seeing the four, Bike sneered.
"The ones who should come didn't, but the ones who shouldn't all came. Are you here to die? Bike, don't look down on us. This year we've trained like crazy at the Tianjin, and our strength far exceeds before."
Having lost to Bike before, Kellen naturally held a grudge. Now that his strength had surged, If not for the inappropriate timing, he would even want to avenge his defeat.
That's right. To defeat the Saiyans we train day and night all for this day,
Yamcha said with righteous indignation, and Tien Jinfan and Jiaozi nodded in agreement.
Considering your strength is barely passable, I'll count you in.
Although Bike's words still belittled Kellen and the others, his eyes were reevaluating the four. After all, this battle could very well be deadly, yet they still came. Seeing that Long Aotian and Wukong were not showing up, Bike decided not to wait any longer. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Two unfamiliar figures rapidly approached and landed on the ground, standing 100 meters apart. Seeing the two, Bike was the first to ask,
"Are you the Saiyan comrades of Latched?"
Vegeta scrutinized Bike and said with extreme pride,
"I am the Saiyan Prince Vegeta. I didn't expect to find a name like Shinran on this remote planet. No wonder that waste Latched died without injustice."
"What?
I am a name like Shinran."
Bike was extremely shocked. He had once wondered why on earth there were only two of his kind, him and the deity. It turned out he was a name like Shinran, not an earthling. In the Tian Shindian, the deity heard Vegeta's words. Having lived for hundreds of years, he learned his origin for the first time and developed a deep curiosity about the Namek planet. On the other side, Bike was overjoyed to learn his origin, but he did not show weakness in words.
"To thank you for telling me my origin, I will send you to meet Latched." "Ha ha ha."
Vegeta and Nappa laughed together. Then Nappa stepped forward and said confidently,
"There's no need for Prince Vegeta to act. I can handle all of you by myself."
To be absolutely sure, Nappa pressed the scouter on his ear.
"A mere power level of 2106, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. What about adding me?"
Tien Jinfan stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Bike.
"And me."
Kellen, Yamcha, and Jiaozi all stepped out. The only one left, Wufan, looked at Uncle Bike's back, then glanced at the other four. Gritting his teeth, he also stepped forward and said with a firm, childish voice,
"And me."
Nappa used the scouter to check the five's power levels one by one and said arrogantly,
18, 36, 16, 18, 14, 59, 892, 981. You five wastes. I can handle you all with one hand. Nappa, don't rely too much on the scouter. These people can change their power levels at any time."
Vegeta suddenly warned and commanded,
"Your involvement is too boring. The Shukuran are a bit weak in power. Use the Shukuran instead."
Hearing the command, Nappa dared not disobey. He put away the scouter and took out a small bottle from his pocket which contained 4 seeds. He casually threw the seeds into the soil and watered them. In just a few seconds, the seeds sprouted, broke through the ground, and grew into 4 bizarrely shaped Shukuran. The Shukuran had hands, feet, and heads, but their body structures were different. One had a round red body, another had a tall curved yellow body, one had a flat green body covered in thin spikes, and the last one was rounder and fatter, with yellow skin and short hard spikes. As soon as the Lilian red appeared, the other 3 Shukuran immediately retreated 500 meters. Vegeta was taken aback and demanded,
"Nappa, what's going on?"
Nappa rubbed his bald head, also full of confusion. It was his first time using the Shukuran seeds. Suddenly a foul stench shot into his nose, and instantly went to his head. His eyes rolled back as he fought the urge to vomit. He flashed to the vicinity of the Juziren, bent over, and gasped for fresh air. Vegeta saw Nappa suddenly retreat as well. Furious, he was about to explode, but a pungent, irritating odor assaulted him, making him too afraid to open his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Nappa, arms crossed, and looked down at the panting Nappa with contempt.
"Useless. A little stench, and you're like this. What a disgrace to the Saiyans."
Though he spoke lightly, Vegeta's elongated face and twitching mouth were enough to show the problem. But to maintain the dignity of the Saiyan Prince, he forced himself to stay calm. On the other side, Bike and the others were preparing for a great battle, when they suddenly noticed the enemies had all retreated far away. Before they could figure out what was happening, a foul stench attacked them, and they all covered their noses and stepped back. Only Kellen, looking utterly confused, remained standing. He turned to his companions and asked bewilderedly,
"Why are you running? Aren't we supposed to fight side by side?"
Such a bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. Enemies and Eliza alike retreated far away, leaving only Kulin scratching his bald head, unable to find a single strand of hair. Baika spat out 2 mouthfuls of green, while his breathing gradually steadying. Facing Kulin's puzzled gaze, he shouted, "This is to clear the field for you. As the first to step up, you must secure an opening victory." "Don't worry, I've got this," Kulin replied with a smile, then turned back, planted his feet wide in a horse stance, and assumed a combat posture, scrutinizing his opponent for weaknesses. Seeing Kulin so serious, enduring the enemy's stench without flinching, Baika admitted with admiration, "Such a foul odor, and Kulin can still bear it. Impressive." Yamcha, who had just vomited, wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly recalling a scene from the World Martial Arts Tournament, he realized, "I remember now. Kulin has no nose. He can't smell the stench. So that's how it is." Baika muttered, his admiration instantly vanishing as he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. On the other side, Na-Ba, who had been mocked and was fuming with rage, yet dared not fire at Vegeta, raised his arm ready to strike dead the durian man who had embarrassed him. "Hold on. Let that guy discuss the enemy instead." Hearing Vegeta's order, Na-Ba, though seething, dared not speak out, slowly lowering his arm. He turned and pointed at the remaining 3 fruit men, bellowing, "What's the deal with that bastard? Are you sure he's one of your kind?" The 3 fruit men, red, yellow, and green, nodded and then shook their heads. Seeing the bald man raise his arm again menacingly, the orange man quickly explained, "He is indeed a member of the Fruit Clan, but not of the same tribe as us. Legend says the Durian Clan possess an exotic fragrance and immense strength, are solitary and rarely speak, and are extremely scarce." "You call that an exotic fragrance?" Na-Ba's mouth twitched as he questioned, then put on his scouter to examine the durian man. Nodding, he said, "Battle power 3679, nearly double that of you 3 wastes. It seems he alone can kill those useless fools on the other side." The 3 fruit men laughed dryly, offering no response. Their gazes toward the durian man were also filled with curiosity. As far as they remembered, this was the first time they had encountered a legend of the Fruit Clan. After a brief standoff, Kulin noticed that the enemy's entire body was covered in spikes. To defeat him, he would have to target the head, arms, or legs. Seeing the strange look in the enemy's eyes, Kulin felt an inexplicable chill. But to boost his comrades' morale, he rushed forward swiftly to attack. When the durian man appeared, everyone around instantly fled far away. She gave a helpless, self-deprecating smile. This situation had happened countless times in her memory, and she had long grown used to it. Yet she still couldn't avoid a sense of melancholy. Perhaps this was the curse of her clan. But when she saw that there was still one person opposite who hadn't taken a step back, appraising her from head to toe, the gloom in the durian man's eyes vanished completely. Tears of excitement welled up. Heavens above, earth below. Finally, someone doesn't despise me or run away, but instead rushes toward me. The legend of the Durian Clan has actually come true for me. Thinking of the clan's legend, the durian man spread her trembling arms, ready to embrace her true love and cherish him tenderly. Kulin closed in on the durian man, leaped lightly, and struck with his right fist, already poised, aimed at her head. His fist landed precisely on the target. The durian man, whose head had taken a heavy blow, stood motionless, a grin spreading across her face. She suddenly pulled her arms together, embracing Kulin, and thoughtfully retracted her spikes to avoid hurting the one in her arms. Gazing at the bald head so close, the durian man said with deep affection, "I knew you liked me too. Why else would you willingly leap into my arms?" Seeing his attack ineffective, and his arms trapped by the enemy, Kulin was about to struggle free, when the sudden word stunned him, leaving his mind blank and forgetting to resist. Feeling the person in her arms stop struggling, the durian man thought her sincerity had moved him. Overjoyed, she puckered her lips and slowly leaned closer to Kulin. Slap! Seeing the terrifying lips inching closer, Kulin finally snapped out of it and slapped the durian man across the face, cursing, "Are you insane?" The durian man struck, smiled instead of angering. "A slap is a kiss, a scold is a caress. It seems my bald darling can't wait for me to kiss you either." He, laughing, she once again puckered her lips toward Kulin's face. He barely managed to hold her face away with both hands, preventing her from succeeding, and cried for help by Kutian Jin Fanya Mucha, "Save me!" Even before the slap landed by Ku, and the others were already dumbfounded, never expecting a battle to devolve into such a bizarre situation. Hearing Kulin's cry for help, Ku looked to the left and hesitated. "Should we save him? Do you think he needs saving?" Yamucha snapped back, then laughed heartlessly. "Kulin, your love has arrived. Just go with it, haha." Kulin struggled with all his might, his face flushed red, but he was far outmatched in combat power, losing ground inch by inch. He roared, "Yamucha, you bastard!" Meanwhile, the bewildered Naba finally snapped back to reality, and bellowed, "I agree you to kill enemies, not to seduce men." "Shut up, big bald. You're nowhere near as handsome or cute as my bald darling." The durian man turned and shouted, giving Kulin a brief respite. Hearing that absurd compliment, he felt nauseated. But before he could catch his breath, that face was closing in again. To preserve his innocence, Kulin held the durian man's face at bay with both hands. In desperation, he used a weakened version of the solar flare from his bald head. The light, though not as dazzling as from his hands, still stunned the durian man's eyes, so close to him, forcing her to release her grip. Freed from the arm lock, Kulin dashed backward the moment he landed, desperate to escape the deranged durian man, his fighting spirit completely shattered. He hadn't run 50 meters, when he suddenly felt a hand grab his right arm, halting his movement. A terrible premonition swept over him. "Bald darling, the kiss isn't over yet. Where are you going?" The cloying voice came from behind. Kulin shuddered all over, slowly turning his head. The durian man, with eyes closed, had seized his hand with pinpoint accuracy. He asked incredulously, "You can't see with your eyes closed, so how did you find me? Can you also sense ki?" "Ki?" The durian man paused for a moment, then realized, "The moment we embraced, your body carried my fragrance. We truly are connected at heart." Hearing this, Kulin felt his stomach churn and vomited without regard for dignity. "Enough. I sent you out to fight, not to discuss me. And you dare to insult me. You both can die together." Na Ba, who had been stunned into silence, finally roared. Unable to watch any longer, he struck out in fury. A light flickered in his palm, congealing into an energy sphere that he hurled at the two, intending to destroy both Kulin and the durian man. The energy sphere moved so fast that Kulin had no time to react. Just as he faced certain death, a figure voluntarily threw itself toward the sphere. "Don't hurt my beloved." The durian man released Kulin's hand, charging unhesitatingly into the energy sphere, using her body to block the blow. Boom! Smoke billowed, obscuring the scene within the explosion. Kulin stared at the spot where the explosion had occurred, stunned. Suddenly a slap landed on his face. "Ouch, that hurts." Not a hallucination. He couldn't believe his eyes. They were enemies meeting for the first time, not even the same species. Yet, she had taken a fatal blow meant for him. Although indebted to the durian man, Kulin still couldn't comprehend her actions. What kind of love was this? This bizarre cross-species affection. He refused to accept it. The durian warrior perished, shielding Klein from the attack. Nappa was far from satisfied. He had intended to kill both of them, yet only accomplished half his goal. Gazing at the remaining 3 free warriors, he pointed at Klein and commanded,
"All 3 of you fight together and kill him." "Understood."
The 3 free warriors unison and advanced toward Klein. Suddenly bursts of golden light erupted from within the dust cloud, causing them to halt their steps. In that instant, all eyes turned toward the radiant light. Piccolo and the others, with their ability to sense energy, had already detected the durian warrior's death. But what was this sudden transformation?
"Impossible. She cannot still be alive."
Nappa erupted in fury, unable to believe that a mere fruit warrior could survive his strike. With a sweep of his hand, a fierce wind scattered the dust, revealing what lay within. A golden yellow fruit roughly the size of half a fist floated in the air, radiating brilliant light and emitting an exotic fragrance. The moment they saw the fruit, the 3 fruit warriors gasped in astonishment.
"The legendary fruit of the Fruit Clan, the love offering, it is truly real. One who sacrifices for their beloved has a 1 in 10 chance of its appearance. Legend has it that consuming this fruit grants the eater the combat power the original owner possessed in life."
While the 3 fruit warriors continued to marvel, neither Vegeta, Nappa, nor Piccolo and the others had any interest in listening further. With the Durian warrior's combat power exceeding 3,000, no one could remain unmoved. Whether true or false, seizing it first and consuming it later was all that mattered. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Chaos, and Nappa all flew toward the fruit simultaneously. Although Klein was closest to the fruit, he remained frozen in grief, unable to rouse himself. Vegeta made no move to seize it himself, not because he was unmoved but because he trusted Nappa to claim the fruit and was certain Nappa would not dare consume it, instead meekly delivering it to him unless. Watching the scramble for the fruit, the three fruit warriors shook their heads and sighed.
A treasure with spiritual essence can only be claimed by those destined never by force. Alas!
Yet no one paid attention to their words. Nappa, being the strongest and fastest, flew ahead of everyone. Tien Shinhan shouted anxiously,
Chaos, stop Nappa. We must never let the fruit fall into enemy hands. Understood.
Chaos paused, closing his eyes briefly. When they opened again, a resolute glint flashed through them. In an instant, white light erupted from his eyes, as he extended both palms toward Nappa. Nappa was less than 10 meters from the fruit, a smug expression on his face. He had already extended his right hand ready to pluck it, when a bizarre power suddenly struck, freezing his entire body midair, unable to advance another step.
Who's pulling strings here? Move!
Nappa roared in rage, struggling fiercely, as if trapped in quicksand, unable to break free despite his efforts. At the moment Nappa was immobilized, Chaos' body swayed slightly. Blood trickled from all 7 orifices as he urged.
Nappa's combat power is far too great. I can hold him for at most 3 breaths.
As Chaos' eyes flashed with energy, Vegeta's scouter suddenly displayed the number 1792, continuing to climb until it reached 2,219 before stopping. Chaos' remarkable combat power stemmed from nearly abandoning martial arts. He became the first among the group to turn to magic. Ever since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Chaos had realized that his strength was growing ever further behind Tien Shinhan. Having followed Tien since childhood, unwilling to be a burden, he yearned to grow stronger alongside him. The moment the magic book appeared, Chaos immersed himself in its study. Perhaps because of his innate psychic abilities, he exhibited extraordinary talent in magic. After seeking guidance from Long Aotian, his progress accelerated dramatically. Within just a few short years, magic brought him up to Tien's level, and he even pioneered his own unique form of mind control magic. His combat power surged past 2,000, because Chaos was risking his life. Casting sidelong glances at the 3 warriors nearing the fruit, he silently prayed that Tien Shinhan would claim it. However, Vegeta did not regard this level of combat power as a threat, until Nappa's abnormal situation caught his attention.
Useless inferior. You can't even manage something this simple.
Cursing, Vegeta casually flicked a ki blast toward Chaos. Seeing the energy blast incoming, Chaos felt not fear but relief. As long as Vegeta didn't intervene, there was still hope. He continued to exert his full control over Nappa, deliberately ignoring the blast, and shouted with a smile.
Tien, you must seize the fruit, boom!
The explosion resounded, and those words became Chaos' final statement. Sensing the commotion behind him, Tien Shinhan did not look back, but continued flying toward the fruit, 2 tears slipping from the corner of his eye before he could stop them. Among the 3, Piccolo was the strongest and reached the fruit first. As he extended his hand, he hesitated. He was not well acquainted with Chaos, but seeing the outcome essentially decided, he reasoned that since Chaos had risked his life to create this opportunity, why not yield to Tien Shinhan? Tien Shinhan arrived second. Seeing that Piccolo had not immediately grasped the fruit, he softly murmured his thanks as he reached out to take it. What had been a reasonably satisfactory conclusion was altered by Piccolo's momentary hesitation. With Chaos' control broken, Nappa instantly regained his freedom. Just 0.1 centimeters from the fruit, he arrived at that precise moment and sent all 3, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha, flying with 2 punches and a kick.
You 3 trash think you can compete with me? Check your station. This fruit belongs to me, ha!
Nappa glanced arrogantly at the 3 warriors he had punched away. If not for his urgency to claim the fruit, mere repulsion would not have been enough. Gazing at the fruit within his grasp, greed filled Nappa's eyes. Unconsciously, he opened his mouth wide to swallow it whole. Piccolo, and the others could only watch helplessly as Nappa's mouth drew ever closer.
Cough, cough.
Suddenly 2 coughs echoed. The intoxicated Nappa was instantly doused like cold water, his entire body rigid, with an endless chill rising from his spine. He had a terrible feeling. If that mouth bit down, Vegeta would surely kill him. Surely he would. Under the threat of death, Nappa's greed instantly vanished. He turned around, a trace of sycophancy appearing on his face, and respectfully said,
"Your Highness the Prince, please wait. I shall retrieve the fruit and present it to you immediately."
Vegeta's face remained cold, as he gave a slight nod, satisfied with Nappa's behavior at that moment. Just as Nappa's hand was 0.01 centimeters from the fruit suddenly vanished into thin air. Even Vegeta failed to catch it.
"Who dares snatch what belongs to this lord? Show yourself."
Vegeta's gaze swept over Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha hovering in the air, then searched the sky in all directions, but found nothing. Nappa too was bewildered as to why the fruit in his grasp suddenly disappeared. Hearing Vegeta's enraged roar, he instinctively shivered and began searching everywhere. He first glanced at Piccolo, and the others, then shifted his gaze downward. His eyes passed over Gohan hundreds of meters away, and gradually settled on Klein, nearby, his pupils dilating as he dove downward.
"Hey Baldy, give my fruit back."
Klein was still in a daze over the Durian warrior's sacrifice, and had not participated in the scramble for the fruit. He never expected the fruit to suddenly appear before his lips, even swaying twice, and brushing against his lips, as if kissing him. Seeing Nappa charging down in furious pursuit, Klein knew the fruit could not fall into enemy hands. Setting aside his grief, he snatched the fruit and threw it into his mouth, red-faced, with all his strength, swallowing it in one gulp. Witnessing the fruit swallowed, Nappa swung his fist and roared,
"Damn you, Baldy! I'll kill you! Rip open your belly and dig the fruit out!"
Nappa's face twisted with fury, yet secretly delighted. The fruit had just been consumed. By all logic, it could not possibly have been digested already. Once he dug it out from the Baldy's corpse, Vegeta might find it too unclean, and the fruit would be his. Ha ha ha. His enormously powerful punch smashed into the ground, sunken for dozens of meters around, sending clouds of dust rising to obscure their figures. Tien Shinhan and the others shouted anxiously, "Klein!" The fruit was consumed by an unremarkable little bald man. Nappa, enraged, believed that as a fellow bald man, he was superior in every aspect, strength, physique, height, and had risked offending Vegeta for nothing. He furiously attacked, vowing to kill the little bald man with a single punch. As the dust settled, the figure at the center was revealed. Krillin, his right palm raised high, had caught Nappa's fist and scathed, stunning everyone.
"Impossible! How can you have such power?"
Nappa exclaimed in disbelief.
"Nothing is impossible. It seems your strength is nothing special after all."
Krillin smiled confidently, pulling Nappa's fist downward, while his left fist, already primed, smashed into the opponent's chest. Nappa sent flying, spun rapidly to dissipate the force. The moment his feet touched the ground, he lunged again, unleashing the Wolf Fang fist. Krillin dodged the barrage of fists with slight lateral movements, seized an opening, and struck Nappa in the abdomen, then executed a 720-degree spin kick to send him flying. Nappa crashed into a small hill buried under rubble. With a furious roar, he blasted the stones away, wiped the blood from his mouth, and prepared to charge again, until a sudden shout halted his steps.
"Nappa, calm down. His battle power is now 5297, and he can conceal it. Don't let him catch you off guard."
During this brief pause, Piccolo and the others flew to Krillin's side, eyeing him curiously. Yamcha grinned enviously.
"Did you actually send Nappa flying? The legend that Fruit Man spoke of is true. I didn't expect it either."
Krillin rubbed his bald head, turning to Tien with an apologetic look.
"I'm sorry that Kaiatsu sacrificed himself to make you. No need to apologize. As long as he didn't fall into enemy hands. Please avenge Kaiatsu by killing Nappa."
Tien glared at Nappa with hatred, knowing he was no match, and could only entrust the vengeance to Krillin. Krillin nodded solemnly.
"Understood. Leave it to me." "Ha ha ha."
Nappa, now calm, laughed loudly.
"Kill me. With you. Let me show you my true power."
Nappa planted his feet, clenched his fists, and with each roar his power surged.
Did you think that was all I had?
Krillin retorted with a sneer, and unleashed his own full power. On Vegeta's scouter both their battle powers broke past 6000, finally settling around 6100. Nappa was only a few dozen points higher, a negligible difference. Nappa, having released his full power, stared at Krillin with a grave expression, but felt no fear, only a heightened battle lust. He was not a coward like Raditz. He then issued orders to the 3 Cybermen.
You 3 handle the other 4. Leave the little bald man to me.
The 3 Cybermen exchanged glances, seeing resignation in each other's eyes, and acknowledged.
Understood.
Nappa and his 3 men charged almost simultaneously. Krillin and his companions each sought their own opponents, and 4 battles erupted at once. Krillin and Nappa fought from the ground to the air, a clash of power and speed. With their battle powers so close, the outcome remained uncertain. Yamcha faced the Orange Man. From the first exchange, he was routed, fleeing with his head in his hands, and crying for help. Tien engaged the Banana Man only to realize the enemy was slightly stronger than him, making rescue impossible. Piccolo held a slight advantage, but defeating the Cactus Man quickly was no easy task. Now there was only one person left.
Gohan, go help Yamcha. Aye. Aye.
Watching the battles rage around him, Gohan felt a flicker of fear. At Piccolo's shout, he stammered but never moved to help. Vegeta finally noticed Gohan, and the tail behind him. Seeing his cowardice, he sneered contemptuously.
Another Raditz. I'll send you off soon to spare the silence, the shame.
Elsewhere, Yamcha had been forced to use the Spirit Ball. Under his control, 2 Spirit Balls circled the Orange Man, attacking relentlessly. At first, the Orange Man thought the Spirit Ball was a formidable technique. After dodging over a dozen attacks, he thrust both palms toward the incoming spheres from left and right, spraying 2 streams of orange liquid. The Spirit Balls dissolved instantly and vanished. The orange liquid splattered on the ground, hissing and leaving pitted craters. Yamcha gulped at the sight. If that liquid hit a person, he dared not imagine the result. The Orange Man didn't stop after breaking the technique. He appeared before Yamcha at lightning speed, and as Yamcha hesitated, punched him in the abdomen, followed by an uppercut that sent him flying into the sky. Yamcha, propelled upward by the heavy blow, clutched his stomach with a look of agony, spitting out several shattered white teeth.
The gap in battle power is too wide. I have one last chance. Hope I'm right.
Suddenly the Orange Man appeared above Yamcha, hands clasped together, ready to continue the assault. But Yamcha had been waiting for this moment. The blow to his abdomen had indeed hurt, but his hands were not merely clutching his stomach in pain, they were secretly gathering his final technique hidden by his body. As the Orange Man appeared above, Yamcha twisted and fired a Kamehameha wave, blasting it into the enemy. The Kamehameha boosted Yamcha's battle power by several hundred points. Caught off guard, and without defense, the Orange Man was obliterated.
Boom!
A massive explosion erupted. From the center of the blast, a torrent of orange liquid sprayed in all directions. Yamcha, proud of his victory, was too close to dodge, and was drenched.
Ack!
A scream of agony tore from Yamcha's throat. Every part of his body emitted white smoke. He could no longer sustain flight, and fell from the sky. Before he hit the ground, his body was dissolved. Not a single hair remained.
Yamcha!
Enraged beyond measure, Tien took a kick from the Banana Man to create distance. As the Banana Man rushed in, Tien quickly gathered energy and fired a tri-beam, annihilating the enemy. On the other side, Piccolo, having witnessed Yamcha's death, prepared to use his ultimate technique. But the Cactus Man struck first, firing all its spines at once. Piccolo saw the volley of spines approaching. He grabbed his white cape and whirled it to deflect them, but a few got through. A dozen spines pierced his arm and chest. Piccolo glanced at the spines, and his body grinned faintly, and with a light shout burst his energy to send them flying. The spines hadn't penetrated deeply, drawing only a couple of drops of blood. He raised his right arm to unleash a powerful attack, but suddenly felt his arm stiffen, and his entire body lost control, plummeting to the ground. The Cactus Man laughed triumphantly.
Ha ha ha! You're hit by my paralytic toxin. You can't move for 3 seconds. Die!
From above, the Cactus Man had somehow gathered the scattered spines into a single enormous spike and aimed it at Piccolo. Piccolo was completely paralyzed, unable to move even a finger, let alone dodge. All he could do was watch the massive spike hurtle toward him.
Don't kill Piccolo! Magic Flash!
A beam of energy suddenly shot from the ground, shattering the enormous spike and enveloping the smug Cactus Man, obliterating him. Having seen Yamcha die, and then witnessed Piccolo on the brink of death, Gohan's fury erupted, unleashing his first attack of the battle, saving Piccolo at the critical moment. Piccolo lay on the ground. The 3 seconds passed. He got up, not praising Gohan, but scolding him with a tone of disappointment.
If you had fought like this earlier, Yamcha wouldn't have.
Piccolo's reprimand carried the stern yet doting tone of a father teaching his son. It was as if a student capable of scoring full marks kept failing to reach even the passing line. He sighed. Seeing Gohan bow his head in humble acceptance, Piccolo shook his head helplessly. How could someone so old still not know how to fight? How did Goku teach his child? Witnessing the demise of the 3 Cybermen, Vegeta remained unmoved, yet a flicker of interest in Gohan stirred within him. The boy's power had surged from under 1,000 to nearly 3,000, quite intriguing. The 3 battlefields had each claimed their lives. After a fierce clash, Krillin and Nappa simultaneously kicked each other, both staggering back, their bodies covered in wounds, gasping heavily. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Krillin fixed his gaze on his opponent and taunted.
Your 3 rotten fruits are gone. Think Vegeta will save you? I can kill all of you single-handedly, no need for the prince to intervene.
Nappa bluffed in return, but inwardly he knew that if Vegeta had wanted to save him, he would have acted already. He suspected that his earlier greed had caused this. Now he could only rely on himself.
Kill us all! You've lost your right to boast!
Piccolo flew to Krillin's side with a cold snort, and Tien Shinhan followed closely. Gazing at the 3, cold sweat beaded on Nappa's forehead. He realized he could not handle them alone and shouted.
Prince Vegeta, you know my abilities best. My ultimate technique can surely kill them, but I need time.
Useless.
I'll grant you that time.
Cursing, Vegeta suddenly appeared between the 2 sides, arms crossed, staring at Krillin and the others with amusement.
Killing you is easy for me, but it's boring. How about a wager?
What wager?
We'll bet on whether you die in the next attack. If all 4 perish, Nappa lives. If even 1 survives, I'll personally kill Nappa. Interesting, isn't it?
Vegeta's laughter sent a chill down Nappa's spine. As one of the few remaining Saiyans, he had served Vegeta loyally for years, only to be used as a stake. Krillin asked somberly.
And if we refuse?
At this, Vegeta dropped his playful demeanor, his voice dripping with murderous intent.
Refuse? Then let's see if the 4 of you can withstand 4 punches from me. A friendly reminder, my battle power is 18000.
Hearing this number, the group was stunned. No one doubted Vegeta's words. Even Krillin, despite his boost in strength, lacked confidence to block a single punch. They had no choice but to accept the wager. Seeing their agreement, Vegeta flew away, leaving the stage to them, warning.
Nappa, I've given you the chance. Life or death is in your hands.
Nappa lowered his head, resentment flashing in his eyes, yet he replied respectfully.
Thank you, Prince Vegeta.
Slowly straightening, Nappa began gathering his power. Piccolo summoned Gohan, and after a brief discussion, they decided that Krillin would face the attack head-on, while the other 3 scattered 100 meters away to avoid being wiped out together. When Nappa saw the 4 huddled together, he was overjoyed, thinking the victory was assured. But they quickly dispersed, causing him to frown. In that case, he would have to use a wide-area attack. As his power peaked, Nappa pressed both hands to the ground, channeling vast energy into the earth. This technique could be unleashed instantly with a mere finger gesture, but its power would be far weaker, suitable only for eliminating weaklings. To kill all 4 in one blow, he had to give it his all. He was certain Vegeta was not joking. If he failed to kill all 4 in a single strike, the consequences would be dire. As the energy surge, cracks began to appear on the ground, spewing white smoke covering an area that left the 4 no escape. Noticing the anomaly, Piccolo and Yamcha immediately recognized it as a wide-area attack and rushed toward Krillin. With Piccolo's warning, Gohan also ran over, and the 4 converged. Seeing them regroup, Nappa narrowed the range of his power.
Fly up!
Krillin shouted, and the four ascended simultaneously, gathering energy in their palms. When the energy constricted to a radius of 500 meters around Krillin, Nappa could no longer contain it, and a terrifying blast erupted from the earth. The four had only risen 100 meters. When the ground burst in unison, they fired the techniques in their palms. 2 Kamehamehas and 2 Makankasapos erupted desperately, pushing back against Nappa's ultimate attack. Yet after barely 2 seconds, they were engulfed by the overwhelming energy, their fates uncertain. Having unleashed this technique, Nappa collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving, gasping for breath. He had exhausted all his strength in a bid for a quadruple kill.
Guild Master, a perfect pair, united in power, invincible. Guild Master, boundless might, ever victorious, ever triumphant.
A strange chant echoed from the distance. Nappa turned his head to see 4 strikingly beautiful women, each with distinct features, carrying a palanquin toward him, followed by a blonde woman. Then curtains obscured the view, revealing only 2 silhouettes inside, their faces unclear. The chant was repeated by the 4 beauties, and Nappa shook his head, unable to believe what he was seeing. If he still had any strength left, he would have hurled an energy sphere to destroy the palanquin. This was too humiliating. Vegeta had never witnessed such a spectacle. How could anyone make an entrance more flamboyant than his own, the Saiyan Prince? He could not tolerate it. His face darkened as an energy sphere slowly materialized in his palm. The man inside the palanquin sensed Vegeta's gathering energy and complained bitterly to his companion.
I told you such a grand entrance is bound to provoke someone. Look, someone's about to lose it. This is just a token of our sister's affection. Since you're making your first appearance as the Guild Master, and we heard you're going to fight the Saiyans, we volunteered to offer a little help.
A melodious female voice came from within, and the chant suddenly paused as the 4 carriers chimed in unison.
Yes, yes. Please sit comfortably, Guild Master, we're almost there.
Then, they resumed the chant, unflinching even as an energy sphere hurtled toward them. But the man inside still worried, asking,
Bulma, can we really block it?
Bulma replied calmly,
Of course. Didn't it block your full force attack yesterday?
The 2 in the palanquin were none other than the co-leaders of the Magic Guild, Aotian and Bulma. The 4 carriers were mages handpicked by Bulma. Frowning, Aotian said,
I have a feeling this energy sphere is stronger than my full power. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Defend now. Too late.
Amid their screams, the energy sphere struck, and a violent explosion erupted.
Vegeta, we're not dead yet. Are you reneging on the bet by attacking others?
The 4, Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, and Tien, emerged from the energy of Nappa's ultimate attack, not only alive, but without even a torn piece of clothing. Seeing them, Nappa cried out in disbelief. That was his full power attack. Even if the little bald one could survive, the other 3 absolutely should not have. At the same time, the chant resumed. The 4 beauties emerged from the explosion, unscathed, carrying the palanquin, and landed gently. As they touched down, 2 of the carriers collapsed from exhaustion. Bulma caught them, and helped them into the palanquin. Looking at the unconscious twin sisters, Bulma sighed.
See, I told you it could block it. Pity it can only be used once a day. Impossible.
Vegeta was astounded. Even though it was a casual energy sphere, he had used half his strength, because he despised the pompous display. Even Nappa couldn't have blocked it. Just who was this Guild Master? The 4 flew over to the palanquin, inspecting it. Krillin's eyes widened as he nudged Aotian with his elbow.
Where did you find such beautiful girls, and 4 of them? Introduce me. Introduce what? The question is whether we'll survive today.
Bulma's words abruptly dashed Krillin's unrealistic hopes. Tien Shinhan, however, looked at the blonde woman behind the palanquin and turned to Aotian.
What did you bring Launch here for?
Aotian shrugged helplessly.
You know how fierce your woman is. I couldn't stop her.
Feeling ignored, Vegeta roared.
Enough. All of you die.
As he prepared to strike, Aotian interrupted.
If you want to kill us, fine. But I heard the wager. As the Saiyan Prince, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you?
The words choked Vegeta. Proud as he was, would he deny a lost bet? Through gritted teeth, he said,
You are very good. Now that Nappa has lost his strength, you can deal with him yourselves. I won't interfere.
Tien Shinhan walked up to Nappa and fired a ki blast, ending his life, avenging Kaiotsu. As for the true culprit, Tien knew that even with their numbers, killing Vegeta was impossible. Unless that man appeared, perhaps then there might be a glimmer of hope. Watching as Nappa fell to Tien's hand, Vegeta felt utterly unmoved, as if witnessing the death of a complete stranger. He gazed coldly at the group and declared,
"Now it is your turn to die." "Wait."
Long Aotian called for a pause, speaking obsequiously.
"Honorable Prince of the Saiyans, with your overwhelming power, could you grant me one small request before my death? Let me sing a tribute to you and the great Saiyans."
Vegeta's advancing foot halted mid-step. He had never encountered such an absurd request in his lifetime, to compose a song in honor of the Saiyans. Yet confident in his own strength, he acquiesced. Long Aotian, overjoyed, immediately shot a glance at Krillin and the others. Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien instantly understood the signal and stepped forward 2 paces. Then Long Aotian began his grand deception, his grand prayer ritual, performing a bizarre dance while singing an eerie melody.
"The cosmic Saiyans are magnificent."
Bulma immediately chimed in from the side with 3 words.
"Truly magnificent. The cosmic Saiyans are awesome, truly awesome. They are devastatingly handsome, truly handsome to the core. Their strength knows no bounds, so powerful it shatters the heavens. Wow, yeah."
Before arriving, Long Aotian had taught Bulma how to sing this song. It was simple and easy to learn. He had even tried to coax her into performing a duet dance, but Bulma refused stubbornly. Witnessing the couple singing and dancing, Vegeta stood dumbfounded. The melody was particularly grating, like demonic music piercing his ears. Had it not been a tribute to the Saiyans, he would have slapped both of them to death on the spot. It was not merely Vegeta who could not endure it. Even Krillin and the others, who had witnessed Long Aotian's performances before, felt an irresistible urge to dispatch the couple themselves. Upon completion of the grand prayer ritual, a spectral angel appeared, bestowing sacred radiance upon Krillin and the other 2. Their power surged by 1/3 in that instant. The scouter immediately flashed its alert. Vegeta detected the dramatic power surge in all 3, particularly Krillin, whose combat power now exceeded 9,000. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed,
"You were merely fooling around with singing and dancing. So this is how you amplify your power."
Long Aotian offered a modest smile.
"How could that be mere deception? I genuinely praise the Saiyans. The power boost was concealed within the song. Otherwise, how would you have permitted me to complete the ritual?"
Vegeta's face twitched. Changing the subject, he issued an invitation.
"Since you possess such ability, I shall spare your life. From now on you serve under me."
Hearing this, Long Aotian jumped up, clapping his hands in delight. With reverence he said,
"I thank your highness for showing mercy and sparing my life."
He then wrapped his arm around Bulma and introduced her.
"This is my wife. We are one as a couple. Since you have spared me, might you also spare her life."
To recruit such a unique talent capable of boosting power, Vegeta magnanimously agreed.
"Granted."
Seeing Vegeta's magnanimity, Long Aotian grabbed Krillin and presented him.
"This is the nephew of my second uncle's wife's sister. Please show him mercy as well."
When it came to Tien, he declared,
"This is the illegitimate son of my eldest uncle's wife's younger sister. Please also spare his life."
Long Aotian continued his introductions heedlessly, completely unaware of Vegeta's increasingly darkened expression. Just as he was explaining Piccolo's relation, he suddenly changed his tune.
"This man has no familial tie to me, yet you cannot kill him, for if you do, the Dragon Balls will vanish."
By the time he reached the 4th person, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and exploded in fury.
"Shut up! I am here to seize the Dragon Balls, not to release horses. Only you and your wife shall live. Everyone else must die."
At these words, Long Aotian fell silent, instantly drawing a finger across his lips. Then, in a cautious tone, he added,
I have 5 beautiful women behind me. Your Highness, would you not consider taking a wife and concubines to propagate the Saiyan lineage for the future?"
Vegeta, having reached his limit, roared in rage.
"Get lost. If you utter another word, I shall kill you as well."
Sensing the danger, Long Aotian finally kept quiet and retreated to the side, with Bulma bowing deeply to Krillin and the others.
Dear relatives, I am sorry. I did my best, but could not save you all. If you can hold out until Goku arrives, there may still be hope.
Krillin and the others held no grudge against Bulma and Long Aotian. The fact that two had survived was already remarkable. Even empowered by the grand deception technique, they lacked confidence in defeating Vegeta, yet they still launched their assault. Watching the battle unfold, Bulma grew increasingly anxious. She turned to her husband with discontent.
Won't you intervene at all? What would it change if I did? Another life taken, that is all.
Long Aotian let out a prolonged sigh filled with lamentation.
With all your clever schemes, surely there is something we can do. What happened to that dragon binding formation you used against Raditz last time? No matter how many tricks we have, they are useless against absolute power. What was a dragon to Raditz is merely 5 earthworms in Vegeta's eyes. We can only wait, for when Goku arrives there may yet be a sliver of hope.
Bulma was consumed with worry, yet she knew her husband spoke the truth. With a heavy heart, she watched the battlefield. Tien soon fell at Vegeta's hands. Despite giving his all, he could not so much as scratch the man who had killed Kaiotsu. Moments later, Piccolo was beaten into complete defeat. Had it not been for his connection to the Dragon Balls, death would have been his only fate. In the end, even Krillin's new ultimate technique, the Destructo Disc, proved insufficient. He plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, gasping more than breathing, motionless. Vegeta looked down from above like a war god. From the air, he casually tossed an energy blast toward Krillin, intent on ending his life. Under normal circumstances, Krillin's death was inevitable. Perhaps Krillin was not meant to die, for Goku, resurrected from death, finally appeared at that very moment. Upon seeing Krillin on the verge of death, Goku streaked across the sky with a furious roar.
Kaioken!
In desperation, Goku unleashed one of his signature techniques passed down from King Kai. Transforming into a crimson flash, he arrived just as the energy blast was about to strike Krillin, swatting it away before instantly dispelling the Kaioken. Seeing Son Goku appear, Vegeta did not rush to attack. Instead, he suspiciously removed his scouter, inspected it, and then put it back on.
1,000. Looks like that reading of 20,000 earlier was a malfunction. How could a low-class warrior possibly surpass my power? This thing is unreliable.
Muttering to himself, Vegeta crushed the scouter in his hand. Seizing this brief moment, Goku retrieved a cloth pouch containing a single bean, picked it up, and fed it to Krillin. In the blink of an eye, Krillin was completely restored. Seeing Goku, Krillin was extremely emotional, then remembered something heartbreaking and said,
Goku, you're finally here. Chaos Yamcha, Tenshinhan, they're all dead. Killed by that bastard Vegeta up there. Leave the rest to me.
Patting Krillin on the shoulder, Goku slowly rose into the air, coming to rest 100 meters away from Vegeta. He called out,
You must be that bastard Vegeta.
Vegeta's eyebrows twitched.
Kakarot, as a low-class Saiyan warrior, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to your prince?
At that moment, Vegeta noticed there was no tail behind Kakarot's waist.
Where's your tail? Cut it off.
Vegeta flew into a rage, teeth clenched, and roared.
Kakarot, you actually severed the symbol of a Saiyan. You are unworthy of being a Saiyan. I will kill you. I was never a Saiyan named Kakarot. I am Son Goku, a citizen of Earth.
Goku spoke calmly, as though discussing something trivial. He glanced downward and decided to move the battle elsewhere.
If you want to kill me, then follow me.
Goku turned and flew off. Vegeta snorted coldly and gave chase. Seeing the two depart, Bulma immediately shouted,
Marin, go heal that green-skinned man at once. Yes, honored leader.
A sweet voice responded from behind the palanquin, and a girl emerged trotting toward Piccolo. She had sky-blue hair cascading down her back, delicate and adorable features, and large blue eyes that sparkled enchantingly. Clad in a white dress that revealed one shoulder, her chest swayed gently with each step she took. Krillin slipped over beside Bulma, his eyes fixed on Marin, and pleaded,
Bulma, introduce me, will you? I think I've fallen in love at first sight with Marin.
His response was a fist. Clutching his bald head, Krillin instantly sobered up. Seeing Bulma's irritability, he muttered,
Fine, if you won't help, don't help. Why hit me? I'll go myself.
Krillin approached from behind Marin. Seeing her crouching with both hands pressed against Piccolo's chest, he caught a glimpse of something he absolutely should not have seen from his vantage point, and his face flushed crimson in an instant. He quickly moved to another position, fearing that if he kept looking, blood would pour from his nose. That would be too humiliating.
Hello, my name is Krillin.
Marin looked up, offered a sweet smile, and praised.
I remember you. You were so amazing, the one who lasted the longest and wasn't killed by the Saiyans.
Krillin's expression froze momentarily, at a loss for words. The carefully prepared speech in his mind instantly vanished. Was she complimenting me or teasing me? At that moment Piccolo opened his eyes, and sat up from the ground. Bulma walked over and pushed Krillin aside, saying to Piccolo,
Marin's magic can heal injuries, but it can only be used once a month. How much of your strength have you recovered?
Piccolo carefully sensed his body, and replied seriously,
It's quite remarkable. I've recovered half my power. Half, huh? It seems her healing ability has an upper limit. Sigh.
Bulma expressed her regret. In previous instances, no matter how severe the injury, Marin had always restored people to full vitality, so she had assumed it worked on everyone. Turning around, she saw her husband whispering close to Lanju, and shouted angrily,
What are you two muttering about so closely? Planning to steal from your own backyard? Piccolo's awake, time to go reinforce Goku. I wouldn't dare, even with 100 lives.
Aotian immediately replied loudly, fearing his wife might misunderstand. He then turned back, and whispered to Lanju,
Remember, must be cautious.
Bulma, Aotian, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan flew together toward where Goku had gone, while Lanju took the rest back. The five arrived at the edge of the battlefield, and could immediately see the column of energy shooting from the sky, pressing down bit by bit.
Triple Kaioken.
On the ground, Goku let out a mighty roar. The crimson aura surrounding him intensified greatly, and the power of the Kamehameha surged instantly, pushing the energy column back in one strike. Watching his Gallic gun get pushed back, Vegeta strained with all his might to push it back, but could only muster impotent fury.
Impossible. I, the Prince of the Saiyans, cannot lose to a low-class warrior. Boom!
The explosive sound drowned out Vegeta's unwilling roar.
Awesome!
Krillin cheered enthusiastically, leaping from his hiding spot to Goku's side. Gently patting his best friend, he caused Goku to tremble all over, crying out in pain. Bulma and the others flew in one by one, asking with concern,
Goku, are you all right? Hee. I'm fine. The Kaioken takes too great a toll on the body. A rest and I'll be good as new.
Everyone chatted joyfully, smiles lighting up their faces. They believed Vegeta had perished in the energy clash, and Goku shared that belief as well.
Have I really died? Seems like you're celebrating too soon.
Suddenly a thunderous voice boomed from the sky. Everyone looked up in utter shock, stunned to find Vegeta still alive. However, he looked utterly wretched, his battle armor in tatters, his body covered in wounds, coughing up blood. His injuries were grievous. Spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, Vegeta slowly descended and landed on a massive boulder, ignoring everyone else and fixating his gaze on a single person.
Kakarot, I never expected a low-class warrior like you to push me this far. But you will be the one who dies.
After uttering his threat, a sphere of light appeared in Vegeta's palm, which he tossed into the sky, then proceeded to explain how Saiyans transform into great apes. Having explained, Vegeta threw back his head and laughed. Once he saw the full moon he had expensively created, he would transform into a great ape and slaughter everyone present. But just as he raised his head, something unexpected occurred. A blast of energy appeared, abruptly striking the artificial full moon with perfect accuracy. With an explosion, the full moon vanished. Vegeta tilted his head back, eyes wide with disbelief at the disappearing moon, and cursed furiously.
You miserable bastard who ruined my plans. Show yourself. TSK. Vegeta, the former Saiyan prince, now so wretched. To think you'd be defeated by Kakarot.
A string of mocking words fell into Vegeta's ears, particularly grating. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Roaring again, he shouted,
Playing tricks. Show yourself.
Goku and the others wore grave expressions. Detecting with their spiritual sense they discovered a presence even stronger than Vegeta's, and all turned to look in the same direction. The moon he had created by expending his power was shattered and mocked directly to his face. How could Vegeta tolerate such humiliation? As he searched frantically for the enemy, the earth suddenly trembled and thick wooden roots burst forth from the ground. The roots extended all the way to a forest 1,000 meters away, where a massive tree shot up from the earth, rapidly growing into a towering giant that left everyone stunned. Suddenly the voice of King Kai resonated in the ears of Goku, and the others, warning them of the dangers of the spirit tree. Grasping the gravity of the situation, they disregarded the severely injured Vegeta, and flew toward the spirit tree. Vegeta, suspecting that the one who had mocked him was connected to the strange occurrence, followed suit. Nearing the trunk, Goku and the others looked up, but could barely see the top. Bulma volunteered, "Watch me burn it down." Seeing his wife take the initiative, Long Aotian immediately chimed in, "I'll help too." As the saying goes, when husband and wife work together, they can cut through metal. Unfortunately, even their combined magical flames failed to ignite the tree, not even charring a single piece of bark. Bulma withdrew her flames, and cursed in frustration, "My fire can melt metal, yet it can't even burn a piece of bark. Is this even a tree?" Long Aotian did not stop. Instead, he asked everyone to step back, then unleashed a surge of immense spiritual energy. The flames erupted with nearly 10 times their previous intensity. The blazing fire roared, making everyone feel scorching hot, with sweat dripping down their faces. Yet it still could not harm the spirit tree in the slightest. Suddenly an energy bullet shot out from the dense branches above. Long Aotian swung his hands, gathering the flames into a shield above his head to block the attack. Boom! The explosion sent flames rocking, but they converged instead of dispersing, forming a massive fireball that shot upward. Another energy bullet met it from above, and both dissipated simultaneously. A displeased voice rang out, "Hey Firestarter, are you trying to roast us alive?" As the words fell, 6 figures slowly descended. Seeing the leader, Long Aotian couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and glanced back at Goku in bewilderment. "Goku, how is it that he looks exactly like you?" The others were also stunned by the appearance of the newcomers, their eyes darting between the two. Except for the different clothes, slightly darker skin, and an extra tail, they truly seemed cast from the same mold. "Humph. So it's you. What is a deserter like you doing here? You're the one who destroyed my artificial moon, aren't you?" Vegeta snorted coldly, revealing the identity of the one who looked exactly like Goku. In the past, their Saiyan squad had 4 members, with Tolls being the weakest. He had fled during a battle years ago, and had been unheard of ever since. "Deserter. Nappa was loyal to you to the end, and look what happened to him." Tolls sneered, directly exposing Vegeta's shortcomings, then explained, "Raditz was afraid you wouldn't save him, so he tipped me off. Too bad he seems to be gone now. Besides, it's too troublesome to let you transform into a great ape, so I figured I'd destroy it." Vegeta was furious. If Raditz were still alive, he would have killed him for betraying him. He snorted, "That's because Nappa was useless. Don't blame me. I'd say you're pretty useless yourself now, losing to a low-class warrior like Kakarot." Tolls mocked him ruthlessly, not even glancing at the enraged Vegeta. Instead, he turned to Goku and extended an invitation. "Kakarot, I'm actually your real brother. Raditz was just a foundling our father adopted. Come join me. My name is Son Goku, not Kakarot." Goku stated his identity once again, clearly showing his stance. "How ungrateful," Tolls muttered with a disdainful twist of his lips, then issued his orders, "I'll take Vegeta and Kakarot. You lot deal with the rest." "Yes, boss. Leave it to us." The 5 underlings charged out with ease. Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, Long Aotian, and Bulma split into 3 directions, and flew off, leaving only 3 of them standing still. Hearing Tolls' command, Vegeta jeered, "Ha ha ha. A worthless piece of trash, like you thinks you can handle me. Without a scouter, you're really ignorant. Kakarot is much more cautious than you." Tolls smirked faintly, and beckoned Vegeta with a curl of his finger. Unable to bear such humiliation, Vegeta charged first, landing a heavy punch squarely on Tolls' chest. Tolls twisted his neck slightly, and said, "Vegeta, did you skip breakfast? Put some muscle into it. I can still take it, haha." "You? Vegeta couldn't believe what he was seeing, then launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Till stood motionless, letting Vegeta's fists and feet land on him. After a few seconds, he grew bored, dodged one blow, and sent Vegeta flying with a single punch. Vegeta tumbled dozens of meters across the ground before stopping. Lying there, he muttered in frustration, "If I hadn't been severely wounded and exhausted from my fight with Kakarot." Then a scouter was tossed in front of him. Till sneered, "Use my scouter, and take a good look. Even at your peak you'd be no match for me." Vegeta picked up the scouter, and slowly stood aiming it at Till's. 31853. "How is that possible? You're just a low-class warrior." "No." A lament escaped Vegeta's lips. Unable to accept the truth, he crushed the scouter in his hand. "Ha ha ha. All your arduous training can't compare to a single fruit from my spirit tree. From now on I will surpass Frieza, and become the greatest pirate in the universe." Till's envisioned his future, painting a picture of his own empire in his mind. Ever since he left the Saiyan squad, and accidentally obtained the spirit tree fruit, his ambition had been growing step by step. "So your power came at the cost of destroying an entire planet. I will never let you succeed," Goku declared with righteous indignation. His muscles bulged, and a red aura flared around him, as he roared in pain, "Fourfold Kaioken." He had heard the battle power value Vegeta mentioned, and pushed his body to its limit with the Fourfold Kaioken. A flash of red light streaked across, and Tulls was blasted into the tree trunk. Seeing the red light coming again, he somersaulted to avoid a kick, and ran up along the trunk. But Goku, enveloped in red light, was faster and blocked his path. Ducking a punch from Goku, Tulls took a kick to the abdomen, and was sent flying into the air. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Tulls frowned. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect Kakarot could still unleash such tremendous power." On the ground, Vegeta was stunned. A bitter smile touched his lips. So Kakarot had been hiding such formidable strength even during their fight. He, the proud prince of the Saiyans, had been defeated twice in a single day by two low-class warriors. How laughable. Goku didn't want to waste words, and intended to press his advantage, but a sharp pain in his body made him falter. Tulls keenly noticed this anomaly, and flew upward at full speed, a bright red fruit coming into view. "Don't try to escape." Goku suppressed the pain, and gave chase, closing the distance rapidly. Tulls turned and fired dozens of energy bullets, not even bothering to check the result, and flew straight toward a fruit. By the time Goku broke through the barrage of energy bullets, Tulls had already plucked a spirit tree fruit, and held it in his hand. Looking back at the approaching Kakarot, he grinned. "You're too late." His white teeth sank into the fruit, and his muscles instantly swelled and grew. Sensing the surging power within his body, he casually tossed aside the remaining half of the fruit and charged back at Kakarot. The two collided in midair, a flash of white light erupting. Goku fell from the sky, landing about 10 meters from Vegeta. Tulls descended slowly, looking down at Vegeta from above. "Prince Vegeta, this is the last time I'll address you as such. From now on I am the king of the Saiyans. Do you accept or not?" Tulls waited for an answer, his gaze cold and unwavering. The five scattered and escaped. Krillin alone was pursued by a middle-aged man with red skin and a ponytail. Suddenly Krillin turned back and engaged the middle-aged man in midair with a wolf-fang fist. Within 3 seconds, however, he was blasted into the mountain wall. With a loud roar, Krillin shook off the rubble, burying him, staring at his foe with grave solemnity. He raised his right hand, conjuring a sphere of energy that transformed into a rapidly spinning disc, which he hurled at the enemy. Spirit Energy Circular Slash. The middle-aged man did not take it lightly. He spun his body at high speed and launched a similar technique. The two attacks collided with fierce friction, rebounding back. Krillin dodged sideways, but the Spirit Energy Circular Slash grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Fully aware of its power, he felt lucky to have only suffered a minor wound. While he stood dazed with relief, the middle-aged man rapidly closed in. Krillin barely blocked a few blows before being kicked away, skidding over 100 meters across the ground, unable to stand. "Little bald head, it's over." The middle-aged man strode toward Krillin, declaring victory, with a smirk, utterly oblivious to the dark cloud forming in the sky. Just as an energy sphere appeared in his palm to finish Krillin, a bolt of lightning shot from the dark cloud striking the middle-aged man precisely. Disturbed, the man felt a numbing sensation, and the energy in his palm dissipated. He glanced up, assuming the dark cloud was a sign of rain, and that the lightning strike was mere coincidence. Unconcerned, he continued toward Krillin, and gathered another energy sphere. Just as he was about to strike, the dark cloud discharged another lightning bolt. Not a single one, but a rain of lightning, all targeting the middle-aged man. Caught off guard, the middle-aged man was engulfed in lightning. Though his body suffered no injury, the accumulated numbing sensation rendered his movements stiff and sluggish. Krillin, lying prone, sensed the anomaly. With sheer tenacity he rose, and unleashed the spirit energy circular slash again. The middle-aged man could only watch the disc approach, moving like a turtle, just a few steps.
No!
The spirit energy circular slash sliced through the man's waist, cleaving him in two. Krillin slumped to the ground, gazing up, as the dark cloud gradually dissipated. He muttered suspiciously,
"Who's helping me?"
But no one answered. On the other side, Piccolo and Gohan were being pursued by a pair of twins, who looked like balls about Gohan's height. During the pursuit, the twins fired energy spheres to block them. Piccolo handled them with ease, but Gohan was blown out of the sky by the barrage.
"Gohan!"
Piccolo shouted, about to fly to his rescue, but the twins intercepted him.
"Little brother, leave that brat to me. I'll handle this one."
The younger twin nodded and chased after Gohan. Piccolo, alarmed, tried to circle around, but was blocked by the older twin.
"Your opponent is me."
Seeing no way around, Piccolo launched a surprise attack with his eyes, shooting two beams at the enemy's head. As the twin raised his arms to block, losing sight, Piccolo closed in and kicked him away. Having succeeded in the ambush, Piccolo did not pursue, but instead flew toward Gohan. The younger twin heard movement behind him and turned around, sneering.
"Brother, don't blame me for stealing your prey, hee."
He then changed direction and charged at Piccolo. Upon contact, they engaged in fierce combat, exchanging wolf-fang fists. Struggling to defend against the attacks and losing ground, Piccolo retorted,
"So your strength isn't that impressive either. Humph. Killing someone with a combat power of merely 4263 is enough. That brat is under 1,000. If not for the orders, I wouldn't even bother looking at him."
Indeed, the twins had the weakest combat power among the five, just over 5,000, still stronger than Piccolo. That was why they dared to pursue him. The utility of the scouters was beyond the comprehension of these natives. Mocked by someone with lower combat power, the younger twin could not tolerate it. He intensified his assault, eventually breaking through Piccolo's defense and blasting him into the ground. At that moment, the older twin flew over to stop the younger one from pursuing, shouting,
"This is my prey. Don't interfere. You couldn't stop him yourself. Blame me."
The younger twin taunted, claiming,
"Now he's mine. You're the younger brother, so you should listen to me. You're the older brother, so you should let me have him."
The twins argued over the prey, completely oblivious to Piccolo's movements. After a fruitless quarrel, they decided to settle it with rock, paper, scissors. The younger twin won 2 out of 3 rounds. Just then, Piccolo had gathered his power to a peak. He had been wondering how to find an opportunity, and now the two were actually arguing.
"You underestimate me. Demon-piercing energy cannon."
A spiraling energy beam shot straight at the younger twin. Still elated, he realized the danger too late. With no time to escape, he grabbed his brother and used him as a shield. The older twin was shocked, demanding,
"What are you doing? Let me go." "Brother, you're a bit stronger and tougher. Isn't it natural for you to protect your younger brother?"
The demon-piercing energy cannon arrived, ending their quarrel. It pierced through the older twin's chest, exited from the younger twin's back, and vanished into the distance. Piccolo was stunned by the result. He had only planned to kill one, and then figure out a way to deal with the other. Yet somehow, he secured a double kill. The older twin stared at the hole in his chest, venomously saying,
"If there is a next life, I will never be your brother again. I don't want to be your brother either, you useless brother. You couldn't even block an energy attack."
With their final words, the twins exploded simultaneously. Piccolo flew up, shaking his head in disdain.
"Scouters. Still believe in that. You must be new to Earth."
Piccolo knew his victory was extremely lucky, but a win was a win. If combat power determined the outcome, Raditz would have killed him long ago. He turned and flew toward the ground to find Gohan. Both battlefields had achieved victory. There remained Bulma's group, Kakao and Daisy, as the two strongest under Daiei's command, naturally set their sights on the mightiest Long Aotian. After a fierce clash, the two circled in the air seeking an opportunity. On the ground the couple stood back to back. Long Aotian was in a pitiful state, his clothes torn and his body covered in wounds. Bulma, aside from a pale complexion and rapid breathing, appeared unharmed on the surface. Gazing at the two circling enemies in the sky, Bulma reproached herself.
Honey, I'm sorry I held you back. Don't talk nonsense. You're the president of the Mage Association and the champion of the first magic tournament. How could you hold me back?
Long Aotian spoke words of comfort, but his eyes remained fixed on the two figures in the air. If it were a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could kill both of them. However, with Bulma forming a mixed doubles team, the situation was dire. Seeing a wave of energy blasts hurtling toward them, he immediately slammed his palm against the ground. A layer of stone wall rose into a semicircular protective shield covering them both. As the energy blasts bombarded the shield, cracks gradually appeared in the stone wall. Long Aotian knew he couldn't hold out much longer, so he pulled Bulma into his arms. Wrapping her arms around her husband's neck, Bulma smiled bitterly.
I know you're just trying to comfort me. From now on I'll stay at home and take care of the kids. You're a strong woman who's going to become the #1 mage in the universe. How can you give up so easily? How did I remember it was the #1 on Earth? Then let's set a small goal first. Being #1 in the universe is what suits you.
Long Aotian comforted Bulma. Seeing that the protective shield was about to shatter, he interrupted her.
Hold on tight to me. The shield is about to break.
He immediately used the Earth escape technique, carrying his wife, as they burrowed deep underground, frantically fleeing into the distance. After breaking through the defense, Daisy didn't catch sight of the pair and grumbled.
That man's tricks are really bizarre. They slipped away again.
From his words, this wasn't the first time Long Aotian and his wife had escaped. Kakao activated his scanner and searched around, saying calmly,
What's the rush? With the scanner, where can they run to? Found them. They're underground. Chase!
The two flew through the air and pursued, hurling energy blasts at the location shown on the scanner, recklessly ravaging the ground. Kakao threw another energy blast and warned.
If that man weren't so concerned about that woman, we might not have been able to deal with him. Let's focus on the woman first, wear the man out, so he won't fight to the death. I know. Using his body to shield the woman from my fists. How utterly foolish.
Thinking of the man's stupid move, Daisy let out a cold laugh. Long Aotian, using the Earth escape technique to travel underground, felt the tremors from the surface above. The Earth escape was becoming increasingly difficult, and his energy consumption was rapidly accelerating.
Damn scanner. If it weren't for that thing, I'd have escaped long ago.
Bulma also knew the Earth escape technique, and she understood how difficult the situation was. She proposed again.
Put me down. I'll lure one away, and you deal with the other. Then you can avenge me. Shut up. Say that again, and I'll go after those twins from the Mage Association.
Long Aotian threatened her with harsh words, which made Bulma laugh.
If I die, won't that mean no one's around to keep an eye on you? Malin is pretty good too. If you don't make a move, Kellen might snatch her away.
Long Aotian remained silent, focused solely on escaping. Gazing at her silent husband, Bulma reached out to caress his face, putting on a light-hearted tone.
The Dragon Balls can be used again in a year. You can just revive me. I've never died before, so it would be a new experience.
Long Aotian looked down at the person in his arms and held her tighter. Everything was understood without words. Sensing her husband's choice, Bulma softly scolded.
Idiot!
Perhaps they would die, but at this moment, she felt truly happy.
Honestly, I've always been curious. Your personality is nothing like Shenlong's. Shenlong is majestic and dignified, but you're lecherous, reckless, shameless, and eccentric.
Hearing Bulma list his faults, Long Aotian couldn't hold it in anymore and interrupted.
My dear lady, we're trying to escape here. Are you really bad-mouthing your husband like this?
Bulma stuck out her tongue and said coquettishly.
I'm just afraid I won't have another chance to ask.
Long Aotian shook his head helplessly, and said in a low voice,
Trapped in a few orbs for hundreds of years unable to die. If you don't go crazy in the silent you'll.
Suddenly sensing a familiar aura, Long Aotian's face lit up with joy, and he changed the subject.
Maybe we won't have to die.
Seeing the joy on her husband's face, Bulma understood what he hadn't finished saying. If it were her, perhaps, she would have gone mad long ago. At the edge of the spirit tree, Yajilobe was roasting meat over a fire, having a barbecue. For some reason there were many inexplicably dead animals nearby, and it would be too wasteful not to eat them. That wasn't his style. After devouring a wild boar in just a few bites, he was still unsatisfied, staring intently at the wolf, still roasting on the fire, his eyes filled with longing. Suddenly 2 figures emerged from the earth 10 meters away, startling Yajilobe into gripping his samurai sword tightly. When he recognized their faces, he relaxed his grip, and let out a sigh of relief.
Bulma, it's you too. Why aren't you inside helping Goku fight the enemy? What are you doing out here on the edge?
The next second, he caught sight of Long Aotian's injuries, and without a moment's hesitation turned and fled. Long Aotian set Bulma down, and shouted urgently,
Fatty, what are you running for? You're far stronger than me, and you're in such a sorry state. You must have brought the enemy with you. If I don't run, am I supposed to wait for death?
Having seen Long Aotian at the Temple of Heaven many times, Yajilobe had some understanding of his strength. The couple exchanged a glance, surprised that Yajilobe's mind was so sharp. He had guessed almost everything correctly at first sight. Bulma couldn't bear to see Yajilobe walk into a trap, and kindly warned,
You're running in the wrong direction. The enemy is coming from the way you're heading.
As soon as she finished speaking, Yajilobe saw 2 strange-looking figures flying toward him. He could tell at a glance they weren't good people. Spotting an energy sphere hurtling toward him, he was terrified out of his wits, immediately changed direction, and shouted for Long Aotian's help. A wall of stone rose up to block the energy blast for Yajilobe, but the shockwaves sent him flying, and he landed awkwardly at Bulma's feet. Luckily his thick skin and sturdy body saved him. He stood up, as if nothing had happened, muttering,
You two set me up.
Yajilobe was about to flee again, but one sentence from Long Aotian made him stop in his tracks.
Compared to running speed, who do you think is faster, you or us? Besides, the enemy has a detector. Where can you run to?
Yajilobe resigned himself to his fate, turned around, stood beside Bulma, and asked,
Then what do you suggest?
Seeing an extra person, Kakeo and eyes hesitated for a moment before attacking together. Long Aotian charged forward, holding off the 2 enemies alone, and roared loudly.
Didn't I give you a copy of the Thunder God art? It contains several extremely powerful lightning magic spells. Use them to hold off one of them for me.
He had long noticed that Yajilobe could use magic, and the rare lightning element at that. His spiritual power was even higher than Bulma's, so Long Aotian had specially compiled a book of lightning magic for him.
Aside from Thundercloud, I haven't even looked at the other spells.
Hearing this, Long Aotian's vision went dark, his movement slowed, and he was blasted into the ground by the combined attack of the enemies. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Long Aotian slammed his palm against the earth. The ground within 100 meters began to tremble, and 2 stone dragons soared into the sky, clamping the pursuing enemies in their jaws. Standing up, Long Aotian swayed unsteadily, his spiritual power severely depleted. He cursed angrily,
You useless fatty. You don't put effort into martial arts, and you're even worse with magic. You're wasting a perfectly good talent. Hurry up and summon the Thunder Cloud. I'll teach you another move. Whether the 3 of us survive depends entirely on you.
Realizing the urgency, Yajilobe didn't dare to be careless. He raised his arms high and shouted,
Thunder Cloud, appear. Long Aotian will cramming at the last minute work. What if I can't learn it?
A large black cloud materialized in the sky, white light flickering within it, accompanied by a deafening roar, very similar to the thunder cloud that had saved Galen.
Now you realize cramming doesn't work. Don't worry, it's simple and easy to grasp. Boom!
2 explosions rang out as the stone dragons were blasted into dust. Long Aotian immediately charged forward to attack, while shouting a spell formula. Hearing the incantation, Yajilobe's expression turned strange. He asked incredulously,
Are you sure the spell is correct?
Long Aotian, while fending off the attacks of the two enemies, roared.
Nonsense. I wouldn't joke with my own life, let alone my wife's. Hurry up.
Yajilou no longer doubted. He raised both hands again, thumbs upright ring, and little fingers curled and pressed together, index and middle fingers together, pointing at the thunder cloud, like a gun barrel. His spiritual power seemed to materialize, bursting from the gun-shaped hand into the thunder cloud. Lightning within the cloud churned violently, its power surging, and the entire sky grew dim.
Thunder god above, by my life, destiny's choice, appear quickly by Yubu.
Hearing Yajilou recite the bizarre incantation with a straight face, each, Bayu, causing the finger gun to tremble, Bulma couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. As the incantation concluded, Long Aotian was blasted away again. Kakao pursued but noticed his companion wasn't following. Alone he wasn't confident, so he stopped and turned back to urge.
Dies, what are you doing? Strike while the iron is hot.
Only then did he notice something was wrong with Dies. The man was staring up at the thunder cloud with a terrified expression, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if enduring immense horror.
He's gambling his life with the fat guy right now. He has no time for you,
Taking advantage of Kakao's distraction, Long Aotian had already closed in and launched an attack. After a flurry of wolf fang fist punches, Kakao was sent flying by a side kick.
Long Aotian, you bastard! What do you mean gambling with life? Why do I feel like I'm about to die?
Yajilou looked up at the thunder cloud in terror, his whole body trembling like a leaf, not daring to move a single step. Even though it was his own magic, he felt a sense of impending doom.
The lightning of destiny's choice can unleash 10 times the power. It's a simplified version, so since it's a crash course, it comes with a slight side effect. Simply put, there's a 50 chance that both you and the enemy get struck simultaneously, a 25 chance that only you get struck, and a 25 chance that only the enemy gets struck. In my estimation, no one present can withstand this strike, including me. The full version is in the book I gave you. If you survive, you can practice it.
Long Aotian explained while fighting the enemy. Now that he was only facing Kakao, he had gained the upper hand. Victory was only a matter of time. But life and death rested on whether Yajilou could take down the other enemy. Upon hearing the explanation, Yajilou cursed loudly.
Long Aotian, you sneaky bastard! Even as a ghost, I won't let you off.
Two massive lightning bolts emerged from the thunder cloud, shooting toward Yajilou and Dies respectively. The two watched the lightning approach, unable to move a single finger. Seeing two lightning bolts, Long Aotian's anxious heart finally eased. To express his apology, he promised,
if we survive this ordeal, I'll treat you to a year's worth of feasts after we're revived. Screw you. 1 year isn't enough, at least 3.
Those were Yajilou last words before the lightning struck. With two thunderous booms, Dies was blasted into nothingness in the air, leaving a deep crater on the ground.
Your companion is dead. Now it's your turn.
After putting in some effort, Long Aotian beat Kakao until he was incapacitated and captured him alive. Then his body went limp, and he fell into a soft embrace. Bulma supported her husband and asked in confusion,
why didn't you kill him? Northkite only mentioned the drawbacks of the spirit tree at the cost of a planet. I don't believe there isn't any benefit at all.
Long Aotian was extremely weak, speaking with barely any strength. He continued,
Yajilou might still be alive. Help me over to check. How is that possible? Didn't you say even you would definitely die?
Bulma exclaimed, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips as she lifted her husband in a princess carry.
Bulma, what are you doing? Put me down. If someone sees me like this, where will I hide my face?
Long Aotian struggled desperately, but with his severely injured body it was futile.
Hee. If you can stand steady, I'll put you down. Behave yourself and lie still.
Hearing this, Long Aotian was stunned. The words seemed familiar. A scene from the past suddenly surfaced in his mind, the same words, the same posture, but with their positions reversed. He sighed.
Alas! This is outright revenge. Hee. I've always held a grudge.
Years ago, when he was struck by lightning for no apparent reason for the first time, Yajirobe thought it was over. Unexpectedly, the strange thundercloud reappeared the next month. Then came the third, fourth, It lasted for over 6 full years, with thunderclouds appearing every month more punctual than a woman's period. Though they couldn't kill him, he suffered greatly. Until he bought a beginner's magic book and inadvertently started practicing magic, achieving some success. After that, when the thundercloud appeared, the lightning could no longer strike him. He felt he could control the lightning's trajectory, and even developed a sense of closeness to it. After that, the thundercloud disappeared. Then he met Long Aotian, who tossed him a book containing a spell called
Annihilating Thundercloud,
which caught his attention. He practiced it, and it became the only spell Yajirobe ever learned from that book. Every month on that day, he would summon the thundercloud to strike himself for fun, commemorating that miserable past. Bulma, holding her husband, searched the deep pit and said suspiciously,
"There's nothing."
Long Aotian fell into self-doubt. He carefully probed again and detected an extremely faint trace of chi, barely perceptible. Pointing to the center of the pit, he said,
"It seems to be in the earth."
Bulma set her husband on the ground and began digging with her hands. To her surprise, the top layer was very loose, crumbling at a push. She unearthed a pitch-black fat man, seemingly roasted to charcoal, with a faint scent of burnt and meaty aroma. Only his eyes could still blink weakly. Realizing that Yajirobe was still alive, Bulma hurriedly took out a cloth bag containing 3 beans. She forced one into the fat man's mouth, then tossed one to her husband. Catching the bean, Long Aotian roared angrily,
"You had sins of beans all along, but didn't bring them out earlier. You made me lie in your arms in such an embarrassing position." Hee. "I forgot. My bad. Yajirobe tossed them to me when he sensed disaster was imminent."
Bulma stuck out her tongue, showing no hint of apology. It was clearly intentional. As the senzu bean took effect, Long Aotian's injuries healed in an instant, and his strength was fully restored. The blackened crust on the lying Yajirobe began to flake off.
"Aw, pervert!"
Bulma screamed, covering her eyes, and turning around, not daring to look again. She tossed out a capsule, and said anxiously,
"Inside are my husband's clothes. Put them on quickly."
Yajirobe stood up. His clothes had long turned to ashes, and not a single hair remained. He was bald. He grabbed a piece of clothing, put it on, and ran off without looking back.
"Don't forget you owe me 3 years of feasts. You must win."
Watching the retreating figure, Long Aotian smiled bitterly. He put away the last senzu bean and flew to Kakaʻao. A condensed energy sphere appeared in his palm, ready to fire. He threatened,
"Do you want to die or live?"
Kakaʻao pursed his lips and said honestly,
"No one wants to die. Since you want to live, tell me the benefits of the spirit tree, and I'll let you off. Why should I trust you?"
Long Aotian raised 2 fingers and said solemnly,
"I can swear on my life. Your life is worthless."
Kakaʻao sneered, his eyes shifting to Bulma, understanding her importance in Long Aotian's heart. He grinned.
"If you can swear on that woman's life, I'll tell you." Hee.
Long Aotian glanced at Bulma and solemnly vowed,
"I swear on my wife Bulma's life that if you tell me the benefits of the spirit tree, I will not kill you and will let you leave."
Kakaʻao truthfully told the benefits of the spirit tree's fruit, then slowly stood up and turned to leave. Long Aotian kept his word and did not stop him, which infuriated Bulma. She grabbed his ear and scolded,
"You bastard! You just let the enemy go. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I swore on your life. I couldn't bear to lose you, could I?"
This explanation made Bulma both amused and angry. She let go and turned her head away, showing her displeasure. Embracing Bulma from behind, Long Aotian said playfully,
"I'm bound by the oath, so I can't kill him. But you can."
Kakaʻao, heavily wounded, was not walking fast. He turned back and shouted angrily,
"Bastard! You're going back on your word. Don't talk nonsense. I did let you go, but I can't stop my wife from doing whatever she wants."
Long Aotian quickly defended himself, as he dared not break his oath. Bulma understood now. She scolded playfully,
"You little pervert, so full of tricks."
Kakaʻao died, killed by Bulma. After dealing with the enemy, Bulma returned and stood before her husband, their eyes meeting. Suddenly she kissed him. After a long moment their lips parted. Bulma smoothed her husband's hair and said tenderly,
"There's still 1 senzu bean. Go help Wukong. I'll go home and cook." I'll wait for your return.
She gave her husband one last deep look, then turned and left. The brief crisis made her realize that she was completely a burden now. Waiting at home was the best choice. Perhaps this farewell would be the last, but she believed in Wukong and her husband. Long Aotian stared blankly at his wife's retreating figure. After a long while he muttered,
"So gentle. I'm really not used to it. My beloved wife is at home, how could I dare to die? Wait for me."
Clenching the Senzabine in his hand, he flew toward the battlefield where Wukong was. Vegeta tumbled across the ground in disarray, but before he could rise a hand seized him and lifted him up.
"I am your king,"
the voice demanded.
"Will you submit or will you defy me?"
Through repeated torment, Vegeta refused to yield even unto death, raising his bloodied, swollen face. Vegeta spat a mixture of blood and saliva across Door's face, igniting his fury. Door wiped the filth from his visage, his patience completely exhausted.
"In that case, die then. I shall surpass Frieza and forge a new dynasty for the Saiyans. Ahaha."
He hurled Vegeta skyward and fired an energy blast to send him to his death. An energy blast intercepted the mid-air, the explosion's shockwave knocked Vegeta free, and he fell into someone's embrace.
"Lord Door, allow me 3 minutes. I'll persuade him on your behalf."
Upon seeing the newcomer, Door's eyes turned ice-cold.
"You?"
he hissed.
"So Dez and Kakao fell at your hands. I'll claim their share as well. To thank you, I'll send you to your death."
Seeing the enemy poised to strike, Long Aotian urgently shouted,
"Wait. I've come to surrender. I beg Lord Door to accept my allegiance. If you're ever in a generous mood, perhaps you'd grant me a taste of that spirit tree fruit." "Oh, so you learned the secret of the spirit tree fruit from their lips. Then I can't let you live either."
Door's gaze turned razor-sharp, dismissing the surrender outright, and having no interest in sharing the fruit with anyone.
"Lord Door, sir, I truly have come to surrender. I'd like to pledge myself as your disciple."
Long Aotian's words tumbled out in frantic desperation, but then his expression suddenly brightened as he glanced past Door's shoulder and cried out excitedly,
"Goku, use the Kaioken to destroy him."
Startled, Door whipped around to see a bald head radiating blinding light that forced his eyes shut. When he finally reopened them seconds later, nobody was there except himself. Door clenched his fists and checked his scouter, a vicious grin spreading across his face.
"There's no escaping my grasp."
While Long Aotian carried Vegeta and Piccolo held both Goku and Krillin, they fled together, each handling their own opponents before slipping back quietly. They crossed paths on the way and briefly coordinated their plan to create a diversion. He produced the final Senzabine, split it in half, and gave each portion to Goku and Vegeta. Their injuries vanished almost instantly, and nearly half their strength returned. Once his power returned, Goku and Vegeta both broke free from their captor's grips. Blushing with humiliation, Vegeta snapped,
"Don't think I'll thank you for saving me. Who asked for your gratitude? If not for that brutal enemy, do you really think I'd bother rescuing you?"
Long Aotian harbored no affection for this ruthless Saiyan prince, and if circumstances hadn't forced his hand, he would have killed him long ago. During the fight with Goku, Long Aotian had sensed Vegeta still holding something back. Rescuing him was simply to pit the Saiyans against each other. Thinking back to Door and the humiliation he just endured, Vegeta's rage boiled over as he gritted his teeth.
"I'll trample that traitor beneath my feet and show him who truly rules the Saiyans."
With that, Vegeta landed and swiftly gathered energy in his palm. But this time, he held back, releasing the blast just 10 meters above ground instead of sending it skyward. The moment he caught sight of the glowing sphere, Vegeta's frame began swelling, dramatically transforming in an instant into a massive great ape. Door arrived just in time to witness the giant ape crushing an energy blast apart with one paw, and as a Saiyan he understood all too well the terrifying power before him, freezing in place as he locked eyes with the beast.
"Door, weren't you so arrogant about stepping on me and claiming to be the Saiyan King? Come then, defeat me as I am now, and you'll have your crown." Ha ha ha.
The great ape spoke with supreme confidence, utterly dismissing Door. Door approached the giant ape with extreme caution, reaching for his scouter to assess Vegeta's power. But an explosion erupted unexpectedly. He tore off the device and crushed it in his fist, his voice icy cold.
If I can crush you once, I'll do it again. I will be the Saiyan King, and nothing you do will stop me.
After consuming the spirit tree fruit, Door's arrogance peaked. What difference did it make if Vegeta transformed into a giant ape? He launched a fierce assault without hesitation. As the two Saiyans clashed in brutal combat, Goku watched from the sidelines with growing excitement.
They're both incredibly powerful. The gap between them is slim. Who do you think will win?
Piccolo nodded in agreement.
True, but Door's ki feels stronger.
Long Aotian sighed at Goku's enthusiasm and urged the others forward.
While they tear each other apart, we need to focus on our real objective. Neither outcome benefits us.
The quartet made their exit unchallenged. Door attempted to give chase, but the giant ape form of Vegeta blocked his path, forcing him to concentrate on the civil war between their kind. After flying a considerable distance, Long Aotian altered course toward the dense canopy. Krillin called out,
"What exactly did you mean by our important matter?" "From what I understand, Door is merely a low-class Saiyan whose current power comes entirely from consuming spirit tree fruits. To have any chance against him, we must consume the fruit ourselves."
Long Aotian relayed what he'd learned from Kakeo, but the North Kaishan abruptly interrupted with a grave warning.
"Door has already harvested one spirit tree fruit. The Earth's climate is destabilizing, natural disasters multiplying. If you remove another fruit, millions will perish, and even the Dragon Balls cannot revive them. Your priority must be destroying the spirit tree itself, returning its energy to the planet."
Upon hearing the North Kaishan's counsel, Goku halted mid-flight and rejected the notion of consuming the spirit tree fruit, leaving Long Aotian frustrated and exasperated.
"What am I supposed to do? If we don't defeat Door, we all perish, and more will die with us."
Goku was by far the strongest among them, and if he was determined to stop them, there'd be no chance to consume the fruit. Long Aotian regretted healing Goku so hastily with half a senzu bean. Seeing Goku unmoved, Long Aotian pressed his case once more.
"Just one spirit tree fruit for you to consume combined with the Kaioken technique. That's our only path to victory." "No. I want to try the spirit bomb."
Without hesitation, Goku declined and proposed using the new technique he'd learned from the North Kaishan, but after attempting to gather energy from the mountains, plants, and earth, he couldn't harness even a fraction of it, and his brow furrowed in frustration. Long Aotian shot meaningful glances at Krillin, hoping he'd persuade Goku, but Krillin completely misread the situation and responded,
"Did something get in your eye? Need me to blow on it?"
Long Aotian covered his face in exasperation, briefly considering whether to flee Earth with his family, then remembered his wife's stubborn nature and sighed.
"Krillin, understand this, letting thousands die versus everyone perishing. You know the difference. Now convince Goku."
Seeing Krillin still wavering, Long Aotian stoked the fire further.
"I can see you care for Marin. You don't want her to die, do you? If we survive, I swear on my position as Magic Association chairman that I'll help you two get together."
At the mention of Marin's name, Krillin immediately set aside his doubts and joined the effort.
"Goku, if we want to save more people, we should listen to him this once. This might be our only chance to defeat the enemy." "Aye."
Goku began to agree, but then his eyes lit up as he looked skyward.
"Lord North Kaishan, if someone has already taken a bite from a fruit, can it still enhance our power?"
Before the North Kaishan could answer, Long Aotian spoke plainly.
"Yes, but the effects would be significantly diminished."
This was information he'd gathered from Kakeo. His group had cultivated spirit trees on other planets before, yet only ever bore a single fruit. At that time, Door was the strongest among them, though his power still fell short of 2,000. Only a handful were stronger than his group. After Door took a bite, the remaining fruit was divided among 5 people, which is how they gained their current strength. Otherwise, who would have followed him to this remote planet? Goku scratched his head and smiled.
"I remember Door bit into a red fruit and tossed it aside. If we can find it, maybe we won't need to harvest a new one. But that's not reliable."
Long Aotian remained worried and unconvinced by Goku's naive suggestion.
"It'll work. If my power increases, I can use a stronger Kaioken. Maybe we can still fight him."
Once Goku made his decision, there was no changing his mind. He led the other 3 toward the tree trunk he remembered.
"Long Aotian, if we find that fruit, I'll handle the enemy alone while you search for a new one." If I lose, you must consume 1, 2, or even 3 spirit tree fruits. Defeat the enemy at all costs. But if I win, the spirit tree must be destroyed. Not a single fruit may be touched.
Meeting Goku's resolute gaze, Long Aotian felt a chill and nodded.
All right. I swear by Bulma's life.
While Goku and the others searched for the spirit tree fruit, the battle between Vegeta in his great ape form and Paragus reached its fever pitch. The great ape unleashed an energy wave that collided violently with Paragus's attack, the explosion's shockwaves sending both combatants flying. Paragus rose slowly, gazing down from above with contemptuous mockery.
Ha ha ha. Becoming a great ape makes little difference, Vegeta. Kneel now and acknowledge me as your king, and I may spare your life. You are unworthy. If my full power were restored, this would be the extent of your challenge.
The great ape pounded its chest with both fists, unleashing its fury, as it charged forward, each stride trembling the earth, before launching into the sky with the weight of a collapsing mountain. Despite his overwhelming strength, Paragus did not dare meet the strike head-on. He vanished in a flash and reappeared in place, as though he had not moved at all. All 4 feet struck the ground, leaving a colossal wheel-shaped crater. The great ape turned and fired another energy beam, tracking Paragus's movements, the blast pursuing relentlessly.
Hee hee! Vegeta, how much more drool do you have left to spit?
Paragus taunted, streaking through the air at high velocity, and closing the distance before driving his body into a missile-like kick aimed at the ape's nose. The beam dissipated under the searing pain, as the great ape clutched its face with both massive hands, tears welling in its enormous eyes.
I told you! I trampled you once, and I can do it again. So what if I'm a great ape?
Paragus appeared above the ape, reveling in his mockery. How could Vegeta bear such humiliation? He brought his palm down upon his head, but missed his target, and struck only himself. Watching the figure dance incessantly before his eyes, the great ape's palms alternated in rapid strikes. Though its body was enormous, its speed was extraordinary. Yet Paragus moved even faster, evading each attempt, until his pace suddenly slowed and both massive palms descended almost simultaneously.
Ha ha ha! Paragus, you underestimated me. I'll crush you into 2 little flat cakes.
Roaring with laughter, the great ape pressed both palms together with full force, rubbing and squeezing mercilessly. His triumph lasted less than 2 seconds. A violent resistance surged from within his palms, gradually forcing them apart.
No! Impossible!
Shock contorted the great ape's face. With a roar, his power intensified further. His spread palms slowly closed once more, and joy flashed across his features. But before a second passed, he realized he could no longer close them. In the blink of an eye, his entire hand was forced open. A figure flashed forward and delivered a powerful uppercut to the great ape's jaw, sending the massive form soaring into the sky. Hurrying after it at top speed, he drove ahead but into the great ape's back. Drawing near once more, he positioned himself above the ape, roared, and drove both fists downward, burying it into the earth. Dozens of energy blasts rained down in succession. Through each thunderous impact, one could almost hear the great ape's impotent roars. As a final blast, several meters in diameter, struck home, a violent explosion erupted from the ape's position. The barrage of attacks had taken its toll. Paragus's chest heaved, his breathing growing heavy. As the smoke cleared, Paragus gazed down at the motionless great ape, descended slowly, and placed his foot upon its brow. His voice was ice-cold.
Vegeta, I give you one final chance. Swear allegiance to me as the king of the Saiyans, and I will spare you.
The great ape opened its eyes, and managed a single word.
Pa! A low-class warrior, you are not worthy.
Facing Vegeta's mockery, Paragus merely smiled.
History is written by the victors. Henceforth, I shall be the supreme warrior of the Saiyans, and you will be nothing more than a common grunt. Ha ha ha.
His obsession with making Vegeta acknowledge his kingship was not born of true ambition for the throne. A lone commander would suffice. He thought of all the times Vegeta had commanded him, and looked down upon him. He wanted to see that prince reduced to his knees, his so-called silent pride trampled into the dirt. Since he would not bow,
then die.
Paragus ascended into the sky, gathered a blazing sphere of light in his palm, and hurled it toward the great ape. Just before the blast was about to strike, an energy capsule shot in from the side, colliding with the light, and producing a violent explosion. The great ape narrowly escaped a fatal blow. Enraged Paragus turned his head and let out an exultant laugh.
Kakarot, I was wondering where to find you, and now you deliver yourself to my doorstep. I'll take your life.
The attacker was none other than Goku, who had returned upon finding the discarded fruit. After taking a single bite, his power had increased by nearly half, and even his injuries had fully healed. Seeing Vegeta on the brink of death, Goku had inexplicably intervened to block the attack.
Paragus, I will never allow your schemes to succeed. 7 times Kaioken.
Previously, Goku had already wielded the 4 times Kaioken in battle, pushing beyond his body's limits, even at the cost of injury, and had managed the 5 times Kaioken. Now, with greatly increased power and greater physical endurance, Goku did not hesitate. He unleashed the maximum Kaioken his body could sustain, becoming a streak of red flame as he charged directly at Paragus. Were there still any scouter detectors functional, they would have registered Goku's power as but a hair's breadth away from the 100,000 threshold. Stunned by Kakarot's surging power, Paragus was punched backward. The excruciating pain in his chest forced him to confront reality, but Goku was already behind him, striking once more and sending him flying again. As the third attack approached, Paragus finally reacted, crossing his arms to block. Though he held it, the sheer force drove him backward over 100 meters before he stabilized himself in midair. He had fought opponents like Kakarot in this state before, and quickly grasped the source of his power surge, unable to suppress a mocking laugh.
Ha ha ha. Kakarot, I never expected you to abandon the complete spirit tree fruit and scavenge what I left behind. As a Saiyan, you actually care so deeply about the fate of this planet. I am Son Goku, a man of Earth.
Goku bellowed, asserting his identity. Once again, he became a streak of red light, attacking under the 7 times Kaioken. His time was limited. Seeing Kakarot bearing down on him, Paragus turned and fled rather than risk a direct confrontation. He understood that if he could simply outlast, this victory would still be his.
Kakarot, had you not scavenged my leftovers, but instead plucked a fresh spirit tree fruit combined with your so-called Kaioken, I would have been unavoidably defeated. What a pity, what a pity. You missed your only chance to defeat me. After consuming a spirit tree fruit, one cannot consume another within a short period, or the body will explode. Ha ha ha.
Flying backward, Paragus laughed continuously. He had long feared Kakarot might consume the fruit, but without a functioning scouter, and entangled by Vegeta, he had been forced to abandon the pursuit. Now that Kakarot had sealed off that advantage, even if the others consumed spirit tree fruits, none could match him. He had no more concerns to worry about. Such an absurdly powerful ability, if unrestricted, would have allowed him to simply find a new fruit, consume it, and return to crush Vegeta with a single finger. How much more satisfying. Instead, he had wasted time struggling with a great ape Vegeta. Goku in pursuit was struck dumb by these words. His speed faltered momentarily. If Paragus spoke the truth, then he alone remained as the last hope for everyone. Renewing his charge as a crimson streak, he closed in with everything he had. As the two chased and fled, the giant ape lying on the ground slowly opened its eyes, struggled to rise from the ground, and stared blankly at the towering tree in the distance.
Dailyasy, so you were only this arrogant because you ate that damn fruit. Once I find the fruit and eat it, I'll show you what true cruelty means.
A flash of malevolence crossed his face. The giant ape's massive body floated up and slowly flew toward the center of the spirit tree. It wasn't that he didn't want to go faster in his current state, even flying was a struggle. On the other side, Wukong caught up with the enemy and launched fierce attacks. Seeing no escape, Dailyasy counterattacked simultaneously, and the two exchanged blows in midair, each punch landing on flesh. Wukong was clearly superior, his fists landing on Dailyasy from time to time, gaining the upper hand. However, winning in a short time was not that easy. Just as his right fist was about to smash into Dailyasy's face, a sudden sharp pain struck his entire right arm, stiffened, and his punch faltered. Instead, Dailyasy seized the opportunity and knocked him away. Having succeeded in his strike, Dailyasy did not press the advantage. He turned and fled again, laughing triumphantly.
Kakarot, how much longer can you hold on? Soon I'll kill you, then go kill your companions, ha ha ha.
Although his laughter was arrogant and triumphant, his grimacing pained expression showed he was far from comfortable. The sharp pain came and went quickly. Wukong, who was sent flying backward, soon stabilized himself. He knew his body could not endure much longer, but with only the sevenfold Kaioken, he could not defeat the enemy in a short time.
I won't let you hurt my companions!
Wukong roared, his red aura surging wildly, but it fluctuated unstable. His arm muscles bulged again, veins protruding, as if on the verge of bursting. Extreme pain twisted his features.
Wukong, no. The eightfold Kaioken, your body can't withstand it, you'll likely explode and die.
King Kai of the North, constantly monitoring the battle, instantly understood what Wukong intended and shouted a warning. Disregarding King Kai's warning, Wukong persisted, stubbornly howling in agony.
Eightfold Kaioken, open up!
At that moment, Wukong was gambling with his life. Fortunately, he succeeded. The red aura stabilized. Under the eightfold Kaioken, Daimaō couldn't even see clearly before a red flash arrived before him. In shock, before he could react, his abdomen suffered a heavy blow. Intense pain made his eyes bulge, his mouth wide open, as he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The cost for Wukong to deliver this punch was also extremely severe. His entire left arm exploded and vanished completely. Forcing the eightfold Kaioken, though not instantly exploding, each move exacted a terrible price. Gazing at his vanished left arm, Wukong's expression was utterly calm, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. He kicked Daimaō high into the sky, and at the same time his right leg exploded. Looking up at Daimaō, Wukong's gaze was icy. He placed his remaining right hand at his waist, and a blazing light shone.
Kamehameha!
Pushing out his single palm, a dazzling beam of light shot straight toward Daimaō. Seeing the energy beam approaching, Daimaō's face twisted in a resentful roar.
No! I am the king of the Saiyans, I cannot lose. Cock-a-loot you!
Before he could finish his last words, the terrifying explosion engulfed him. After delivering this strike, Wukong stood proudly in the air on only one leg. Exerting all his remaining strength caused over a dozen cracks to open on his broken body. Seeing the enemy dead, his mind relaxed, and he could no longer hold on. His red aura vanished, his vision went black, and he fell from the sky. 10 minutes earlier, Wukong and his 3 companions had successfully found the discarded spirit tree fruit. Wukong took a bite. Not only did his injuries heal completely, but his strength also increased by nearly half, astonishing the other 3. He handed the remaining fruit to Aotian, instructing them to proceed according to plan, and left alone to confront Daimaō. Staring at the remaining half-fruit, Kellen's throat moved. He was the first to give in and suggested,
"Let's divide it among the 3 of us."
Having witnessed Wukong's strength increase after a single bite, it was hard to resist the temptation of effortless gain. Even if Malo had appeared naked at that moment, Kellen would unhesitatingly choose the fruit. Bike was both shocked and greatly tempted. Although he didn't speak directly, his longing expression betrayed him. It was only because he couldn't defeat the other 2 that he hadn't already snatched it. Aotian shook his head, causing Kellen to look wary and express dissatisfaction urgently.
"Do you want to hog it all? Or are you not a brother?"
Seeing the 2 showing hostility, Aotian quickly explained,
"You misunderstood. I'm not going to hog it. I plan to divide it into 4 portions, 1 for each of us, and the remaining 1 I'll take back to Bulma."
Hearing this, Kellen and the other relaxed their vigilance and both agreed. Bike even suggested dividing it into 5 portions, leaving some for Wufan. Aotian thought for a moment and rejected the proposal. The intelligence he had obtained from the enemy indicated that 6 people sharing 1 fruit would still be effective. If they added another person, it was uncertain whether it would still work. What if eating too little rendered it useless? Hearing the explanation, Kellen and the other had no more objections. They ate their respective portions and instantly felt a great surge in power. Clenching his fists and casually throwing a couple of punches, Kellen said excitedly,
"My strength has increased by at least half. If I face Naba again, I can take him down easily. I've increased by nearly double. This feeling is so wonderful. Why don't we go pick a couple more to taste?"
Bike couldn't help himself and made a tempting suggestion.
"No."
Aotian and Kellen shouted simultaneously, then exchanged a knowing smile. Looking at their serious expressions, Bike felt helpless. Having sung Wukong that simpleton was one thing, but these two didn't seem stupid. Yet they refused such a windfall. So he proposed another suggestion.
Let's split up to search for new fruits later. It will greatly increase efficiency.
Kellen floated up a few dozen centimeters and patted Bike's shoulder, warning.
Bike, put away your little schemes. None of us three can leave. We'll search together and follow Wukong's plan. Or we can have a spar. If you win, we'll do it your way. Hee hee.
Kellen's smile was malicious. The spar was a pretext. He really wanted to beat Bike to avenge the martial arts tournament defeat. Bike had no choice but to abandon the idea of leaving and join the two in searching. Along the way, Kellen asked curiously,
Long Aotian, why haven't you eaten yet? What do you, a single dog, know? Good things are more enjoyable when shared with your wife.
Stung by the insult, Kellen stopped asking and focused on searching for spirit tree fruits. After searching everywhere, they only found 2 fruits. They then waited quietly, sensing the general situation of Wukong's battle with their chi. The waiting was interminable. The trio simultaneously sensed a surge in Wukong's energy, and at the same moment an uninvited guest appeared in their line of sight. The giant ape Vegeta flew over, and upon seeing the 3, he also noticed a bizarre fruit hanging from a branch behind them. Guessing it was what had made Till stronger, an insatiable craving blazed in his eyes. At the first sight of the giant ape, sensing his current energy, Krillin smiled, a smile of pure delight.
Ha ha ha. Vegeta, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to walk. The gates of hell are wide open, yet you insist on barging in. Now I'll avenge Tenshinhan, Chaozu, and Yamcha.
Vegeta paid no heed to the talk of vengeance, his eyes fixed solely on the spirit tree fruit. He barked,
Move aside, bald little runt. I have no time for you. Hey, if you were at your peak, I'd turn and run. But now, you've missed your chance.
Krillin's gaze turned icy as he unleashed his full energy. Vegeta froze, pointing at Krillin in terror.
Your injuries. Your power. How is this possible?
In the instant the giant ape was stunned, Krillin struck. He dodged 3 consecutive punches from the ape and rammed his head into the colossal body. The immense force sent the giant ape skidding hundreds of meters across the ground. Ignoring the searing pain, the ape leaped into the air, but was still a fraction too slow. A high-speed spinning disc pierced the giant ape's thigh and severed its tail. Amidst agonized roars, the ape's body began to shrink. By the time he landed, he had reverted to human form, clutching his left leg and howling in pain. Because the giant ape's body was immense, the spirit energy disc hadn't completely severed the leg. Now in human form, half of it remained attached. Krillin stood over Vegeta, looking down with contempt.
When you invaded Earth, you thought nothing of anyone. You probably never imagined you'd end up like this. Go join my comrades in the afterlife. If it weren't for that bastard Tills, I'd have crushed you all long ago. Ha ha ha.
Vegeta's laughter was tinged with madness, a mix of defiance, bitterness, and fury. Krillin gazed at the pathetic Vegeta, his eyes filled only with hatred. He had no desire to speak another word. Just as he was about to finish Vegeta off, a violent explosion echoed in the distance. He immediately sensed that Till's energy had vanished. Before he could feel relieved, Wukong's energy dissipated almost simultaneously.
Wukong!
Worry, fear, and panic flooded his heart in an instant. Abandoning the kill, he raced toward the explosion at breakneck speed. Piccolo and Long Aotian also sensed the 2 energies vanish. Regardless, victory was theirs. Seeing Krillin leave, Piccolo glanced at the fruit on the tree, then fixed his gaze on Long Aotian. Having eaten part of the spirit tree fruit, he believed he could now match him. Should he take the gamble? After a moment, he abandoned the idea of seizing the fruit. Taking the initiative, he asked,
How do we destroy the spirit tree?
Long Aotian raised an eyebrow in surprise.
Oh, I thought you were going to try and take it by force.
He then shook his head.
I don't know either. We'll have to ask Lord North Kaioshin. Huh. 2 fools. You have a fruit that can boost your power, and instead of eating it you want to destroy it. Utter stupidity.
The mocking laughter came from Vegeta, drawing Long Aotian's attention. He flew over, knocked Vegeta unconscious, and carried the limp body back to Piccolo.
Why not just kill him? Last time, I let Raditz self-destruct. We can't waste Vegeta. I'll take him back for Bulma to study, then kill him later.
At the mention of study, Piccolo's green face deepened in hue. He looked at Vegeta with a hint of pity. For someone like him, death was preferable to humiliation. Being studied was the ultimate disgrace. From North Kai, they learned the method to destroy the spirit tree. The energy returned to the Earth and Earth's crisis was averted. Krillin flew to the site of the explosion and found Wukong's broken body. He sensed that Wukong was still clinging to life, so he carried him toward the nearest city. In a hospital, Krillin, Bulma, and Long Aotian paced anxiously outside the emergency room. After a long while, a man in a white coat emerged and let out a long sigh.
With injuries like these, an ordinary person would have died 8 times over. We've managed to keep Mr. Son Goku alive for now, but he may never wake up. And he'll need round-the-clock monitoring and treatment. The daily medical expenses alone will be at least several $100,000.
Hearing this, the three finally relaxed. As long as he didn't die, everything else could be handled. As for the bills, Krillin and Long Aotian both turned to look at one person. Bulma waved her hand grandly.
Money is no object. I'll give your hospital $1 billion upfront. Use the best medicine and equipment, whatever it takes to keep him alive. Rest assured, Miss Bulma.
The doctor beamed and left respectfully.
At least he's alive. Wukong has already died once. If he dies again, even Earth-Sharon can't revive him.
Bulma patted her chest in relief. Though they had defeated the enemy, she couldn't be happy. Tenshinhan and the others had already died once. Sharon couldn't bring them back.
I'm going to Korin's tower to see the hermit cat.
With those words, Krillin left. Once they were alone, Bulma threw herself into Long Aotian's arms and held him tight.
There, I'm back alive, aren't I?
He patted his wife's back soothingly and smiled.
I brought you something nice.
He produced the remaining spirit tree fruit like a treasure, but Bulma wrinkled her nose in disgust.
What's this ugly thing? And it's half-eaten. No thanks. Tulls came to Earth just for this. One bite should boost your power by several thousand. It's only this much left. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away.
True to his word, he tossed it without hesitation. Just as the fruit was about to hit the ground, a whirlwind caught it and delivered it into Bulma's hand.
You have your moments. I'll reward you tonight at home.
She shot her husband a playful glare, then stared at the fruit with sparkling eyes, ready to devour it in one gulp.
Wait. Eat half. I haven't had any yet.
At that, a ripple of affection crossed Bulma's eyes. She took a small bite, then pushed the remaining piece to her husband's lips, urging him to eat. Suddenly, she felt her mental energy surging. Delight spread across her face, but before she could savor it, she asked in alarm,
Honey, are you sure it only boosts power by a few thousand?
Before he could answer, Bulma turned into a blur, shattered the window, and flew out of the city. Sensing trouble, Long Aotian chased after her. As he emerged from the hospital, he saw Bulma flying at an incredible speed, far faster than ever before, even faster than him. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, leaving only a faint, agonized roar in the air.
How is that possible?
Stunned for a few seconds, Long Aotian flew in the direction his wife had disappeared. Minutes later, he reached a barren wasteland, and the sight before him left him utterly dumbfounded. 2 tornadoes, each 100 meters wide, stretched from the sky to the ground, swirling around Bulma. Though not enormous, their power was immense, radiating a pressure that overwhelmed Long Aotian. He knew that if he were caught in them, he would be torn to shreds. The tornadoes spun faster and faster, merging into one, engulfing Bulma. Suddenly the tornado burst apart. The raging winds bowled over Long Aotian, even from a kilometer away, sending him flying into a soft embrace. Looking at the familiar face, Long Aotian asked in disbelief,
Honey, did you do that?
Bulma's eyes crinkled with joy as she nodded.
Hom. That spirit tree fruit is terrifying. It didn't just add a few thousand to my power. I feel like I could even take on Vegeta now. Hee hee. I love you, husband. Give me a kiss.
Pulling out the last piece of the fruit, Long Aotian stared blankly.
This defies science. Wukong, Krillin, and Piccolo all ate it, and only gained a few thousand. How did you? There are many things science can't explain. Your very existence is unscientific, so don't worry about it.
Bulma was philosophical. She comforted her husband magnanimously.
Maybe the spirit tree fruit is more suited to sorcerers like us.
With Bulma's sudden boost in power, it was a moment of great joy. Long Aotian decided not to eat the remaining fruit. He had someone else in mind. The couple returned to the city just in time to see a spaceship launching, beyond interception. Long Aotian gritted his teeth in fury.
Damn it! Vegeta got away. How did he wake up so fast? It's all your fault. If you'd killed him earlier, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have left the hospital if I weren't worried about you. Even if he woke up, he couldn't have escaped.
The couple started arguing, then suddenly locked eyes and screamed in unison.
Oh no, Yukon!
They flew back to the hospital. Seeing Yukon lying in the bed, their hearts settled. The next morning in West City at Bulma's house, Krillin, Piccolo, Launch, Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Master Roshi gathered. First, Bulma announced the news of Vegeta's escape, casting a heavy gloom over everyone who feared the day the Saiyans would return in full force. Next, Krillin returned from Korin Tower, learning that the Senzu beans were scarce and would take a month to mature. Finally, they discussed whether to journey to Namek. From Vegeta's words, they learned Piccolo was a Namekian. Krillin speculated that Namek might also have its own dragon, a notion that received unanimous agreement. Tien Kaiotsu and Yamcha had already died once, so Earth Shalom could not revive them. Namek was their only hope. After obtaining Namek's coordinates from King Kai of the North and securing Nappa's spaceship, which could only carry one person, they debated and ultimately decided to trust Piccolo. As a fellow Namekian, he would handle matters more conveniently. Suddenly, an unexpected figure appeared, bringing a tremendous surprise. The Earth's guardian god arrived, recounting his past and leading everyone outside to visit his childhood home, a strangely shaped spaceship. The interior was vast enough for everyone. In the end, the guardian god, Piccolo, Long Aotian, Bulma, Krillin, Gohan, and Launch set off together. Despite Chi-Chi's vehement objections, Gohan insisted. He had witnessed the deaths of 3 uncles and his father's near death, yet he could do nothing. He wanted to contribute. Worried that Vegeta failing to seize Earth's Dragon Balls would go after Namek's, they hurriedly packed their belongings and immediately flew toward Namek. In the depths of space, the guardian god piloted the ship, his eyes filled with longing for his homeland. Ever since learning his true identity, he had harbored a desire to return and see it. He glanced at the others immersed in meditation training, each far surpassing his own strength. A gratified smile curled on his lips. The generations passed and he was old. Piccolo suppressed his power, continuing to teach Gohan combat in meditation. Krillin and Long Aotian engaged in fierce sparring, while Bulma suffered a crushing defeat at Launch's hands in their mental duel. By now, Launch's appearance had undergone a subtle transformation. Her long hair was neither gold nor blue, but a pale green. Her features remained largely unchanged, yet compared to the previous golden-haired Launch, she seemed softer. After witnessing Tien's death at the hands of the Saiyans, Launch had asked Long Aotian if there was a way to rapidly increase her power. After much hesitation, Long Aotian revealed a dangerous method: personality fusion. Launch possessed dual affinity for water and fire magic due to her split personalities. At the start of her training, each personality cultivated separately, and she had strangely opened 2 spiritual seas, one in her brain and another in her abdomen. If she could fuse both personalities and connect the 2 spiritual seas, it would unleash terrifying power. However, the risk was immense. One misstep could mean death. Long Aotian had intended to give the last piece of the spirit tree fruit to Yajirobe, but that lazy fellow refused to shoulder any responsibility, rejecting the chance to gain strength for free. Enraged, Long Aotian beat him up. Afterward, he found Launch in seclusion. With the help of the spirit fruit and the power of hatred, she relied on her indomitable will to finally merge her 2 personalities, giving rise to a new green-haired Launch. Unwilling to accept defeat, Bulma decided to challenge Launch again to defend her title as Earth's #1 mage. In the meditation space, Bulma summoned endless wind blades, bombarding Launch wildly. Launch, her body wreathed in flames, gracefully dodged and weaved rapidly, closing the distance between them. Even after the fusion, she still preferred close combat, using a mage as a warrior. Having been burned once, Bulma retreated, while unleashing wind blades, refusing to let Launch get near. Seeing that she couldn't close and quickly launch expanded, her flame stopped changing direction and charged straight at Bulma through the wind blades. The wind blades dissolved the moment they touched the flames, leaving behind a series of faint crackling sounds along the path. Realizing she couldn't stop launch, Bulma switched tactics. Two massive wind blades appeared, forming a cross that threatened to cut Launch into 4 pieces. Launch didn't slow down. She crossed her arms in front of her and slashed them outward, sending a cross-shaped flame flying. It was small at first but grew larger in flight, colliding with the wind blades. A thunderous explosion roared, generating thick smoke. A fiery figure burst out of the smoke, her flame-enshrouded fist slamming into Bulma's chest. The moment she made contact, Launch frowned. She had struck only an illusion. At the same time, a soft laugh echoed in the air.
Hee hee. Launch, you fell for it. Explode.
The illusory Bulma instantly detonated, unleashing a terrifying force that engulfed Launch. During the interval of the cross-wind blade explosion, Bulma had condensed a lifelike wind avatar at her original position, leaving behind a highly compressed storm within the avatar that would explode upon contact. Her true form had merged with the wind, silently appearing over 1,000 meters away from the avatar. After the explosion, Launch's hair was slightly disheveled. Bulma stared in shock. That had been her full-powered attack, yet it barely harmed her. She demanded,
Launch, just how strong are you now? Not even a scratch. I don't know. Let me punch you, and you can feel it yourself.
After a struggle, Launch found an opening to close in and blasted Bulma apart. Inside the ship, Krillin and Piccolo's groups had finished their meditation training and were resting. Suddenly, Bulma let out a scream, her face pale, as she exited the meditation state. The meditation training was incredibly realistic, with all sensations fed back to the real world. Being blown apart by Launch again, even Bulma's formidable mental strength couldn't handle it. Aotian walked over and held his wife in his arms, scolding.
Launch, can't you go a little easier?
Launch spread her hands innocently.
I'm already being very gentle.
Piccolo and Krillin glanced at each other. They knew Launch's previous strength well, and they hadn't understood why she was coming to Namek. But seeing Bulma defeated in meditation, they grew curious. After resting, Piccolo and Krillin each took turns in meditation duels, with Launch both emerging with pale faces.
What's going on? You ate the same spirit fruit as us, Launch. Just how strong are you?
Piccolo and Krillin were stunned. They had thought Launch's green hair came from the fruit, and that she had only gained a few thousand in power level, but they had been thoroughly beaten. Launch shook her head blankly and said earnestly,
I don't know either. In the meditation training, I wasn't even using my full power.
At these words, everyone present was thunderstruck except Aotian. He had been beside her when the fusion mutation occurred. The terrifying pressure at the moment of success felt no weaker than Til's after he had eaten another spirit fruit on Earth. The long interstellar journey passed with repeated meditation sessions, and Launch's lack of combat experience was perfectly compensated. Meanwhile, Aotian compiled 10 powerful spells for her to practice. Whether she could master them was up to her fortune. There was no doubt that Launch was now the strongest among them, lending them greater confidence in their journey to Namek. After a month-long cosmic journey, the group finally arrived on Namek. The spacecraft landed, and they set foot on Namek's soil. Behind them stretched a range of verdant mountains, while before them lay a vast azure lake. The air was far fresher than Earth's.
North Kai said Namek once suffered a disaster that wiped out its people, but the environment doesn't look like it.
Krillin couldn't help but remark at the green hills and clear waters, and the others echoed his sentiment. Bulma took out the dragon radar and pressed the button. Soon a reaction appeared. She explained in surprise,
There are Dragon Balls. There really are Dragon Balls. Tien and the others might be saved.
Everyone gathered around, looking at the light spots on the radar, their faces beaming with joy. Launch pointed at the edge of the radar and asked in surprise,
3 light spots are together. Could it be that someone else is also collecting Dragon Balls? Boom!
A surge of energy fluctuation drew their attention. It was not far away, and coincidentally 1 Dragon Ball was located in that direction. The group decided to go and investigate. Approaching the site of the energy outburst, the group landed on a mountaintop to conceal themselves and look down. Below was a small village with over 20 green-skinned people, who looked very similar to Piccolo. Outside the village a spaceship was parked. Hundreds of soldiers in full armor surrounded the village. A frog-like creature was engaged in fierce combat on the ground with a Namekian. The frog-like creature was gradually gaining the upper hand. Victory was only a matter of time. Bulma looked at the battlefield, then carefully glanced at the dragon radar and asked,
"There is a dragon ball in this village. They might be here to snatch it too. Should we make a move?"
Hidden on the mountaintop, relying on their perception of chi, they had already gauged the strength of those below. The strongest frog-like creature was only on par with Piccolo.
"Perfect timing. Piccolo, go help your fellow clansmen. Leave the small fry to us."
Long Aotian chuckled lightly, and was the first to fly out from their hiding spot. The others, unwilling to be outdone, transformed into streaks of light and charged forward. Only Kami remained on the mountaintop, sighing helplessly. It was not that he didn't want to fight, but his strength did not permit it. Once standing at the pinnacle of Earth now, he couldn't even defeat a mere grunt. He sighed deeply. The frog-like creature punched his opponent into the ground, spat out a dozen bubbles, which transformed into energy blasts and shot out. A streak of green light flew over, blocking the Namekian's path. With rapid punches the energy blasts were deflected one by one. Seeing his attack blocked, the frog-like creature narrowed his eyes and growled.
"Another combat-type Namekian. This lousy village still has one."
At that moment screams rang out from behind. The frog-like creature turned around and saw 5 strangers charging into the army, slaughtering indiscriminately. He angrily shouted,
"Who are you? How dare you touch my men? Facing me, Piccolo, the great demon king, and you dare to be distracted."
A sinister, ghostly voice sounded in his ear. The frog-like creature was startled. When he turned around, a fist was already flying toward him. He had no time to react, and was sent flying. Piccolo pursued and mercilessly dealt a fatal blow to his opponent. The Namekian lying on the ground looked bewildered. He had never seen the 5 people before. The only thing he was certain of was that Piccolo was also a Namekian, one he had never laid eyes on. Their clan had only a little over 100 people, though scattered across several villages. He dared to claim he knew every Namekian. Regardless of who they were, at least for now, they seemed to be friends rather than foes. He got up from the ground, flew out, and joined forces with Piccolo to take on the enemy. On the other side, the 5 were slaughtering the enemy. After killing several foes, Krillin found it too slow. He gathered a light in his palm and tossed it into the air. The light dispersed into a dozen energy spheres, killing over a dozen enemies in one blow. Lan Chi was like a tiger among sheep. Her fists blazed with a fiery red light. Each punch landed on the enemy with an explosive sound, setting them ablaze and reducing them to ashes. Long Aotian summoned a stone dragon, stood on its head, and commanded the dragon to bite and claw. With a single swing of the dragon's tail, he wiped out several enemies, looking quite flamboyant. Bulma hovered in the air, using wind blades to kill enemies from a distance, while providing support for Gohan. Gohan was fighting 3 opponents at once. Any enemy attempting to get close would be eliminated by a wind blade, ensuring he could focus on his fight. After a bout of struggle, Gohan killed the 3 enemies one by one. After a brief rest, he found new opponents to hone his skills. Soon the 100-odd armored grunts were eliminated by the 5. At the same time, under the combined assault of Piccolo and the other Namekian, the frog-like creature fell to the special beam cannon. The battle ended. Piccolo returned and caught sight of the injured Gohan. He was very displeased and said,
"You'll need to train more with me in the future."
Gohan grinned and nodded like an obedient child.
"Yes, Uncle Piccolo. I will definitely train harder."
The combat-type Namekian walked over to the group to express his gratitude.
"My name is Chiao Kelly. Thank you all for your help. May I ask who you are?"
His gaze swept over the group and finally settled on Piccolo. At that moment, Kami flew down from the mountaintop and spoke first.
"You can call me Kami. I accidentally learned that I am a Namekian, and I have come from distant Earth."
Then the group introduced themselves, briefly expressing goodwill. Chiao Kelly warmly welcomed them and called out to one of his people, instructing,
"Dango, heal Gohan's injuries."
A Namekian about the same height as Gohan stepped out of the crowd. He placed both hands on Gohan, and ripples of energy emanated from his palms spreading throughout Gohan's body. In just a moment Gohan's injuries were healed, and his strength was restored to its peak. The group marveled at the sight.
It seems the Namekians are easy to get along with. I thought they'd all be as vicious as Piccolo.
Bulma whispered to Lan Chi, unaware that the Namekians could hear everything. Piccolo's face turned even greener, clearly furious. After getting acquainted, Bulma explained their purpose, saying they wanted to borrow the Dragon Balls. Unexpectedly, this provoked hostility from Xiao Kelly and the villagers.
You're just like those invaders, after the Dragon Balls too. I won't hand them over. Either leave or fight.
Xiao Kelly assumed a combat stance, warily watching the group, a look of death in his eyes.
We are not your enemies. We just want to borrow the Dragon Balls to revive some friends.
Krillin tried to explain, but was rudely interrupted by Xiao Kelly.
I will not reveal the location of the sacred artifact. If you want it, you'll have to step over my dead body.
The atmosphere became tense, as if a single spark would ignite a war. To fight or to make peace? Lan Chi's eyes blazed with impatience. Her fists collided, sending sparks flying.
Stop your rambling,
she snapped irritably.
We have the radar. We'll find it ourselves.
Bulma gave an embarrassed smile and explained.
Courtesy before force. I mean courtesy first. They're of the same race as Shenron and Piccolo. We should at least show them some respect.
She exchanged a glance with the others. Lan Chi and Krillin immediately surrounded Xiao Kelly, preventing him from making any sudden moves.
We mean no hostility,
she said.
If you won't speak, we'll find it ourselves. We won't harm you, so please remain still.
Guided by the radar, Bulma approached the lakeshore and pointed at the water, calling out.
Ani, it should be down there. Go take a look.
Long Aotian dove into the water with a splash. Moments later, he surfaced clutching a Dragon Ball larger than a basketball and flew ashore, placing the ball on the ground.
Wow, what a massive Dragon Ball! It's far bigger than Earth's, and it has 4 stars.
Krillin explained in astonishment upon seeing the Namekian Dragon Ball. Hearing this, Xiao Kelly frowned curiously.
Since your planet also possesses Dragon Balls, why come all the way to Namek to seize ours?
Cammy stepped forward, radiating goodwill, and explained gently.
I created Earth's Dragon Balls. However, they can only resurrect a person once. Upon learning the whereabouts of the Namekian Dragon Balls, out of necessity, I had no choice but to come to our ancestral homeland. I also wish to lay eyes on our kinsmen and perhaps even seek out my relatives.
Having lived on Earth for centuries, Cammy carried a longing to trace his roots, a childhood dream he finally pursued by coming to Namek. Upon hearing Cammy recount his past, Xiao Kelly's wariness somewhat eased. He spoke solemnly.
If you truly live for hundreds of years, and seek your kin, only the Elder would know. The Elder is the sole survivor of the previous era. All Namekians alive today are the Elder's children.
At the mention of the Elder, reverence filled Xiao Kelly's eyes. Cammy's heart trembled. He immediately grasped the implication and bowed deeply.
Please grant me an audience. I wish to meet the Elder.
Xiao Kelly looked around at the group and nodded.
Granted, but you cannot take the sacred relic with you. If the Elder consents to your use of it, you may return and claim it. Agreed.
Cammy hesitated, his gaze lingering on the Dragon Ball. Noticing his dilemma, Bulma answered on his behalf.
Agreed. We won't take the Dragon Ball. Please lead us to the Elder.
Hearing this, Xiao Kelly's hostility vanished entirely. Though he was uncertain of the other's strength, he had witnessed Piccolo's power. That single strike held overwhelming force far beyond his ability to withstand. The Elder's dwelling was guarded by Namekians stronger than himself. Whether they were friend or foe would be decided by the Elder alone. As for these visitors, they wouldn't cause trouble there. There was another reason for granting the audience. A clansman possessed the ability to sense good and evil, and that sensing had registered no malice from this group. He summoned Din, instructing him to lead the strangers to the Elder's dwelling and report everything that had transpired in the village. Din flew ahead, brimming with curiosity about Earth and peppering them with questions. After answering a few trivial matters, the group lost patience and stopped engaging. Only Gohan walked cheerfully alongside Din, happily answering each question, and asking his own, in turn playing a game of questions and answers. The others listening along gradually gained a deeper understanding of Namek. After flying for some time, Din's pace gradually slowed. Before them appeared a village, its center dominated by a towering peak with its summit flattened and crowned by a single dwelling. A beam of green light shot forward, blocking the group's path. Its gaze swept over them, flickering slightly upon recognizing Piccolo and Cammy before settling finally on Din.
Din, who are these strangers? You bring outsiders here. Uncle Nail, these are Saiyan and Piccolo, Namekians from Earth. I brought them to see the Elder.
Din pointed to Saiyan and Piccolo, explaining their origin, then introduced the others one by one.
Our village was invaded by villains. Thanks to their help, we defeated the enemies,
she added.
That's all.
The remark slightly diminished the wariness in Nail's eyes. He gestured toward Piccolo and Saiyan.
You two may accompany me to see the Elder. The rest of you shall wait. Creak.
The door at the mountain summit swung open. A towering, portly, ancient Namekian emerged, speaking in a calm tone.
Nail, let them all come.
Hearing this voice, Nail respectfully acknowledged and led the group up the peak. They landed behind the Elder, standing like guards. Cammy regarded the colossal Namekian before him, instantly recognizing the Elder. Reverence trembled in his voice.
Elder, I have come.
The Elder raised a hand, interrupting.
Child, there is no need for words. Let me place my hand upon your head, and I shall know all.
Cammy hesitated not. He approached and allowed the Elder's palm to rest upon his head. Through an ancient secret technique, the Elder witnessed Cammy's entire life and learned the purpose of their arrival. After a moment, he released him and let out a long sigh.
Who would have thought I'd see my third brother's child before my final breath? Heaven treats me generously. Third brother, before my final breath.
Those two pieces of crucial information sent shockwaves through Bulma and the others.
Indeed. Your father and I shared the same sire. In human terms, we were brothers. You may address me as your uncle.
His gaze then shifted to Piccolo, kindling with warmth.
If you do not mind, you may call me great-grandfather.
Piccolo snorted coldly, turning his face away. He was Piccolo Daimaō, destined to conquer Earth. The title of great-grandfather would never pass his lips. Cammy, however, cared little for such matters. Respectfully he asked,
Uncle, then what of my father?
Seated on the stone chair, the Grand Elder pointed at Piccolo and the others and said,
I observe that your blood and chi are surging. You must have recently consumed some external substances that forcibly enhance your strength. If you do not resolve the aftereffects, it will be very difficult to improve your strength in the future.
Piccolo and the others were startled. During the month-long interstellar journey, they had discovered this problem. Except for Gohan and Long Aotian, their strength had not increased in the slightest. Even if they could not engage in intense training on the spaceship, a month should not have passed without any progress. Especially for Bulma and Lunch, who cultivated their spiritual power, they had not grown even a bit. The ones who had eaten the fruit of the spirit tree stepped forward together and said respectfully,
Please, Grand Elder, lend us your aid.
The Grand Elder smiled kindly, looking at them, as if they were younger members of his clan.
No rush, no rush. One by one.
Nail quickly tried to dissuade him.
Grand Elder, you cannot. Doing so will worsen your condition. It's fine. What difference does a moment earlier or later make?
The Grand Elder waved his hand to stop Nail and called for Piccolo to be the first to receive his blessing. His large hand pressed on Piccolo's head, emitting a soft glow. After a few moments, the light faded. Piccolo felt only a sense of lightness in his body, nothing else. He somewhat suspected whether the Grand Elder was bluffing, but he did not say it outright. Krillin and Bulma stepped forward one by one to receive the Grand Elder's blessing. When it was Lunch's turn, the Grand Elder uttered a surprised sound and asked,
Do you want me to help you a bit? No, this is fine. It's good enough.
Lunch declined with a smile, but no one understood what they meant. After the light faded, all who had eaten the spirit tree fruit had received the Grand Elder's blessing. Then he pointed at Gohan and said,
Little one, your turn. Me.
Gohan pointed at himself and said honestly,
But I haven't eaten anything to boost my strength.
The Grand Elder did not explain, speaking kindly.
Come here and you'll know. It will be good for you.
Gohan shuffled his little hands together and walked over slowly. As the light shone, his ki soared rapidly.
This. What is this?
Everyone stared in amazement, doubting whether they had sensed it correctly. When the light vanished, Gohan opened his eyes, felt the changes in his body, and joyfully leaped into the Grand Elder's arms, kissing him fiercely on the cheek and thanking him repeatedly.
Thank you, Grand Elder. Thank you, Grand Elder.
After a heartfelt expression of gratitude, Gohan stepped back, but the smile never left his face. The Grand Elder then called for Din and performed the blessing for him as well. After finishing, he explained to the group.
You consumed external substances to forcibly boost your strength, damaging your foundation. I used my ability to unlock potential to regulate your condition. From now on, you need not worry. From now on, you must train diligently. How far you can go depends entirely on yourselves. Thank you, Grand Elder.
Everyone chorused their gratitude again. As soon as the words were spoken, a plaintive voice rang out.
Grand Elder, have you forgotten about me? I also want you to touch my head and unlock my potential.
The Grand Elder looked at Long Aotian. Having glimpsed the life of the Earth's Kami, he knew his origin. He said helplessly,
You are very special. My potential unlocking is useless for you.
Long Aotian refused to give up.
How do you know without trying?
After repeated pleas, the Grand Elder agreed to unlock his potential. When the light faded, Long Aotian wailed to the heavens.
Heavens! Earth! Why am I the only one who can't?
A loud thud silenced his wail. Bulma smiled apologetically.
My man is rough and uncouth. Please forgive him, Grand Elder.
The Grand Elder waved his hand to indicate it was fine. He said in a clear voice,
I already know why you have come. The Earth's Dragon Balls cannot revive someone who has died once, but the Namekian Dragon Balls have no such restriction. However, each wish can only revive one person. He coughed slightly and continued. My clan will no longer hinder your search for the Dragon Balls. But now an evil force is also seeking them. Whether you can obtain the Dragon Balls depends on yourselves. Go!
Everyone thanked him and left except for the Earth's Kami. The four walked out of the house. Looking at the departing figures, the Grand Elder asked curiously,
You and Piccolo were once one. Have you never thought of absorbing him and merging again? As the Earth's Kami, I must have no evil in my heart. I have grown accustomed to it. If you were not the Earth's God, perhaps you would be the best candidate to succeed the Grand Elder. My strength is too low. I am unworthy of that position. That position has nothing to do with strength.
Nail and Din exchanged glances, then looked at the Earth's Kami in surprise. They had not expected the Grand Elder to hold such a high opinion of this Namekian from Earth. After chatting for a while, the Grand Elder looked up at the sky and said leisurely, Do you believe in premonitions? Perhaps soon Namek will face a disaster, one even worse than the catastrophe hundreds of years ago. Nail and Din were horrified, unable to understand why the Grand Elder would suddenly speak such pessimistic words. Ignoring their shock, the Grand Elder continued. Whether this disaster can be averted may depend on the visitors from Earth. I cannot see through it. Truly cannot see through. The Earth's Kami stood stunned, his mind racing. Suddenly a thought surfaced, and he blurted out. Could it be because of the Dragon Balls? Perhaps. Nail, help me inside to rest. Earth's Kami, feel free to wander around the village. After giving the order, the Grand Elder's face grew even more aged. Using his ability on so many people had evidently taken a heavy toll. The Earth's Kami stood on the mountaintop for a long time, lost in thought. Then he suddenly leaped down and flew toward the village at the foot of the mountain. Flying through the air, Bulma's group thought about the Grand Elder's words. Bulma shouted, Could the evil person the Grand Elder mentioned be the one who has collected 3 Dragon Balls? Krillin asked. That must be it. So what should we do? Of course we go straight there, eliminate the competition, first seize the Dragon Balls, and then search for the rest. Otherwise, if we gather many Dragon Balls, but can't beat them in the end, we'd just be working for others. Bulma spoke as if it were obvious. She had suffered from Piccolo Daimaō's tricks before, and was determined not to work for others again. But what if the enemy is too strong? That. Impossible, right? The Grand Elder is such a good person, he wouldn't send us to our deaths. Bulma said, her words tinged with doubt, and hesitation dampening morale.
What's there to fear? Only the winner gets the Dragon Balls. There's no escape, just fight.
Lunch clenched her fists, boosting everyone's morale, drawing laughter from the group.
That's right, just fight. Kill that bastard.
Bulma took out the dragon radar, confirmed the location of the 3 Dragon Balls, and changed course toward their competitor.
Anyone who stands in the way of me getting the Dragon Balls, even if they are far away, will be eliminated.
A long time passed. The group was still flying in the sky. Bulma stared at the dragon radar, and said with a grimace,
Namek is so huge. We've been flying for a few hours, and only covered half the distance. On Earth, I would have circled the globe several times by now.
Krillin reminded them.
Once we get close, we should find a place to rest, and recover our strength before taking action.
Bulma sneered.
Do you even need to say that? We're not fools.
Then she looked at Gohan with concern and asked,
Gohan, after the Grand Elder unlocked your potential, how strong are you now? I don't know. Probably a bit stronger than Uncle Krillin.
Gohan scratched his head shyly, and answered honestly, but his eyes still sparkled with excitement. He could now protect Uncle Piccolo too.
Too bad the scouter's shattered into pieces, and can't be repaired. Otherwise we could see everyone's exact power levels, and also know the enemy's strength. Damn it!
Bulma gritted her teeth. Although she had learned to sense ki, and even used her spiritual power to probe, the detection range was far smaller than that of the scouter, which was quite inconvenient. Long Aotian comforted his irritable wife.
All right, Bulma. Save your energy for dealing with the enemy. If we meet a powerful foe, I'll have to rely on you to protect me.
Bulma patted her chest confidently.
Don't worry. From now on I'll have your back, haha.
A huge spaceship slowly approached, causing the villagers to look up in awe. The hatch opened, and a monstrous creature with wings on its back, orange skin, and ugly appearance, along with a fair-skinned, slender, handsome man, walked out. Following behind were 200 fully armored soldiers surrounding the village.
Angela, the boss, called us back to act together. Did something really happen to Big Eyes?
The fair-skinned, handsome man said solemnly.
We've been unable to contact him. I think he's probably dead. These Namek people really have some experts. Be careful.
Previously, Piccolo Daimaō and Big Eyes had split into 3 groups, each leading a team to search for the Dragon Balls. Not long ago, they received the boss's order to gather, so they assembled.
What's there to fear? I've encountered 2 combat-type Namek people, and they both died by my hands. Big Eyes was too weak.
The Big Eyes that Piccolo Daimaō referred to was the frogman who died at the hands of Bike. He did not take his comrade's death to heart, thinking the boss was making a mountain out of a molehill, but he still had to obey orders. Stepping forward, he announced loudly,
Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I'll spare your lives.
A middle-aged Namek man slowly rose into the air and demanded,
So you're the ones causing destruction everywhere and stealing the sacred artifacts? I, Swanmu, will never let you succeed.
With a fierce shout, Swanmu took the initiative to attack. Piccolo Daimaō signaled his men to stay put and face the enemy alone. With his arms crossed over his chest, he showed great disdain for Swanmu's attack. Facing a rain of punches, he slightly tilted his body and dodged each fist in turn. After dodging dozens of punches, Piccolo Daimaō sneered.
So this is all a combat-type Namek can do?
Suddenly a punch broke through the flurry of fists and struck Swanmu's chest. He flashed behind Swanmu, reached out both hands, and grabbed Swanmu's arms from behind. No matter how hard Swanmu struggled, he couldn't break free.
Tell me where the Dragon Balls are, and I'll spare your life.
Piccolo Daimaō issued the threat again.
Dream on all.
A piercing scream came from Swanmu's mouth as his arms were brutally torn off by Piccolo Daimaō. At the same time, he took the opportunity to break free and distance himself by hundreds of meters.
It's just an arm. You Namek people can regenerate them, but pain is still pain. I wonder how many times you can endure it. Hee hee.
Piccolo Daimaō let out a sinister laugh as if he had done this before. He walked step by step towards Swanmu, bringing immense pressure. Bulma and the others who had been following and hiding witnessed this battle. They concealed themselves to probe the enemy's strength. After several checks, although there were many enemies, they did not detect any particularly powerful aura. Seeing the Nameite man's arm broken, they all flew out. Wufan charged straight at Daimaō, shouting,
"Stop! Don't hurt the Nameite people."
Because of the relationship between Baek and the great elder, Wufan had a strong fondness for the Nameite people. Moreover, the enemy was not weak, so he attacked with all his might. Daimaō turned around and was startled to see so many people appear. Seeing a little brat charging at him, he grinned fiercely and threw a punch that collided with Wufan's fist. Feeling that the power from the fist was on par with his own, he asked curiously,
"You're not Nameite people. Who are you? Someone who wants your life."
Wufan didn't waste words. He swung his fists, continuously launching a fierce attack, and engaged Daimaō in battle. Kellen took on Angela, and the two were evenly matched, exchanging blows. The others were like tigers among sheep, slaughtering the soldiers. With more than half of the soldiers slaughtered, Daimaō and Angela almost simultaneously shouted in anger,
"Boss, help!"
At their cries for help, the spaceship hatch opened, and a figure fully armored except for a green face flew out, scolding,
"A bunch of useless trash. Can't even handle such a simple task."
Seeing a new enemy appear, who was called the boss, Bulma had just finished off 2 soldiers and became interested. She summoned 2 massive wind blades and slashed at the enemy. The boss's eyes showed contempt. He stood still, letting the wind blades hit him. The wind blades struck his body like eggs, hitting a rock covering with dense cracks before shattering into powder and dissipating in the wind.
"Impossible. That was my full power."
A scream escaped Burma's lips, tinged with panic. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Hearing Burma's scream, Wufan, Kellen, and the others shook off their opponents and gathered together, staring warily at the enemy's boss. The enemies also had a chance to catch their breath and flew behind the boss, trembling. Kellen stared for a long time and said solemnly,
"Strange. I clearly sense that his chi is very ordinary, even weaker than his 2 subordinates. Could it be my imagination?" "No. Your perception is correct. He doesn't seem strong to me either,"
Baek echoed, but as he looked at the enemy's green face, he felt a sense of familiarity.
"Let me try again."
Kellen stepped forward a few paces, briefly gathered power, and fired a Kamehameha. Unexpectedly, the enemy opened his mouth and swallowed the energy wave, showing no effect at all.
"Damn, he might also be a Nameite,"
Baek exclaimed in surprise, drawing everyone's attention. They didn't understand what he meant.
"My perception and control of chi are different from yours. I didn't learn it at the Temple of Heaven."
Kellen pointed at the enemy and said in terror,
"You mean he?" "He? That's right. If he is truly a Nameite, he can also control his body's chi, and his strength may be far beyond our imagination."
As soon as Baek finished speaking, a round of applause sounded.
"Little one, your guess is quite good. I am indeed also a Nameite. You may call me Emperor Latched."
Latched stopped clapping and took off his helmet, revealing his entire head. His pure green skin and the antennae on his head all revealed his identity, but his face appeared somewhat aged.
"I don't know what you call chi, but I can indeed control my own power."
A terrifying aura surged forward, pressing down on them until they could hardly breathe. Lanchi flashed to the front of the group, releasing her spiritual power, without reservation, forming a barrier that blocked the aura. With Lanchi's intervention, the pressure on them disappeared. Kellen shouted excitedly,
"Thanks to you, or we'd be dead."
Lanchi shook her head and said solemnly,
"It's not that simple. Even I couldn't swallow the energy wave you shot out."
She paused and warned,
"Be careful. Find a chance and escape."
The applause sounded again. Latched smiled and extended an invitation.
"Little girl, you have good strength. How about becoming my trusted subordinate? But your strength is not that impressive, and you want to recruit me. Heh."
Lanchi knew the enemy was not simple, but she didn't give in, verbally letting out a mocking laugh. Latched extended a finger and said with a smile,
"That was just 1/10 of my power. Don't be too arrogant, little girl."
Lanchi's heart tightened and she shouted,
"You say 1/10? As if... Take this punch."
Flame surged around her, and she charged fiercely at Latched while turning back to shout a single word.
"Escape."
Lanchi attacked only to buy a chance for survival, already prepared to sacrifice herself to let her companions flee. At Lan Chi's signal, the five did not hesitate and fled in 3 directions. Lan Chi's right fist slammed into Shirlage's face, but he remained motionless, now fully convinced of her claim that she was using only 1/10 of her power. Yet she would not give up. Her left hand transformed from a fist into a palm, unleashing an endless torrent of flame that engulfed Shirlage. Several soldiers standing behind him were instantly reduced to ashes without even a cry. The flames dissipated, revealing Shirlage unharmed, not even a scrap of his clothing singed. He glanced up at the 5 fleeing figures and smiled grimly.
It seems you care about them deeply. I wonder if I capture them, would you be willing to serve me?
Lan Chi blinked and Shirlage had vanished. She spun around and shouted in panic,
Watch out!
Despite her warning, it was too late. Shirlage appeared before Bulma and delivered a light punch. Long Aotian instinctively shielded his wife, taking the blow on his back. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the couple crashed together, tumbling back. Piccolo also used his body to shield Wu Fan from the strike, while Kulin bore the pain of the attack alone. The 5 were forced back to their original positions, but 3 of them were already on the ground, unable to rise. A glimmer of despair flickered in their eyes. They understood that escape was impossible today. Shirlage appeared before Lan Chi, smiling as he extended his invitation once more.
You have seen my sincerity and my strength. Will you serve me? I still have one more move. If you can withstand it, I'll consider it.
Lan Chi snorted coldly, employing a provocation. Confident in his own power, Shirlage nodded in agreement. Lan Chi retreated dozens of meters and murmured softly,
The other me come forth.
As her words fell, a humanoid phantom emerged from behind Lan Chi. When the phantom fully separated from her, it gradually solidified. Seeing the figure that appeared, the 5 exclaimed in unison,
Lan Chi!
The newcomer had long blue hair, delicate features, and a face full of gentle smiles. She was the former blue-haired Lan Chi.
Hi everyone, long time no see. Did you miss me?
Long Aotian was especially startled and curious.
We did miss you, but weren't your 2 personalities fused? That's a long story. Actually,
the blue-haired Lan Chi was about to explain when a voice roughly interrupted her.
Is this the time for chattering? Get over here and fight.
Oh, the blue-haired Lan Chi stuck out her tongue like a mischievous little girl, then turned to stand shoulder to shoulder with the green-haired Lan Chi. Shirlage studied the blue-haired Lan Chi with keen interest, clicking his tongue in wonder.
Interesting. Not a physical entity, yet possessing the same power as the original. Is this your trump card?
Hearing Shirlage's words, the 5 focused their senses and realized he was right. Bulma said irritably to her husband,
What exactly did you do to Lan Chi? How did she become like this? I just fused their 2 personalities. I have no idea why it turned out so bizarre.
The 2 Lan Chis exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. The green-haired Lan Chi's body burst into flames, and she thrust out both palms, sending a blazing torrent of fire that coalesced into a fiery dragon. At the same time, the blue-haired Lan Chi was surrounded by a pale green aura. She swung her palms, and a water dragon materialized, surging toward Shirlage. The 2 dragons spiraled around each other, gradually merging into a single entity, half red and half green, roaring with earth-shattering fury. Both women shouted in unison,
Take our ultimate killing move, Waterfire Dragon Slaughter.
The 5 watched in stunned silence, awed by the power of the technique. In their estimation, it unleashed 5 times Lan Chi's own strength, terrifying beyond words. Shirlage glanced left and right at his remaining subordinates, then soared into the sky. Under Lan Chi's control, the Waterfire Dragon Slaughter changed direction and hurtled toward its target. After flying several hundred meters, Shirlage halted in midair, exuding confidence.
I could easily dodge this attack, but to make you willingly serve me, I'll demonstrate my power once more.
Having roamed the cosmos for many years, he had never encountered anyone so formidable. He felt a rare appreciation for talent, otherwise killing them would have been as easy as drinking a glass of water. With a furious roar, Shirlage's aura surged. He extended both palms toward the dragon's head. A thunderous explosion rocked the area, and the weaker soldiers instinctively covered their ears and lay flat on the ground, wincing in pain. Kulin stared at the thick smoke and murmured,
Can we win? If Lache's earlier claim of using only 1/10 of his power is true, we probably can't.
Piccolo's words had barely faded when the smoke cleared, revealing Lache's figure. Though his face was smudged with soot, he was unharmed.
Look at Lan Chi,
Bulma cried out. The four turned to see the blue-haired Lan Chi flickering in and out of existence, as if she might vanish at any moment. The blue-haired Lan Chi understood her condition. She whispered,
I have barely one more attack in me. Do you have any other ideas? I have a method for escape, but it's not guaranteed. We'll have to gamble.
The green-haired Lan Chi looked at her other self, then suddenly leaped 100 meters away and unleashed a pillar of fire toward the blue-haired Lan Chi. The latter instantly understood her intention and shot a column of water that collided with the fire. Under their control, the water and fire did not merge, but instead produced a vast amount of white steam. Within 2 seconds it blanketed the area for several kilometers, dense and unmoving, obstructing all vision. After unleashing this attack, the blue-haired Lan Chi vanished. Using her sense of chi, the green-haired Lan Chi located Bulma and the others, intending to lead them away under the cover of the white steam. Lan Chi was gambling that Lache, despite his ability to control his own power, could not sense chi. If he could, their group would have been discovered long ago while following the spaceship. As Lan Chi had guessed, Lache indeed could not sense chi. Blinded by the steam, he was also in the dark, and he noticed that the steam possessed a strange power that hindered his probing. So he flew straight upward, easily clearing the steam. From above, he could spot them no matter which direction they escaped. Lan Chi and the others reached the edge of the steam. Just as they were about to fly out, Aotian suddenly said,
Wait! If we go out like this and Lache is in the sky, we'll be spotted immediately. We can't outrun him.
He then turned to his wife and said,
Take us underground. We'll travel through the earth. That's a great idea.
Bulma smiled and waved her hand, enveloping everyone in a barrier that sank into the ground. Piccolo Lin and Wu Fan had never seen such a technique before. Traveling underground without any hindrance felt just like flying through the air, and they were filled with curiosity.
Last time Dale's men tracked us with their scouter, leaving us with nowhere to run. But now Lache has no scouter and can't sense chi. This time we're safe, haha.
Recalling their bitter past, Aotian couldn't help glancing at his wife, only to find her looking back at him. They exchanged a knowing smile, and all was understood without words. Soaring in the sky, Lache waited in silence. Suddenly a peculiar disturbance stirred within his blood. He turned his gaze to the left, his eyes fixed on the ground stretching endlessly into the distance.
Strange. Could it be underground? Not a single movement.
An absurd notion crossed his mind. Adhering to the principle of erring on the side of caution, he flew toward the direction of the bloodline anomaly. Lache skimmed the ground, then abruptly ascended 100 meters, hurling an energy sphere at the earth. Bulma, who had been overjoyed at their escape, suddenly felt a tremor beneath her. She cried out in alarm.
No, we've been discovered. The burrowing technique can't hold.
She threw all her strength into propelling the others out of the ground. The moment they emerged, Bulma's vision darkened, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Lache landed dozens of meters from Lan Chi, sneering.
If not for that Namekian, you might have slipped away. I've lost my patience. I'll ask you one last time, submit or die.
Hearing this, Piccolo's face paled. He couldn't understand why it was his fault that their escape had failed. Did the Namekians possess a special method of sensing their own kind? His gaze swept over the others, lingering on Wu Fan, and he sank into deep self-reproach. Seeing no hope of escape, Lan Chi leaped into the air, her voice icy.
I choose a third path to take you with me into death. Ha ha ha.
Lache threw his head back and laughed, utterly dismissive of Lan Chi's words. Had he not been repeatedly showing mercy, she wouldn't even have the right to stand before him. Lan Chi paid no heed to the enemy's mockery. Her hands formed seals rapidly as she chanted, Burn my remnant body, blazing sacred flame. The moment Aotian heard the incantation, he understood her intent. He scooped up Bulma and said to Piccolo Lin and Wu Fan,
Let's go. Don't waste the chance Lan Chi bought with her life.
Lin grabbed Aotian's sleeve, demanding,
What do you mean? What bought with her life? That technique burns the body as fuel to multiply combat power tenfold. It's uncertain whether the enemy will survive, but Lan Chi will die in a minute.
Long Aotian's eyes were filled with sorrow. Among the several spells he had taught her on the spaceship, this one was the most powerful and the most costly. He never expected her to master it. Lan Chi's voice grew louder and more impassioned, and her final words resounded through heaven and earth.
With my body let the fire god descend.
Lan Chi's entire form was engulfed in flames. Unlike before, a careful observer would notice that the fire burned from within her body. Amidst the flames, Lan Chi's features twisted, as if she were enduring immense agony. She rasped out a single word, "Go!" and then transformed into a blazing fireball charging at the enemy. Latched was horrified. He recoiled rapidly, thinking, if I had known this woman could unleash such power, I would have killed her long ago. There would be no thought of subjugation now. Kalin and Wu Fan were grief-stricken. They cast a last lingering look at Lan Chi's back, then turned and fled with Long Aotian. Latched fired dozens of energy spheres to halt Lan Chi's advance. He was not truly afraid of her, but it would take a fraction of a second to muster his full strength. The energy spheres detonated harmlessly a foot away from her. With a wave of her hand, she launched several fireballs. Latched weaved and dodged the fireballs, but Lan Chi had somehow already closed the distance. He was moving too fast to stop, and he crashed straight into her embrace. Under normal circumstances, colliding with a busted beauty would be a stroke of good fortune. But what if that beauty was completely engulfed in flames?
Ah!
A piercing scream erupted. Where they touched, flames began to spread. The searing heat made Latchd's body drenched with sweat.
Damn it! What kind of monster are you?
Cursing furiously, Latched channeled all his energy, forming a barrier around his body to block the flame's erosion. At this moment, Lan Chi could indeed be called a monster. Beneath the blaze, the faint outline of her form was still visible, but her eyes blazed with fire, and even her breath was flame. Knowing her time was short, she did not waste a word. While Latched was preoccupied with defending against the scorching heat, she swung her fists, pounding him like a punching bag. Each blow landed with a resounding crack, yet the more she struck, the more Lan Chi sensed something amiss in the feedback from her fists. After 49 punches, she spun 2.5 times, then delivered a roundhouse kick that sent Latched flying. Opening her mouth, she spat a serpent of flame that struck the enemy with unerring accuracy.
Boom!
The flames exploded, gathering without dispersing. 2 seconds later, a furious roar scattered the fire, revealing Latched in a somewhat disheveled state. Though his body was scorched black, his clothes tattered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his aura was more formidable than ever before.
I'm old, and it's been too long since I used my full power. I was a bit slow to summon it. But thanks to your provocation, I've awakened in record time.
Wiping the blood from his lips, Latched roared with a twisted face.
Now let me show you what I'm truly capable of.
He transformed into a streak of green light. Lan Chi countered with a crimson beam. The two hues met in midair, their right fists colliding, unleashing a terrifying force that sent ripples through the air. They vanished simultaneously, reappearing dozens of meters below. After dozens of fist clashes, they vanished again, materializing on the ground. The impact of their power caused the earth to sink beneath their feet, and within 2 seconds a crater spanning 1,000 meters had formed. The crimson figure flew out, crashing into the crater wall. Spitting a jet of flame, her eyes sharpened, and she rolled to the right.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Each spot she rolled across was struck by energy spheres. Pushing off the ground with her right foot, she launched into the air. Facing a hail of energy spheres, Lan Chi raised both palms, conjuring a circular flame barrier that enveloped herself.
Huh! Try to hide in your shell. Let me shatter your turtle shell.
Latched crowed with delight, orchestrating the energy spheres to bombard the barrier. With each explosion, the barrier shrank a little. After a sustained barrage of 100 energy spheres, the barrier had shrunk to the size of a single person, within which the silhouette of Lan Chi could be faintly seen. The silhouette's posture was odd, its right arm extended forward, forearm bent at a 90-degree angle, with a blur of shadow flickering occasionally at its fingertips. But Latched did not notice. He knew only that victory was his. An energy sphere tens of meters wide had long been charged, and he hurled it at that moment.
Boom!
A magnificent firework blossomed, a colossal mushroom cloud erupting.
Ha ha ha!
Lage laughed triumphantly, delighted to have eliminated a potential threat.
Aren't you laughing a bit too early?
A cold voice came from the smoke. Lan Chi's hands changed gestures, and with her left palm, she struck the small flame at the tip of her right index finger. The flame instantly transformed into 3 cascading seas of fire, undulating like waves one after another. In Lage's moment of exultation, the first wave of flame had already reached him. He had no time to evade. He was engulfed by the fire, followed by the second and third waves. The waves crashed against the crater walls, melting rock and causing explosions.
"Is he dead?"
murmured a voice. Lan Chi was now completely unrecognizable, a mere humanoid figure of flame. A closer look would reveal that the fiery figure was shorter and thinner than Lan Chi had been, and it was still shrinking. Hundreds of meters away, the earth and rock burst apart, and a green figure flew out. It was Lage. He was in a pitiful state. His left arm and shoulder were gone, his left face was caved in, and green liquid dripped from the wounds. In a human body, such injuries would be fatal. But Lage was a Namekian. Though his aura had weakened, he was still very much alive.
"You bitch! I'll kill you! Kill you!"
The hysterical roar was ample proof of Lage's fury. Lan Chi glanced down at her shrinking body and let out a long sigh.
Sigh!
With a flash, she appeared behind Lage and wrapped her arms around him, startling him into shouting,
"What are you doing? Let me go!" Boom!
Flames filled the sky, forming a rose that gradually dissipated. Kulin and the others, who had been fleeing for a minute, felt the anomaly behind them. They stopped midair, turned, and looked back.
"Lan Chi, we will revive you." "Is Lage dead?" "Maybe. Possibly. Dead. At least I can no longer sense his chi."
A fierce gale swept across gravel, rolling as a massive crater bore witness to the ferocity of that battle. After a long while, a green arm emerged from the earth, and a shattered body slowly crawled out. Everything below the waist was gone, with 80% of the body severely burned and new flesh utterly unable to regenerate.
"Madman, a bloody madman, dragging me down even in death."
After a few curses, Lage turned his palm into a blade and began slicing off his own skin and flesh inch by inch. With each piece removed, the pain made him curse Lan Chi. The unreachable parts on his back posed no problem. He elongated his arms and continued cutting. After clearing away large swaths of damaged tissue, he used the secret arts of the Namekian to regenerate, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Gazing at his newly formed limbs, he felt no desire to move. At this moment, he had entered an unprecedented period of weakness, feeling as if even his own subordinates could overpower him. "Rest. I'll rest and then go back." With that, he closed his eyes and fell asleep on the ground. After this battle, perhaps even Lage himself didn't notice that his face had aged another 2 degrees. After a long flight, Baiku and the others returned to the village of the Grand Elder and promptly sought out Dandy. Under Dandy's healing, Baiku and Kulin recovered, and Ma also regained consciousness. Looking around, Ma frowned and asked,
"Where's Lan Chi?"
The group exchanged glances, and Long Aotian was pushed forward to recount what had happened after she fell unconscious. Hearing that Lan Chi had sacrificed her life for theirs, Ma exclaimed indignantly,
"Bastard! Lage is indeed a bastard."
Long Aotian nodded in agreement, but then felt a sharp stinging pain in his ear.
"Lage is a bastard, and you're a bastard too. From now on, never teach anyone that life for life magic again, understand?" "Ow, ow, ow. I understand. I understand. I completely understand. Can you let go first?"
After repeated pleas for mercy, Ma released his ear, picked up the Dragon Ball radar, and prepared to set off again. A streak of green light flew over and landed before the group. It was none other than the Grand Elder's chief bodyguard, Lu.
"The Grand Elder sent me to tell you that the malevolent aura has not disappeared."
Delivering this message, Lu turned and left. Ma's eyes went vacant, the radar slipping from her hand to the ground, and the others were not much better. After a long silence, Ma had a whimsical thought and asked,
Honey, is there any magic that can boost strength 100-fold? I'll go fight that bastard.
Aotian rolled his eyes and said helplessly,
Who do you think I am? If there were such magic, I'd be the one risking my life, not you. Boo-hoo. Then Lan Chi died for nothing. And Tianjin Fan Jiaozi and Mu Cha have no hope of revival.
Ma wept like a pear blossom in the rain, and the others were momentarily at a loss for comfort. Reality was just that cruel. Patting his wife's shoulder, Aotian sighed.
Let's go get something to eat first, and we'll slowly figure out a plan. You go ahead, I want to be alone for a while.
Seeing this, the others didn't insist, and left one by one. Meanwhile, in another place, Sherlage, who had slept for an unknown duration, opened his eyes. Feeling that his power had recovered by a tenth, he oriented himself and flew back along the path he had come. Upon seeing the spaceship and his remaining subordinates, Sherlage's face darkened as he commanded,
Temporarily cease searching for the Dragon Balls. Open the ship's medical pod.
After a long while, the pod hatch opened and Sherlage stepped out. Having undergone treatment, his strength was fully restored. He ordered the ship to continue searching, but without a Dragon Ball radar, the search was aimless and fruitless. After eating in a stone house, the four of them, Kulin and the others, gathered for discussion. For a long time, they couldn't come up with a feasible plan, as the gap in raw power was simply too vast. Footsteps approached, and Ma entered, her face remarkably calm. She proposed a plan.
If we can't beat them head-on, we steal. Steal.
The four looked at her in confusion, waiting for an explanation.
Yes, steal. I believe the Dragon Balls are aboard the spaceship. My cultivation and my husband's are different from yours. Slipping through metal and entering the ship silently shouldn't be difficult for us. Someone must go to the front and lure Sherlage out to buy time. Then we can sneak and steal the Dragon Balls and immediately search for the remaining ones.
Hearing Ma's plan, the others were startled. Wouldn't the one luring Sherlage be doomed? Yet in less than a second, Wu Fan and Kulin almost simultaneously shouted,
I'll go lure Sherlage out.
Ma looked at the three and shook her head.
Kulin, you've already died once, you can't go. Baika, if you die, Earth's Dragon Balls will disappear too, you can't go either.
Her gaze fell on Wu Fan's young face, and she asked,
Wu Fan, are you afraid of death?
Wu Fan replied with unwavering determination,
No.
Ma took the Dragon Ball radar and handed it to her husband, deciding,
All right then, Wu Fan, and I will go lure Sherlage out. Husband, as soon as you steal the Dragon Balls, go find the remaining ones without worrying about us.
Catching the radar, Aotian firmly refused.
No, you go steal the Dragon Balls, Wu Fan, and I will draw the enemy's attention.
Ma stepped closer to her husband, almost pressing her face against his, and said softly,
Sherlage still has 2 subordinates. Wu Fan can handle one, but can you? If you can't take out the 2 underlings, how will you lure Sherlage out? I know you don't want me to die, but I'm the most suitable candidate. Be good. When we return to Earth, I can be revived.
Ma forced a light-hearted tone and kissed her husband on the cheek. Even if revival was possible, who would willingly die? With a sense of impending doom, she turned and walked toward the door.
Wait.
A figure flashed past, and Ma found the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, while Aotian was already standing outside the house.
Actually, I'm quite powerful,
At this moment, Aotian ceased to hide his strength, releasing the power within him, his aura twice as strong as before.
You?
Ma pointed at her husband, finally forcing out a sentence.
The Grand Elder didn't unlock your potential. How is this possible? Have you forgotten that besides magic, I also have the Dragon God art? During the month on the spaceship, I spent most of my time cultivating it, and that's how my strength increased. Are you saying those strange postures are that powerful? I tried them too, and they did nothing.
After a moment of astonishment, Ma pressed herself against her husband's side, reached out, and familiarly grabbed his ear, scolding,
You've gotten stronger, and even kept it from me. Have you grown bolder? Ow, it hurts.
Aotian winced, and quickly explained,
I let you have the spotlight against weaker foes, but against Sherlage, even going all out would be useless.
After some commotion, It was finally decided that Long Aotian and Wu Fan would go to the front to draw the enemy, while Bu-Er Ma would steal the Dragon Balls. Shortly after the three left, Piccolo excused himself, saying he wanted to take a stroll around the village to experience the customs of the Namekians, and he too departed, leaving only Kulin in the house. After a long while the god of earth arrived, and before even entering announced good news.
The Grand Elder taught me how to modify the Eternal Dragon. After returning to Earth and making the changes, Earth Shenlong will no longer have a limit on the number of resurrections.
But when he saw that only Kulin was in the house, he was taken aback.
Where are the others?
Hearing this good news, Kulin was also dumbfounded. With a dazed expression he said,
They've gone to steal the Dragon Balls.
Then with a mournful face, he complained,
Lord Kami, couldn't you have come a little earlier to deliver this news? Now it's too late to catch up, and people are going to die again.
Bulma and her two companions departed from the village, retrieving the dragon radar, only to discover that 4 Dragon Balls were moving toward their location.
What a coincidence. That saves us some time.
As they drew near, Bulma burrowed into the ground, preparing to execute the plan. Long Aotian and Wu Fan spotted the spacecraft in the distance. They halted their flight and landed, raising a hand to hurl an energy blast at the ship, ensuring the enemy would notice them. Seeing the spacecraft slowed down, Long Aotian grinned.
Wu Fan, how about a song and dance? Huh?
Wu Fan was startled, recalling the embarrassing song and dance scene during the battle with the Saiyans. His face flushed as he demurred.
I'd rather not. You have no taste.
Since Wu Fan declined, Long Aotian began his performance.
Ugly slag, look over here, look over here, look over here. Please don't stare at my butt in a daze.
The first 2 lines and accompanying dance were normal enough, but for the final line, Long Aotian turned around, stuck out his rear, and wiggled it at the spacecraft, patting his buttocks, and then curling his finger.
Gee, great king. This.
And Ji-La, watching from the ship, stammered incoherently. Sherla Ji's face darkened with fury.
Both of you take everyone and tear them to pieces.
Despite his rage, Sherla Gu maintained his dignity, unwilling to personally deal with such insignificant pests. After all, what else were these minions for?
Understood.
Once the spacecraft landed, everyone except Sherla Gu and a few operators rushed out. Long Aotian was puzzled when he saw the horde, but not Sherla Gu.
He can endure such provocation. Wu Fan, can you handle all these small fry? Yes.
Empowered by the great prayer technique, his strength surged by 30%, making it far easier to deal with that winged monster.
You two think you can kill us? Ha ha ha.
And Ji-La laughed, but a figure flashed before him, and a single punch blasted him apart.
No power, yet you act tough.
Long Aotian smiled calmly, then turned to warn.
Monster daydreaming. Your opponent's here.
Duo Luo de Bo only then noticed a fist already upon him. Unable to block, he was sent flying.
Wu Fan, deal with that monster. I'll handle the rest of the small fry. Got it.
Before the words were finished, Wu Fan had already attacked. Long Aotian crouched, pressing both palms against the earth, eyeing the fully armed rabble. Soon a 10-meter-tall stone giant emerged, its appearance bearing a striking resemblance to Sherla Gu. Long Aotian sat on its shoulder and shouted,
Sherla Gu, does this look like you? I'm not that talented, it came out too ugly.
Under his psychic control, the stone giant began spitting pebbles at the soldiers, or rather launching stones from its mouth, each one claiming a life. Sherla Gu could no longer remain in the ship. He stepped out and vanished instantly.
Damn!
Yelping, Long Aotian leaped off the stone giant and fled into the distance, as the giant crumbled to dust, revealing Sherla Ji's figure.
Time to scram. Wu Fan, run. I bet that ugly freak will chase me.
Wu Fan had just killed Duo Luo de Bo. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled in the opposite direction.
I will indeed chase you, but I won't kill you easily. I'll torture you slowly. And that brat won't escape either.
An icy voice whispered in his ear. Long Aotian turned his head to find Sherla Ji's face almost pressed against his.
Dad, dear Dad, I was just kidding.
Before the word, kidding, left his lips, he lost all strength, dangling from Sherla Ji's grip. Sherla Gu glanced at the fleeing Wu Fan, didn't pursue, but hurled an energy sphere. The energy sphere was so powerful and swift it could kill 10 Wu Fans. Clearly Long Aotian had infuriated him. Wu Fan looked back, saw the rapidly approaching sphere, and knew it was too late to change course. In his moment of despair, a green figure burst from the ground and charged straight at the energy sphere. Seeing the figure, Wu Fan screamed in anguish.
Uncle Baiku, no! Live on!
Speaking only 3 words, Baiku detonated the sphere with his body. A colossal mushroom cloud rose, and the shockwave sent Wu Fan crashing into the earth. In the village of the Great Elder, the heavenly god's form suddenly flickered, fading in and out. Kellen was startled.
Heavenly God, what's happening? Baiku is dead. I will vanish too, hee.
Facing death, the heavenly god's lips curled into a faint smile.
That Baiku. He actually developed human emotions. From now on there will be no more great demon King Baiku.
With these words, the heavenly god's body completely dissolved into nothingness. On the mountaintop, the Great Elder sensed the energy fluctuations from afar.
Nyla, come with me. Great Elder, your health. Don't worry, I won't die just yet.
Elsewhere, Wu Fan crawled out of the ground and knelt, his eyes vacant, staring at the explosion's epicenter. Scenes of the past flashed through his mind, tears streaming down his face. He didn't even notice Sherlog's arrival. Landing in front of Wu Fan, Sherlog aimed his palm at the boy's head.
Someone saved you just now. Who will die for you now?
A glow gathered in his palm. Then in the next instant a hand gripped Sherlog's forearm, and the light dissipated.
Give me back Uncle Baiku. Give me back Uncle Baiku.
The chilling hollow voice repeated endlessly. A tremendous force pushed Sherlog's hand upward, revealing Wu Fan's face. His eyes had turned white, expression blank, lips moving mechanically.
Give me back Uncle Baiku. Brag you.
Sherlog was stunned. He unleashed his aura, pouring more power into his grip, but still couldn't break free. Wu Fan abruptly raised his head. 2 beams of light shot from his white eyes, and a deafening cry echoed across the sky.
Give me back my Uncle Baiku.
In an instant, the surging aura around Wu Fan turned gold, and his hair blazed into golden light. At the same time, Sherlog's right arm was torn off by Wu Fan. Staggering backward, his eyes bulged like brass bells.
Impossible. Impossible. How can a brat like you become so strong?
The captive he held was no longer interesting. He loosened his grip, and Long Aotian collapsed to the ground. Wu Fan's current energy was unprecedented. Under his perception, it had surged at least 50 or 60 times, and those eerie white eyes were utterly bizarre.
Wu Fan! Wu Fan! Wake up, wake up!
No matter how Long Aotian shouted, Wu Fan gave no response. His gaze was fixed solely on Sherlog, step by step advancing, still muttering,
Return my Uncle Baiku.
Watching Wu Fan's relentless approach and those unsettling eyes, Sherlog was terrified. Clutching his severed arm, he turned and fled. But a golden figure was faster, blocking his path.
Damn it! If it weren't for that battle with that woman, which accelerated my aging and reduced my strength by 1/10.
Sherlog cursed through gritted teeth, then changed direction and continued his escape. After countless failed escape attempts, each one thwarted, Slug abandoned his efforts to flee. With a thunderous roar, his right arm regenerated, and he launched into attack. Gohan stood motionless, as though he had not even seen Slug's assault, allowing the punches to rain down upon him. After enduring dozens of blows, Gohan finally moved, striking out with a single fist. Slug's hunched body clutched his abdomen, as a devastating force struck him from behind, sending him plummeting into the earth. A golden streak descended, gripping Slug's head and dragging it across the ground for hundreds of meters, before a brilliant flash erupted and exploded outward. A streak of green light pierced through the dust, with golden light following close behind. Grasping Slug's leg, the figure spun him overhead like a windmill, then released him. Slug crashed through 2 mountains and became embedded in a third. The golden figure swooped down and pinned Slug into the ground, each punch carrying earth-shattering force. With the final strike, Slug burst through the mountain and plunged into the depths, and the entire peak crumbled into powder in that instant. Long Aotian swallowed hard at the sight, marveling.
How terrifying! How did Gohan become so powerful? Could it be because Piccolo's death pushed him over the edge? Amid his bewilderment, a head suddenly sprouted from the ground beside him. Looking at that familiar face, Long Aotian sighed helplessly.
We weren't supposed to deviate from the plan. What are you doing back? I just sensed an incredibly powerful aura, and it felt somewhat familiar,
Bulma said with a grin, but as she looked up and spotted the golden figure in the sky, she exclaimed in surprise.
Is that Gohan? What about Slug? Gohan beat him into the ground.
As she spoke, a figure emerged from the earth in the distance, none other than a thoroughly battered Slug.
Bulma slowly rose from the ground until her feet touched the earth, with 4 Dragon Balls resting beside her.
Looks like we can cancel the plan. How did Gohan turn out like this?
I don't know either. Piccolo suddenly appeared and took a blow meant for Gohan, and then he just transformed like this.
2 more figures flew in from the distance, spotted the 2 on the ground, and descended toward them. Elder Nail, what are you doing here?
The elder didn't answer. Instead, he looked up, watching Gohan charge past to relentlessly pummel Slug, and let out a heavy sigh.
Sigh. That boy's condition is very abnormal. Even if he defeats Slug, he'll either go mad or die. And before he can take Slug down, his body may collapse first. Such a promising talent wasted. The couple's faces turned pale, and they urgently asked,
Elder, since you can see the problem, is there any way to fix it?
Sigh. That one exhalation chilled the couple to the bone. Just as hope began to fade, the elder's next words rekindled it. Since he's near death anyway, let me lend that boy one more hand.
Staring at the elder's withered face, Long Aotian thought to himself, always talking about dying, you hardly look like someone on their deathbed. The elder pressed 2 fingers to his chest, then one to his forehead, wearing an expression of profound compassion. Raising his palms together, he spoke.
Children, raise your hands and lend me your strength. His voice was soft and calm, yet it reached the minds of every Namekian across the planet.
Upon hearing the elder's call, not a single Namekian hesitated. They all set down what they were doing and raised their hands, including Nail, who stood right beside them. Nail raised his hands, and a sphere of green light floated from his palm into the air. As time passed, more and more green radiance converged toward it. Long Aotian stared at the enormous green orb in shock, muttering,
Bloody hell! That title of spiritual master truly belongs to him. Compared to the elder, I'm nothing but a shadow. Bulma chimed in.
You're a minor spiritual master indeed, no match for the elder.
By the time the last wisp of green light gathered, a sphere over 1 kilometer in diameter hovered 100 meters above the elder's head. Elder, what is this?
Long Aotian, now the picture of curiosity, craned his neck to stare at the green orb. His entire face had turned green.
I'm near death, so I can only draw upon the power of my entire people. Under the elder's mental command, the green sphere shot a beam of light that enveloped Gohan, who was still pummeling Slug. Slug seized the opportunity to create distance and catch his breath. 1 more minute, and he would have certainly died.
As the green light surrounded him, Gohan struggled fiercely, his golden aura colliding and grinding against the green radiance. Over time, Gohan's resistance gradually weakened, and a hint of color returned to his otherwise white eyes. Long Aotian sensed Gohan's energy steadily fading, and said with growing concern,
Elder, if this continues, I'm afraid Gohan won't be able to beat Slug, and then we're all dead.
Don't worry. Once I heal the boy and absorb the green light, I'll temporarily return to my peak, and defeating Slug should be no problem.
The couple exchanged glances, their faces dark as storm clouds. We've risked everything for the Dragon Balls, and both Ranchi and Piccolo have fallen. And now you're telling me you can handle the enemy yourself.
Seeming to read their thoughts, the elder drawled casually,
I'm near death. This kind of power can only be used once.
I can sense an evil presence far greater than Slug approaching Namek. Even at my peak, I cannot guarantee victory. The future now rests in your young hands.
As his words fell, the golden aura and hair surrounding Gohan vanished simultaneously. The deathly white of his eyes returned to normal, and he drifted into slumber within the green light.
Guided by the elders, the green light carried Gohan over and deposited him gently into Bulma's arms. Seeing Gohan restored to his normal self, stripped of that terrifying power, Slug, who was already heavily wounded and could only fight at half strength, still showed no fear toward those on the ground. Worse still, he had spotted the 4 Dragon Balls beside the woman's feet. Those were his. They dared to play a diversion tactic and steal the Dragon Balls. Flying to several hundred meters away, he roared,
Wretched woman. Hand over the Dragon Balls.
No chance. Come take them yourself if you can.
Bulma's words were bold, but her body told a different story as she quickly ducked behind the elder. Elder, you're practically already in your grave. Why stir up trouble you can't finish? Slug back, then I intended to kill you. Unfortunately, my third brother stopped me and sent you away. I never expected you to remain unchanged, still as evil as ever. Recalling the past, the elder's thoughts churned. Hundreds of years had passed, and he was finally about to die.
Old man, I was barely born back then, and you wanted to kill me simply because I harbored evil intentions. What kind of logic is that?
Slug was not like the guardian whose mind had been shattered. He remembered everything clearly, roaring his soul-shaking accusation.
The elder closed his eyes, and slowly shook his head, softly speaking 3 words.
You do not understand. Humph. Then let us settle right and wrong by our hands. Slug bellowed, a wicked grin spreading across his face.
I was going to settle scores with you last. Since you're delivering yourself to me, I'll accept.
In a flash, he appeared before the elder and struck, but a ball of green light enveloped the elder even faster, sending Slug flying backward.
Rising slowly through the green light, the elder smiled.
No need to rush. Let me restore my peak before fighting you.
Just as his body was about to touch the green orb, an unexpected event occurred. A giant hand emerged from the orb, seized the elder, and dropped him back to the ground. Bulma and her companion exchanged bemused smiles.
Elder, is this another Namekian secret technique? But seeing the elder's expression twist between bewilderment, shock, and confusion, the couple immediately sensed something was wrong. The elder, rare among Namekians, lost his composure and cursed. There's no such thing as a secret technique. Some bastard is stealing the power. Damn it!
The Grand Elder mustered the entire clan's power to summon a green radiance poised to return to his peak, and waged the ultimate battle, when an unexpected interloper appeared halfway. Not only the enemy but even the Grand Elder was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what had transpired. A second hand emerged, followed by 2 legs. The green sphere of light dwindled until it vanished, revealing the full form of the intruder. A giant dozens of meters tall landed at its feet, shaking the earth and raising clouds of dust. Its silver head was sculpted with contours, the crystal on its forehead glittering with a mysterious and sacred aura, while its 2 large sparkling eyes radiated white light. Silver stripes converged on its chest, where a crystal emitted a green glow. Its entire body was enveloped in green, appearing somewhat incongruous. Having used his trump card, the Grand Elder expended great mental energy. Absorbing the green light would have replenished a little, but now, with the interruption, his aging accelerated rapidly. Coughing violently, the Grand Elder asked weakly, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" The giant was examining its own body. Hearing the voice, it looked toward the source. Without moving its lips, its voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. "I am Aotian. Where is this? This green skin is hideous." Aotian crossed his arms before his chest, attempting to change his form with his power, but found the ugly green color remained, prompting another complaint. "How terrible! I can't change back. This is troublesome. I sensed an extremely powerful light, and ended up here." The others felt a strange unease. Aotian coming from the light. Could it get any more absurd? "I don't care where you came from, all of you must die." Shilage, assuming the giant was the Grand Elder's reinforcement, roared and raised his right arm, condensing a massive energy sphere dozens of meters across, then fired it at Aotian. "Oh, you little thing, no martial ethics. Looks like you're the monster I have to deal with. Too small, but you have horns, I like that." As his voice rang out, his hands moved swiftly. He brought his palms together before his chest, conjuring a green energy sphere that transformed into a green beam of light. The 2 energies collided in midair, the blast spreading outward. Except for Aotian and Shilage, everyone else was sent flying by the shockwave. Retreating over a kilometer-long, Aotian exclaimed in surprise, "Grand Elder, where did you find such a powerful reinforcement?" The Grand Elder's eyes were vacant. What reinforcement? He didn't know any Aotian. This black pot was definitely stuck on him. Aotian looked down at the tiny figure, finding it inconvenient. In the blink of an eye, he shrank to the same size as Shilage. Much more convenient now. With blazing eyes fixed on Latched, Dijia said excitedly, "Come on, monster. I am the Namekian Latched. You are the monster." Enraged, Latched dashed forward at incredible speed and appeared before Dijia in an instant, swinging both fists. Dijia extended his palms, catching each punch with astonishing speed. Even he was surprised. Such speed, I almost failed to block. This light is strange. Your fighting style is completely different from what I know. After fully defending and familiarizing himself with the combat style, Dijia launched a counterattack. His left palm caught a fist, while his right hand grabbed Latched, executing a shoulder throw. Straddling Latched, he pummeled his head with both fists. Latched was stunned. He had never seen such a tactic. Humiliated at being pinned down, he took a few blows before erupting with energy to fling his opponent off. Two green lines stretched rapidly. It turned out that in the instant he was flung away, Dijia had grabbed Latched's antennae. Seeing the thin line, Latched immediately understood what they were, and roared, "Damn it, what are you doing? Let go." Feeling the soft touch in his hands, Dijia laughed. "These horns are so soft. Pulled them this long, and they didn't break. Letting go is impossible. Hit me if you can, you asked for it." Latched channeled his power into electric current, which traveled along the antennae. Caught off guard, Dijia shuddered, losing his temper. Green light emanated from his hands. Under the clash of forces, the antennae snapped in the middle. Tossing the broken ends aside, Dijia initiated close-quarters combat. After a fierce exchange, he kicked the enemy to the ground, mounted him again, and rained down blows. Latched kicked Dijia in the back to force him back, then flew high into the air, and said coldly, "With my next move, I'll kill you all together." Latched's aura surged again, his stomach swelled up, becoming bulging, and a beam of light shot from his mouth. Seeing this, Dijia extended his arms forward, sweeping them outward, then brought them together, bending his right arm at a 90-degree angle, with his elbow resting on the back of his left hand. Superior beam. A ray of light shot from his forearm, colliding with the beam from Latched's mouth. For a moment, neither could overpower the other. Enraged, Latched's stomach quickly deflated as he increased energy output, the beam pushing past the superior beam. Sigh. I wanted to stay here a bit longer, but it seems that's not possible. With a sigh, Dijia's body blazed with intense green light, and he also increased his energy output. The gem on his chest began to flash green, emitting a bip-bip-bip sound. The superior beam instantly broke through the beam's barrier, pushing it along and striking Latched. Boom! A headless figure fell from the explosion, crashing onto the ground. Dijia glanced at the corpse, then turned and said, "My time is running out. I'd helped you defeat the monster. No need to thank me." I. The Grand Elder couldn't utter a word, whether from anger or near death. "We Namekians without a head." Nyla tried to explain the Namekian's peculiarity, but urgently changed his words and shouted, "Watch out." A green claw pierced through Dijia's chest. Dijia looked down at the claw, then up at Nyla. "What were you about to say?" Nyla said apologetically, "Namekians might still be alive without a head. Next time say it earlier." "Ha ha ha. You think there will be a next time? Dream on." Latched's head had already regenerated. He issued his victory declaration, withdrew his arm, and kicked Dijia away. Dijia rolled several times on the ground before slowly standing up. The green light writhed and filled the hole in his chest, showing no sign of injury, but the bip-bip-bip warning grew more urgent. "Good thing it's not my true body descending, just a beam of light. Otherwise I'd be done for." Dijia sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice, as he looked down at the flashing light. "This time isn't enough to defeat the monster, but just now, when your arm pierced my body, I discovered a weakness." "Ha ha ha. I am invincible." "What weakness?" "I Latched have roamed the universe. I'm not scared by threats." Dijia didn't argue further. A sphere of green light shone in his palm, slowly landing in Bulma's hand, transforming into a green spark lens. "Little girl, if there is light in the future, you can summon me." Bulma looked at the oddly shaped spark lens in her hand, not understanding what Dijia meant. After saying that, Dijia pressed his right fist to his forehead. Green light blazed, and a beam of green shot out, enveloping Latched entirely. Bathed in the green light, Latched was not alarmed. He felt no destructive force. Instead, his body became warm and comfortable. "Ha ha ha. This has no attack power at all. You want to kill me? But within 3 seconds, he could no longer laugh. Enraged, he bellowed, "Damn it, what have you done?
Let me go!"
Shilage struggled frantically, but couldn't escape the green light's grip. As time passed, his struggles weakened and Dijia's figure began to fade. Only when Dijia completely vanished did the green light disappear. Shilage knelt on the ground and slowly rose, and advanced step by step toward the Grand Elder. Nilo shielded the Grand Elder, fully alert, watching Shilage warily. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. Protecting the Grand Elder was his duty. Bulma urged in panic, "Husband, let's run." "Wait, something's off with Shilage." When Shilage was less than 5 meters from the Grand Elder, just as Nilo was about to attack, Shilage's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. "Grand Elder, I was wrong." The sudden kneel left everyone present utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Nilo's fist hung frozen in the air. He stepped aside, as the Elder confronted Slug directly.
"Oh, why are you pinching me?"
Long Aotian cried out in pain, shooting an indignant glare at his wife.
"I'm checking whether I'm still dreaming."
Seeing that the Elder remained unmoved, Slug pressed his forehead to the ground and pleaded earnestly.
"Elder, I know my wrongs. I beg you, let me spend my remaining days on Namek. Nyla, help me up."
Upon hearing the Elder's command, Nyla snapped back to attention and quickly supported the Elder to his feet. The Elder was deeply perplexed. There was not a trace of evil left in Slug, something even he himself could not eradicate from that dark heart. How had some unknown stranger accomplished what he could not?
Cough. Child, to recognize one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. I will allow you to enter the village, but you must earn their forgiveness.
Following the Elder's gesture, Slug spotted Bulma and the other two. He approached them and said sincerely,
"I know I killed your companion. Whatever punishment you mete out, I will not resist. I implore your forgiveness."
Bulma reached out a hand, but Long Aotian intercepted it, pulling his wife aside to whisper,
"Do you actually believe this? What else should I do? He doesn't seem to be faking it, and with his power, crushing us would be trivial." "True. But can't we just let it go like this?"
The two wished to deliberate further, when a voice thundered from the sky.
"Deliberate nothing. As long as he stops hunting for the Dragon Balls, the matter of my death is dismissed. Hurry and collect the Dragon Balls to revive me and Piccolo. Launch."
Hearing the familiar voice, Bulma immediately understood and exclaimed with delight,
"You're with the North Kao as well?" "Yes. Lord North Kao says Frisia is about to arrive on Namek. According to him, Frisia is extremely terrifying. Hurry before it's too late."
Long Aotian frowned. The name Frisia sounded familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it.
"Understood."
Bulma's expression grew solemn. Turning to Slug, she asked,
"You heard that too, right? If you give up the Dragon Balls, this matter is settled. Take them. The Dragon Balls are of no use to me anymore." "Thank you."
Receiving a clear affirmative, Bulma hastily took her leave.
"Elder, time is of the essence. We must go now."
With that, she and her husband departed swiftly, 4 Dragon Balls in hand.
"In that case."
Watching them leave, the Elder's face clouded with worry. He murmured,
"Nyla, carry me. Let us return home."
Nyla was startled.
"Elder, your condition." "Sigh. I am near death's door. I only hope to hold on until they gather all the Dragon Balls. This is all my fault. Let me carry him instead, as a small measure of atonement."
Slug stepped forward before the Elder and lowered himself into a crouch.
"Child, this is not your fault. I was already a dying man. I merely passed a little sooner than expected."
The 3 of them then took to the sky, heading toward the Elder's home. Meanwhile, in a Namekian village, Bulma successfully found the 5th Dragon Ball without being stopped by any Namekians. She pulled out the Dragon Radar and began searching for the 6th.
"This planet is enormous. On Earth, I would have collected them all long ago,"
Bulma complained. Long Aotian nodded in agreement.
"Let's fly. We must hurry."
2 streaks of light shot across the sky at breakneck speed. A massive circular spaceship descended upon a Namekian village. Hundreds of soldiers stepped out in perfect unison, forming ranks and chanting in unison,
"Welcome, Lord Frisia."
From within the formation, a baby carriage emerged slowly, and seated inside was Frisia himself. Frieza waved his hand twice, signaling the soldiers to halt. His tone was indifferent.
Attend to the matter at hand. Spare me the unnecessary pomp. Yes, my lord.
Over 1,000 soldiers surrounded the village. Through destruction, intimidation, and slaughter, they succeeded in locating one Dragon Ball. As Bulma and her husband approached their destination with one Dragon Ball in hand, their expressions turned pale. They sensed over 1,000 unfamiliar auras, several of them overwhelmingly powerful, and one so terrifying it chilled their very souls. Though not as strong as Slug, these forces were far beyond what the two of them could handle. They slowed their flight and gently landed atop a nearby hill. Spotting the thousands of soldiers below, they felt no concern. Numbers meant nothing against such opposition. But when they noticed 3 individuals wearing those familiar scouter devices, their faces contorted in terror. No longer caring about concealment, they clutched the Dragon Ball and fled at full speed. Frieza observed the fleeing pair, and the Dragon Ball they carried, his expression serene.
How unexpected! There are others on this planet collecting the Dragon Balls. Since they deliver themselves to me, I shall take both the people and the Dragon Ball.
With effortless dominance, Frieza struck, and the couple was obliterated on the spot.